Greetings to all my fellow night owls. Before we dive into today's story, I'm curious, what time is it where you are in the world right now? Are you listening from a bustling metropolis or a quiet countryside retreat? Drop a comment and let me know. And if you're enjoying these tales that help pass those sleepless nights, don't forget to like and subscribe to Insomniac's Lore for more stories that will keep you company when sleep won't come. Today's story is a contemporary romance that explores how fleeting moments can sometimes lead to lasting connections. So settle in as we explore love in the golden hour. Sienna Marchesi never stayed in one place long enough for dust to settle on her camera lenses. At 32, she had photographed monsoon rains in Mumbai, northern lights in Iceland, and dawn breaking over Machu Picchu. What she hadn't captured was a reason to stay anywhere. Perfect, just perfect, she murmured, adjusting her aperture as golden light bathed the Napa Valley vineyard. September in wine country meant harvest season, when the vines hung heavy with fruit and the air smelled of soil and possibility. She'd been hired to document the vineyard's transition through seasons for their new marketing campaign. 3 days into the assignment, she already knew these would be portfolio-worthy shots. The way sunlight filtered through the leaves created natural spotlights on the purple-black Grenache grapes. As Sienna crouched between rows of vines, a movement caught her eye through the viewfinder. A tall figure stood at the end of the row, silhouetted against the sunset. Without thinking, she adjusted her focus and clicked. The man turned at the sound, catching her in the act. "Did you just take my picture?" His voice carried an edge of surprise rather than annoyance. Sienna lowered her camera. Professional hazard. Sorry about that. She wasn't actually sorry. The shot was magnificent, his profile carved in amber light. He approached with measured steps, dressed in a tailored suit that seemed at odds with the rustic surroundings. "I'd appreciate if you deleted it. I'm here for a private event." The Townsend wedding rehearsal. Sienna stood, brushing soil from her knees. "They know I'm here. I'm doing the vineyard's seasonal portfolio." He stopped a few feet away. Close up, she noticed how the golden hour softened what might otherwise be a stern face. Strong jawline, straight nose, eyes the colour of roast coffee beans. Daniel Carter. He extended his hand with a precision that suggested he measured each movement. Sienna Marchesi. Her hand met his, warm and calloused from years of gripping camera equipment. "Want to see how you look through my lens?" Reluctance crossed his features, but curiosity won. He nodded. Sienna pulled up the image on her camera's display. In the photo, Daniel stood with one hand in his pocket, face turned slightly toward the setting sun. The light transformed his serious expression into something wistful, almost yearning. "That's not how I see myself," he said, voice softer. "That's why we need photographers," Sienna replied. "We capture what you can't see in the mirror." A small group called from the terrace above the vineyard. "Dan, we're starting the toast." "That's my cue." He lingered a moment longer than necessary. "Are you staying for the evening tasting? The vineyard opens it to everyone on the property." Sienna hadn't planned to, but something about the way the light caught in his eyes made her reconsider. "I might. I've been told I should experience what I'm photographing. Then maybe I'll see you there." He turned to leave, then paused. "And you can keep the photo." The evening tasting was held in the vineyard's stone cellar, where hanging lights cast a warm glow over oak barrels and glasses of ruby liquid. Sienna arrived just as the sommelier began explaining the blind tasting process. "Each numbered glass contains one of our award-winning wines. Your challenge is to identify them using only your senses." Sienna found herself at a table with strangers, including Daniel, who had loosened his tie and rolled up his sleeves. The formal facade had cracked slightly, revealing something more approachable underneath. "Not a wine connoisseur?" he asked, when she sniffed a glass with theatrical exaggeration. "I know what I like when I taste it," she replied. but my expertise stops at red and white and occasionally bubbly. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. Systematic approach works better. First colour, then aroma, then where's the spontaneity in that? She cut him off, reaching for glass number 3 without looking at her tasting notes. Sometimes you have to trust your instincts. They reached for the same glass simultaneously. Their fingers brushed, then lingered. In the split second before they both pulled away, something electric passed between them. Your systematic approach is making you predictable, she teased, covering the moment with humour. And your spontaneity is making you reach for a Merlot when you clearly preferred the Cabernet. Sienna raised an eyebrow. You've been watching what I drink? I notice details, he said simply. Occupational necessity. And what occupation requires such attention? Architecture. He took a deliberate sip from his glass. I design spaces for people to inhabit. Getting the details wrong means creating a beautiful space no one wants to live in. So you build permanent structures, and I capture fleeting moments, Sienna mused. We couldn't be more different. Something unreadable crossed his face. Perhaps that's what makes this conversation interesting. As the evening progressed, they drifted away from the group, finding a quiet corner where vineyard maps hung on stone walls. Sienna learned that Daniel's firm was based in San Francisco, that he'd known the groom since college, that he lived alone in a converted industrial loft he'd designed himself. In turn, she told him about growing up in a family of academics who couldn't understand her need to wander, about the time she'd been stranded on a Greek island during a ferry strike, about the photo that had launched her career, a simple shot of her grandmother's hands kneading bread. So what brings a wandering spirit to Napa? He asked as they shared a final glass of wine. Seems too settled for someone like you. A job's a job, she answered automatically, then reconsidered. But honestly, I needed to slow down. I've been chasing light across continents for a decade. Sometimes you need to sit still and let the light find you. Daniel's eyes held hers. And has it found you? The question felt weighted with meaning she wasn't ready to examine. Sienna glanced at her watch. It's late. I should go. Early shoot tomorrow. He walked her to her rental car, their steps synchronized on the gravel path. Will you be at the wedding tomorrow? He asked. Sienna shook her head. I'll be shooting the East Vineyard at dawn, then heading back to San Francisco. The golden hour waits for no photographer. They reached her car, and an awkward moment followed. The universal uncertainty of endings between people who feel a connection, but lack context for it. It was nice meeting you, Daniel Carter. Likewise, Sienna Marchese. She drove away, watching his figure grow smaller in the rearview mirror, certain their brief intersection was complete. By morning, he would return to his structured world of straight lines and permanent foundations, while she would chase the next perfect frame of light. Neither of them could have predicted the crooked path fate had already begun drawing between them. 3 weeks later, Sienna stood in the empty canvas gallery in San Francisco's art district, directing the hanging of her latest exhibition, Transience, a collection of moments captured in golden hour light around the world. Among them a vineyard in Napa Valley, though she'd carefully excluded any photos featuring a certain architect. The lighting needs to be warmer on the vineyard series, she instructed the gallery assistant. They were shot during golden hour. I need viewers to feel that warmth. The architects handling our renovation suggested cooler tones for this wall, the assistant replied. Something about complementing the structural elements, Sienna frowned. Well, the architects aren't the artists. The work determines the lighting, not the... Actually, the architects considered the interplay between art and environment quite carefully. The voice behind her was familiar enough to raise goosebumps on her arms. Sienna turned slowly, already knowing who she'd find. Daniel Carter stood in the gallery doorway, portfolio in hand, looking as structured as she remembered. Charcoal suit, crisp white shirt, expression suggesting he'd already calculated every angle in the room. "You're the renovation architect," she stated rather than asked. "Lead on the project, yes," no surprise showed on his face. "Small world." "Or cosmic joke," Sienna muttered, then louder. "The lighting stays warm on the Vineyard series." A slight inclination of his head acknowledged her authority over her own work, though something in his eyes suggested the conversation wasn't over. The gallery assistant looked between them, sensing the tension. "I'll adjust the track lighting," she said, quickly retreating. Left alone, Sienna crossed her arms. "Did you know I'd be exhibiting here? Your name wasn't on the project brief." Daniel set his portfolio on a nearby bench. "Though I admit to being less surprised than you are." "Why is that?" "The universe has patterns. You notice them in architecture. Repeated motifs, golden ratios. People reappear in your life for reasons." Sienna nearly laughed. "That sounds suspiciously like fate for someone so structured." "I said patterns, not fate." A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "When are you leaving San Francisco?" Well, the question caught her off guard. "What makes you think I'm leaving?" "You said it yourself. You chase light across continents. San Francisco is just another stop." Something about his certainty irritated her. "Actually, I've taken a 6-month residency with the gallery, teaching master classes, curating, exhibiting my work." Now she had surprised him. The barely perceptible widening of his eyes gave him away. "6 months in one place?" he questioned. "That's practically settling down for someone like you." "Someone like me," she echoed, voice cooling. "You've spent all of 3 hours with me, Daniel. You don't know what kind of someone I am." He inclined his head, acknowledging the rebuke. "Fair enough. Perhaps we could remedy that." "Remedy what?" "The limited hours." He maintained steady eye contact. "Dinner tonight? There's an excellent restaurant near my office." "I don't do reservations and white tablecloths," she interrupted. Daniel considered this. "Then what do you do?" "I follow what looks interesting. No plans, no reservations." Something shifted in his expression, a challenge accepted. "All right, no plans. Meet me at the gallery entrance at 7. Sienna almost refused on principle, but curiosity won out. "Fine, 7 o'clock. But I'm not dressing up." "I wouldn't expect you to change who you are," he replied, gathering his portfolio. "The lighting stays warm on the Vineyard series. I'll make the adjustments in our plans." He left with measured steps, and Sienna turned back to her photographs, wondering what patterns the universe was weaving around them. At precisely 7, Daniel waited outside the gallery. He'd changed from his work suit to dark jeans and a charcoal sweater, still impeccable but less formal. Sienna arrived at 7:12, unchanged from earlier except for a vintage leather jacket thrown over her outfit. "So, where's this excellent restaurant?" she asked instead of greeting him. "I cancelled the reservation," he replied. "Tonight we follow whatever looks interesting, your rules." Surprise registered on her face. "You're willing to wander aimlessly through San Francisco?" "I wouldn't say aimlessly. I never go anywhere without knowing where I am." Sienna smiled, a real one this time. "That's not wandering, Daniel. That's just walking with extra steps." She grabbed his hand suddenly, pulling him toward the street. "Come on. First rule of wandering, move quickly when the light turns green." They spent the evening in a way Daniel had never experienced his own city. Sienna led them down alleys decorated with vivid murals, through a farmer's market closing for the evening, where they collected bread, cheese and fruit from vendors packing up, and finally to a hidden courtyard where street musicians played for scattered audiences. "This is dinner?" Daniel asked as they spread their market finds on a stone bench. "No," Sienna corrected, breaking off a piece of sourdough. "This is an experience that happens to include food." As they ate, Daniel found himself relaxing into the unplanned moment. The music, the cooling night air, the way Sienna's face animated when she talked about her work. It all created a scene he couldn't have designed, but somehow felt perfectly constructed. "You really never do this?" Sienna asked, popping a grape into her mouth. "Just exist without a schedule?" Daniel considered the question seriously. "My work requires precision. People live and work in the spaces I create. If I miscalculate a support beam by even a few inches—" "I'm not talking about your work," she interrupted gently. "I'm talking about your life." The distinction unsettled him. "They're intertwined." "They don't have to be." Sienna leaned back, studying him. What did little Daniel want to be before adults taught him to be responsible? The question transported him to a memory he rarely revisited. "I wanted to build tree houses," he admitted. "Elaborate ones with rope bridges and secret rooms. I filled sketchbooks with them." "What happened to those sketchbooks?" "My father explained that architecture was about buildings that lasted, not tree houses that rotted away." Sienna's expression softened. "Some things aren't meant to last forever, Daniel. That doesn't make them less valuable." The statement hung between them, loaded with meaning beyond childhood dreams. As the evening ended, they walked along the Embarcadero, the Bay Bridge illuminated against the night sky. Their conversation had evolved from playful banter to deeper waters, her fear of losing her edge if she stayed in one place too long, his admission that his ordered life sometimes felt like a cage he'd built himself. "I should get home," Sienna said as they reached the ferry building. "Early gallery meeting tomorrow." Daniel nodded, suddenly reluctant for the evening to end. "I'll walk you to your car." "I took the BART." "Then I'll drive you home." Sienna smiled. Trying to plan the unplannable, architect. Before he could respond, she rose on her toes and kissed his cheek, a fleeting touch that somehow felt more intimate than it should have. "Thank you for cancelling your reservation," she said softly. "Good night, Daniel." She walked away, leaving him standing alone with the sensation of her lips still warm on his skin and the unsettling feeling that something in his carefully constructed world had just shifted on its foundation. Over the following weeks, Sienna and Daniel's lives intersected in ways neither had anticipated. His firm's work on the gallery renovation meant regular site visits. Her residency meant she couldn't simply disappear when emotions grew complicated. They established an unspoken routine. He would arrive for project meetings. She would pretend not to notice until he found a reason to approach her. They would exchange barbed banter that thinly veiled a growing attraction, then part ways until circumstance brought them together again. On a foggy Tuesday morning, Daniel arrived at the gallery to find Sienna alone, reorganising her exhibition. "The contractors aren't here yet," she said without looking up from her task. "I know, I'm early." He set down his briefcase. "Need help?" Sienna glanced at him, noting his immaculate suit. "You'll get dusty." "I have other suits." The simple statement, so at odds with his careful nature, made her pause. "Well, if you insist. Hold this level while I adjust the frame." They worked in companionable silence, her artistic eye complementing his technical precision. When the last photograph hung perfectly, they stepped back to admire their work. "Why'd you rearrange them?" Daniel asked. "The narrative wasn't flowing right. A collection tells a story. The order matters." Daniel studied the photographs. "What story are these telling?" Sienna hesitated, suddenly vulnerable. "That beauty exists in impermanence, that something doesn't need to last forever to matter." Their eyes met, and the subtext hung heavy between them. "Have dinner with me again," Daniel Simple said, breaking the moment. "Somewhere real this time." "Define real." "My place. I'll cook." Sienna raised an eyebrow. "You cook?" "Architecture is just chemistry and physics with aesthetic considerations. So is cooking." She laughed, the sound echoing in the empty gallery. "All right, architect, show me your chemistry and physics." That evening, Sienna arrived at Daniel's loft in the renovated warehouse district. The space was exactly as she'd imagined. Minimalist but warm, with exposed brick, steel beams and large windows overlooking the city. What surprised her were the photographs hanging on his walls. Black and white landscapes, architectural details from around the world, all perfectly composed. "These are good," she said, examining them closely. "Who's the photographer?" "I am." Daniel handed her a glass of wine. "Another hobby my father thought impractical." Sienna turned to him, re-evaluating everything she thought she knew about Daniel Carter. "You're full of surprises." "I prefer to think I'm more complex than my suit suggests." Dinner was simple but perfect. Handmade pasta with heirloom tomatoes, fresh herbs from his rooftop garden, bread still warm from the oven. They ate at his balcony table as lights blinked on across the city and fog rolled in from the bay. "Why architecture?" Sienna asked as they finished the wine. "If you love photography too?" Daniel considered his answer carefully. "I believe in creating spaces that last. Photography captures what's already disappearing. I wanted to build what remains." "There's nobility in capturing the fleeting," Sienna countered, "in reminding people to appreciate what won't endure. Is that why you never stay in one place? Because you don't believe anything endures?" The question hit a nerve Sienna hadn't known was exposed. "I stay in motion because that's where I find truth. The moment you settle, you start building illusions of permanence." "And what's wrong with permanence?" Daniel's voice remained gentle despite the challenge in his words. "Nothing, if it's honest. But most permanence is a comforting lie we tell ourselves." Daniel set down his glass. "Is that what you think I'm doing? Lying to myself? I think you've built a life around the idea that control equals safety. That if you design everything perfectly, nothing can hurt you." His expression tightened. "And you're different? Always ready to leave before anything gets too real?" The accuracy of his observation stung. Sienna stood, suddenly needing space. Maybe this was a mistake. The dinner or the conversation? Both. Neither. She ran a hand through her hair in frustration. "I don't know how to do this, Daniel." "Do what?" "This. Whatever's happening between us, it doesn't fit any pattern I recognize." Daniel rose, moving closer but not touching him. "Maybe that's the point. Maybe we're building something new." The word building hung between them. His verb, not hers. Sienna fought the urge to run. "I have an assignment," she said abruptly. 3 days in Big Sur shooting coastal landscapes for a conservation magazine." Daniel absorbed this information, his face unreadable. "When do you leave?" "Tomorrow morning." He nodded once, processing. Then, surprising her, he asked, "Do you want come?" The question was so unexpected that Sienna could only stare. "You want to come to Big Sur? What about work?" "I have accumulated vacation days. 3 years' worth, according to my assistant." "You'd take unplanned time off, just like that?" A smile touched his lips. "Not just like that. For you." The simple honesty of his statement disarmed her completely. This man who measured twice and cut once, who calculated load-bearing capacities and stress tolerances, was offering to step into her unpredictable world without blueprints. "It won't be luxury accommodations," she warned. "I booked a cabin, 1 bedroom." His eyes held hers steadily. "I'm not concerned about the accommodations." The weight of what they weren't saying filled the space between them. Sienna took a deep breath. "Pack light. We leave at dawn." The drive down the coast the next morning was a study in contrasts. Sienna drove with the windows down, music loud, changing stations whenever a song bored her. Daniel sat beside her, jacket folded neatly on the back seat, gradually surrendering to the chaos of her road trip style. The cabin, perched on a cliff overlooking the Pacific, was rustic but charming, all weathered wood and panoramic views. While Sienna immediately unpacked her camera equipment, Daniel explored the space. his architect's eye noting the clever use of natural light, the way the structure seemed to grow from the landscape rather than impose upon it. "It's beautiful," he admitted, joining her on the deck where she was already photographing the sunset, though the support beams in the main room show concerning wear. Sienna lowered her camera to look at him. "Always the architect. Some habits are hard to break. And some shouldn't be broken," she conceded. "Your attention to detail is part of who you are." He moved closer, carefully not touching her equipment. "And your ability to find beauty in chaos is part of who you are." The setting sun bathed them in golden light as they stood side by side, watching waves crash against the cliffs below. Something had shifted between them, a mutual recognition that their differences weren't flaws but facets of a complex whole. That night, after a simple dinner, they sat before the fireplace sharing stories that had shaped them. Her parents' academic disappointment when she chose art school over university, his mother's death when he was 12, which had taught him the fragility of life, and his father's response to control what could be controlled. "Is that why you need everything in its place?" Sienna asked softly. "Because you learned early that chaos brings pain." Daniel stared into the fire. "Perhaps, or perhaps I simply find beauty in order, the way you find it in spontaneity." "They're not mutually exclusive," she mused. "Order and chaos, structure and freedom." "No," he agreed, finally meeting her eyes. "They're not." The moment stretched between them, taut with possibility. When he finally leaned forward to kiss her, it felt inevitable, like gravity, like tide pulled by moon, like all the forces of nature they'd both spent their lives documenting and designing around. Later, as moonlight filtered through the cabin windows, Sienna traced the line of Daniel's shoulder with her fingertip. "What are we doing?" she whispered. He caught her hand, bringing it to his lips. "I don't know, but I'm not sorry." "Neither am I." She nestled closer. "But I leave for Tokyo in 3 months. The Iwata Gallery wants an exhibition." Daniel was quiet for a long moment. 3 months is a lifetime in the right company. The statement was so unlike him, so unburdened by plans and calculations, that Sienna felt something crack open inside her chest. "Who are you, Daniel Carter?" He smiled in the darkness, someone who's learning that foundations can be strong without being rigid. The following weeks unfolded like a dream sequence. Daniel's ordered world blending with Sienna's spontaneity to create something neither had experienced before. She taught him to shoot in manual mode with her spare camera. He showed her structural sketches of buildings that had never been built. They spent weekends exploring hidden corners of Northern California and weeknights at gallery events or quiet dinners in his loft. For the first time in her adult life, Sienna found herself thinking of a place as home, not because of its geography, but because of the person who waited for her there. And Daniel, who had measured his life in completed projects and 5-year plans, discovered the exhilaration of unplanned days that somehow never felt wasted. But as autumn deepened toward winter, reality began its inevitable intrusion. "The Tokyo exhibition is confirmed for February," Sienna told him one evening, as they sat on his rooftop garden. 3 months, starting with the installation in January. Daniel continued watering his herbs, face carefully neutral. 3 months is manageable. I have a conference in Osaka in March. We could meet there." The practical response should have comforted her. Instead, it raised a question Sienna had been avoiding. What happened when the conference ended, when the exhibition closed? Were they planning a life of airport reunions and video calls across time zones? "Daniel," she waited until he looked at her. "What are we doing?" He set down the watering can. "Building something day by day. But what happens when the building is complete?" A shadow crossed his face. "Is that how you see us, with an expiration date?" "Everything has an expiration date. That's reality." That's fear talking, Daniel countered, his voice gentle but firm. Not reality. Sienna stood, suddenly restless. My career requires mobility. Yours requires stability. Those aren't compatible long term. They could be with compromise. The word hung between them, loaded with implications neither was ready to articulate. Before they could continue, Daniel's phone rang, his assistant calling about an emergency at a project site. The conversation was postponed, but the questions remained, settling into the spaces between them like dust on unused furniture. 2 days later, as Sienna was reviewing prints for her Tokyo exhibition, her gallery liaison approached with an envelope. Special delivery, the woman said, handing it to Sienna, from Emerson Wade. Sienna's hands froze on the envelope. Emerson Wade was the editor of Geographic Eye, the world's most prestigious documentary photography magazine. She opened it with trembling fingers. Inside was a letter offering her a position as their global features photographer, a dream assignment that would take her to conflict zones, environmental crisis points, and cultural revolutions around the world. A 2-year contract, starting in 1 month. When Daniel arrived at her apartment that evening, he found her surrounded by old portfolios and tear sheets, a half-packed suitcase open on the floor. What's happening? He asked, taking in the scene. Wordlessly, Sienna handed him the letter. He read it carefully, his expression unchanging. 2 years, he finally said, returning the letter. Congratulations, this is what you've worked for. Yes. Her voice sounded hollow even to her own ears. When would you leave? December 15th. Training in New York, then straight to Venezuela for the first assignment. Daniel nodded once, processing. That's 3 weeks from now. Yes. He looked around at the partially dismantled apartment, understanding dawning in his eyes. You've already decided to take it. It wasn't a question, but Sienna answered anyway. It's Geographic Eye, Daniel. It's everything I've worked towards since I picked up a camera. I understand. His voice was steady, but something had gone still in his face. What can I do to help? The question undid her completely. Not argument, not emotional appeal, just simple support, even as she prepared to leave him behind. Daniel, she moved toward him, but he took a small step back. I think we both need time to process this. His architect's mask was firmly in place now. I have meetings tomorrow. Can we talk the day after? Sienna nodded, fighting the urge to bridge the physical distance between them. Of course. He left without touching her, his footsteps measured and even on the stairs. Sienna sat among the scattered evidence of her nomadic life, feeling for the first time that the freedom she'd cultivated might actually be another kind of cage. Daniel didn't call the next day or the day after. When Sienna finally reached him at his office, his assistant informed her that he'd flown to Chicago for an emergency client meeting. The pattern repeated for a week. Brief, polite texts explaining his unavailability, always with legitimate reasons that nonetheless formed an impenetrable barrier. 10 days after she'd received the letter, with her departure date looming, Sienna made a decision. She took a taxi to his loft, used the key he'd given her months earlier, and waited. It was past midnight when Daniel finally returned home, looking exhausted. He stopped short at the sight of her sitting on his couch. Sienna, her name sounded rough in his throat. I didn't know you were coming. Clearly, she stood studying the man who'd somehow become essential to her. You've been avoiding me. I've been working. The defense sounded weak even to his ears. You've been hiding, she corrected gently, and I understand why. Daniel set down his briefcase, removing his jacket with careful movements. Do you? You're protecting yourself. Building walls before I can leave you. He looked at her then, really looked at her, his composure finally cracking. What would you have me do, Sienna? Beg you to stay? Ask you to choose between me and the career you've worked toward your entire adult life? No, she said quietly. I'd never ask you to give up architecture for me. I wouldn't expect you to ask me to give up photography for you. Then we've reached an impasse. Have we? Sienna moved closer. Or have we just failed to imagine an alternative design? Something flickered in his eyes. Hope, perhaps, or at least willingness to listen. I'm taking the geographic eye position, she continued. It's 2 years, and yes, I'll be travelling constantly, but that doesn't mean we have to end. Daniel's laugh held no humour. Long distance for 2 years, with your schedule, mine. It won't be easy, she admitted, but nothing worthwhile ever is. And after the 2 years, what then? Another assignment in another part of the world? The question hit the heart of their dilemma, not just the immediate separation, but the fundamental difference in how they viewed life. Home for him was a physical place with foundations. For her, it had always been wherever her camera led. Until now. I don't know what happens after 2 years, Sienna admitted. But I know that for the first time in my life I'm scared of leaving somewhere. Someone! She reached for his hand, relieved when he didn't pull away. I'm not asking you to wait for me, Daniel. I'm asking if we can find out what this is without sacrificing who we are. Daniel looked down at their joined hands, the architect in him calculating structural integrity, stress points, the mathematics of a relationship stretched across continents. I need time to think, he finally said. Not to avoid you, but to actually think this through. Sienna nodded, releasing his hand. I understand. I'll be at the gallery tomorrow, finalising shipments for Tokyo. She moved toward the door, then turned back. For what it's worth, I never expected you. You weren't in any plan I made. Nor you in mine, Daniel replied softly. Perhaps that's why this matters so much. December arrived with unrelenting rain, turning San Francisco's hills into glistening rivers and the sky into a uniform grey that made Sienna's photographer's heart ache for contrast. 5 days before her scheduled departure for New York, she stood in the empty gallery where her exhibition had been, watching workers crate the last photographs for shipment to Tokyo. The renovation Daniel's firm had designed was nearly complete. New lighting that respected the artwork, expanded walls that created better flow, a central skylight that would bathe the main gallery in natural illumination. His vision realised in physical space, even as the architect himself had been absent for days. Miss Marchese, the gallery director, approached. There was someone asking for you at reception. Hope flared briefly, then died when a courier appeared instead, holding a small package. Delivery for Sienna Marchese. The box contained a leather-bound book with no note. Opening it, Sienna found photographs. Daniel's photographs, spanning years. Shots of buildings he'd designed, architectural details from his travels, and mixed among them newer images. Her profile against a Big Sur sunset, her hands adjusting a camera lens, her silhouette in his loft doorway. The final page held a single image, the candid shot she'd taken of him in the vineyard during golden hour, their very first meeting. Beneath it, in architect's precise handwriting, the Napa Valley Vineyard, 7:15 p.m, September 12th. The moment my foundation shifted. With trembling fingers, Sienna turned to the book's last page, where she found not a photograph but a detailed architectural drawing, a treehouse elaborate enough for adults, with rope bridges and secret rooms perched in ancient redwoods. In the corner, GPS coordinates she recognised. Big Sur. Her phone rang. Daniel's name appeared on the screen. You built it, she said instead of hello, her voice barely steady. I broke ground 2 weeks ago. His voice sounded different, lighter somehow. It won't be finished for months, but the foundation is solid. Daniel, let me finish. A deep breath. I've taken a sabbatical from the firm, 1 year, possibly 2. I'll oversee current projects remotely, consult on new ones as needed. Sienna sank onto a nearby bench, mind racing. What are you saying? I'm saying I've arranged my life to be more portable. I'll never be as free as you, but I don't need to be anchored to one city anymore. Technology makes it possible to design from anywhere. And the treehouse? A compromise, something permanent but inherently connected to nature. Somewhere we could return to between your assignments. Tears blurred her vision. You hate travel, you hate unpredictability. I don't hate it, he corrected gently. I just never saw its value until you. I'm not suggesting I follow you everywhere. You need your space, your freedom. But maybe we meet in the middle. 2 weeks in Venezuela, then a month in Big Sur. 3 weeks in Ukraine, then time together in Paris. The proposal was so unexpected, so unlike the rigid man she'd met in the vineyard, that Sienna couldn't immediately respond. "Where are you?" she finally managed. "Look up." Sienna raised her eyes to the gallery's entrance. Daniel stood in the doorway, phone still at his ear, watching her with an expression of such vulnerable hope that it stole her breath. "I can't ask you to change your entire life for me," she said, both into the phone and to the man now walking toward her. "You didn't ask," I offered. He stopped a few feet away, lowering his phone. "I've spent my life building structures that will outlast me, believing that was the only kind of permanence that mattered. You showed me there's permanence in fleeting moments too, if they're captured properly." He closed the distance between them, taking her hands. "I don't want to be the reason you stay, Sienna. I want to be the reason you always have somewhere to return to." "And if it doesn't work," she whispered, "if the distance is too much, then we'll have tried something extraordinary." His thumbs traced circles on her palms. "I'm an architect. I understand that sometimes the most beautiful structures require the biggest risks." Sienna looked into the eyes of this man who had reconstructed his entire worldview to accommodate her within it, and felt something settle in her chest. Not the weight of commitment, but the lightness of possibility. "When do we start?" she asked. His smile was like the first time she'd photographed him, illuminated by golden light, revealing the person behind the careful facade. "We already have." 3 months later, Sienna stood in a downpour outside a small cafe in Caracas, photographing children dancing in puddles after 6 weeks of drought. Her satellite phone buzzed with a message, a photograph of the treehouse now with walls and windows surrounded by towering redwoods. The caption read, "Home takes shape, as do I." She sent back an image she'd captured that morning, dawn breaking over the mountains, the first rays of sun turning raindrops into suspended gold. Beauty in transition, like us. That night, as she uploaded her day's work, Sienna opened the leather portfolio Daniel had given her. Behind the photographs, she found a sheet of his precise architectural graph paper where he'd written, "Conventional wisdom says a building cannot be both rooted and mobile, both structured and free. Conventional wisdom has not met us. We are building something unprecedented, a love that neither constrains nor abandons. You chase light across continents. I create spaces that hold it. Together, we've designed something that honours both. See you in the golden hour." Sienna touched the words, feeling the indentations his pen had made on the paper. Then she reached for her camera and photographed the note in the warm light of her temporary home, capturing the moment when she finally understood that love wasn't about staying or leaving. It was about finding someone who made every place feel like exactly where you were meant to be. 6 different cities, 4 continents, and countless photographs later, Sienna returned to the Napa Valley vineyard where it had all begun. Daniel waited among the vines, just as he had that first evening, except now he welcomed her with the ease of someone who understood that her wandering always led back to him. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, bathing everything in amber light, he handed her a small wooden box crafted from the same redwood as their treehouse. "What's this?" she asked, turning it in her hands. "Open it and see." Inside lay a simple gold band, designed to nest against her camera equipment without snagging. "This isn't about keeping you in one place. Daniel said before she could speak. It's about acknowledging that wherever we are, together or apart, we're building this connection that defies conventional architecture. Sienna looked from the ring to the man offering it, this person who had learned to find beauty in impermanence just as she had learned to value foundations. "Ask me," she whispered. Daniel took the ring, his architect's hand steady, even as his voice wavered. "Sienna Marchesi, will you marry me, not to change who we are, but to celebrate what we've become together?" She nodded, words momentarily beyond her. As he slipped the ring onto her finger, the golden hour light caught the metal, sending prisms dancing across their skin. "Perfect timing," she finally said. Daniel smiled, understanding completely. "I've learned from the best." Later, as they walked through the vineyard where they'd first met, Sienna raised her camera to capture his profile against the sunset. The structured man who had learned to embrace uncertainty, the architect who had redesigned his life to include spontaneity alongside precision. What will we tell people when they ask how we make it work, she wondered, reviewing the image on her screen. Daniel considered the question with his characteristic thoughtfulness. That love isn't about choosing between roots and wings, it's about finding someone who gives you both. As the last light of day painted the sky in impossible colours, Sienna and Daniel stood between vineyard rows where they'd once been strangers. Now they were something else entirely, two people who had discovered that the most enduring structures are sometimes built in the most fleeting moments, captured forever in the golden hour light. Maya Castillo's heels clicked against the polished marble of Wexler & Associates' lobby, the sound echoing in the empty space. It was nearly midnight, but the weight of expectation kept her tethered to her desk long after her colleagues had gone home. 36 hours until the Donovan presentation, her chance to prove she deserved the associate partnership that had eluded attorneys twice her age. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead as she gathered her files, her reflection fragmented in the glass walls surrounding her. At 27, she had sacrificed everything for this career. Relationships, sleep, even the small pleasures that made life bearable. But it would be worth it. It had to be. Her gaslight blinked angrily as she merged onto the freeway. A detour sign redirected her through an unfamiliar part of East Los Angeles, streets she normally avoided. Maya gripped the steering wheel tighter, anxiety crawling up her spine as she pulled into the only gas station for miles. The place was a relic from another era. Neon signs buzzing with electrical imperfections, concrete stained with decades of motor oil. As she stepped out of her pristine BMW, Maya felt immediately out of place in her tailored suit and $100 blouse. "You lost?" The voice came from behind her. Maya turned to find a man leaning against a matte black Dodge Challenger, arms crossed over his chest. He wore faded jeans and a white t-shirt that did little to conceal the intricate tattoos winding up his forearms. His dark hair was pulled back in a messy knot, and there was a smudge of grease across his jawline. "I'm perfectly fine, thank you," she replied curtly, turning back to the pump. "Your gas cap is on the other side," he said, amusement lacing his voice. Maya closed her eyes, exhaling slowly before pulling back into her car and repositioning it. When she stepped out again, the man was still watching her, the ghost of a smile playing on his lips. "Rough day?" he asked. "Rough life," she muttered, immediately regretting the uncharacteristic honesty. "I'm Ronan," he offered, extending a hand that bore the calluses and tiny scars of someone who worked with machinery. "Maya," she replied, briefly taking his hand, surprised by the warmth that travelled up her arm at the contact. The relative quiet was suddenly shattered by the arrival of 3 heavily modified cars, their engines reverberating through the night air. The drivers, 2 men and a woman, nodded at Ronan with a familiarity that spoke of shared history. "Tonight's the night, Hayes," called one of them, a lanky man with a sleeve of neon-coloured tattoos. "King's putting up 10 grand, you in or you scared?" Maya watched as something shifted in Ronan's expression, a flash of intensity that transformed his casual demeanour into something electric. "Wouldn't miss it," Ronan replied, his voice carrying an undercurrent of tension. He turned to Maya. "You ever see a real street race?" "Not the Hollywood version, the real thing." "No, and I don't plan to," she answered, replacing the gas cap and reaching for her receipt. "Some of us have responsibilities." Ronan laughed, the sound unexpectedly rich. "And some of us have lives. When was the last time you felt something genuine, Maya? Not planned, not calculated, just real." The question struck a nerve, exposing a truth she'd buried beneath billable hours and career aspirations. When was the last time? "That's what I thought," Ronan said, reading her silence. "One night, one race. What's the worst that could happen?" "I could witness an illegal activity, be disbarred and throw away 7 years of education," she countered. "Or you could remember what it feels like to be alive." His eyes, a startling shade of green that reminded her of summer storms, held hers. Sometimes the biggest risk is playing it safe your whole life. Maya should have walked away, should have gotten into her car and driven back to her sterile apartment with its untouched furniture and empty refrigerator, should have reviewed her notes for tomorrow's deposition and fallen asleep to the sound of legal podcasts. Instead, she heard herself say, "If you get arrested, I'm not representing you." Ronan's smile widened, revealing a chipped front tooth that somehow added to rather than detracted from his appeal. Noted counsellor. And just like that, Maya Castillo, who had never so much as jaywalked, found herself climbing into the passenger seat of a stranger's car, the smell of leather and motor oil filling her lungs as they pulled away from the safety of the gas station's fluorescent lights and into the neon-drenched unknown. The interior of Ronan's Challenger was surprisingly immaculate, a stark contrast to his dishevelled appearance. Every gauge and button gleamed with meticulous care, and the engine purred with a disciplined power that spoke of hundreds of hours of tuning and refinement. "You're surprised," Ronan observed, navigating through streets that grew increasingly narrow and industrial. "That your car isn't a rolling trash can." "A little," Maya admitted. "You can tell a lot about a person by how they treat their machine," he said, downshifting with practiced ease as they approached a red light. "It's the one thing in life you can completely control, every response, every movement, every outcome." Maya glanced at him, surprised by the philosophy. "Sounds a lot like the law." Ronan's laugh was short. "Except the law isn't honest. Cars are. They don't care who you are or where you come from. They respond to respect and attention to detail. Nothing more, nothing less." They pulled into what appeared to be an abandoned warehouse district. Despite the dilapidated exteriors, the place was alive with activity. Dozens of cars lined up, their polished bodies reflecting the improvised lights strung between buildings. People milled about, a diverse crowd united by an electric anticipation that hung in the air like static. "Welcome to the real Los Angeles," Ronan said, parking alongside vehicles that collectively represented millions in modifications and engineering. As they stepped out, Maya felt immediately conspicuous in her business attire. Eyes turned toward her, curious and calculating. A woman with silver hair and full-sleeve tattoos approached, eyeing Maya with undisguised suspicion. "You bringing cops now, Hayes?" she asked, her tone casual but her eyes sharp. "She's with me, Vex," Ronan replied, his hand finding the small of Maya's back in a gesture that was both protective and possessive. "Maya, this is Vex, best fabricator in the city, and the only person I'd trust to build a roll cage." "Charmed," Maya managed, extending a hand that Vex reluctantly shook. "A lawyer, huh?" Vex said, glancing at Ronan with raised eyebrows. "Living dangerously, Romeo." Before Maya could ask how Vex knew her profession, a tall man with close-cropped hair and an air of dangerous authority approached. The crowd parted for him, conversations dimming to whispers. "That's Axel King," Ronan murmured. "Local legend and complete psychopath. He's why we're here tonight." King stopped before them, his gaze dismissing Maya entirely as he focused on Ronan. "Hayes, didn't think you'd show after what happened in Long Beach." "Wouldn't miss it," Ronan replied, his casual tone belied by the tension in his shoulders. "10 grand, quarter mile, no restrictions," King said, "unless you're not up for it." "I'm up for it," Ronan replied evenly. "Let's make it interesting. If I win, you forgive Decker's debt." King's eyes narrowed. "And if I win?" "You get the challenger. Title and keys, no questions asked." Maya stiffened beside him. The car wasn't just transportation, it was clearly Ronan's livelihood, his passion. Betting it was like an artist wagering their hands. "Deal," King said with a predatory smile. 10 minutes. As he walked away, Maya turned to Ronan. "Are you insane? That car is your—" "It's just a car," Ronan interrupted, though the tightness around his eyes suggested otherwise. "Decker's my friend, and King will destroy him over a $5,000 loan. Some things matter more than metal and engines." Before Maya could respond, they were swept into the preparations for the race. Ronan handed her his phone and wallet, their fingers brushing in a contact that sent an inexplicable current through her. "For safekeeping," he explained, his voice softer than before, "in case things go sideways." "That's not reassuring," Maya replied, clutching the items as the implications of what was about to happen settled over her. This wasn't just illegal, it was dangerous. People died in these races. The cars lined up, Ronan's Challenger against King's modified Nissan GT-R, a vehicle that looked more weapon than transportation. Drivers took their positions, engines growling like caged predators. The crowd formed a corridor, and at the centre stood a woman with a flare in each hand. "If the cops show, run for the east exit," Vex instructed Maya, materialising beside her. "And stay close to me. Some of these people would love to get their hands on a pretty lawyer like you." The flares ignited, casting the woman's face in an eerie red glow. She raised her arms, and the engines roared in response, drowning out all other sound. Maya's heart hammered against her ribs as the flares dropped, and the cars launched forward with such violence that her breath caught in her throat. What followed was a blur of sound and light. Screaming engines, squealing tyres, the flash of headlights as the vehicles reached impossible speeds down the improvised track. The crowd surged forward, following the race to its conclusion, carrying Maya along like a leaf in a current. By the time she pushed through to the finish line, it was over. Ronan stood beside his car, face flushed with victory, as King slammed his door in undisguised fury. The crowd erupted, money changing hands as bets were settled. "You did it," Maya breathed as she reached him, surprised by the relief flooding through her. "Did you doubt me, counsellor?" Ronan asked, his smile genuine for the first time that night. "Completely," she admitted, returning his grin. The celebration was cut short by the distant wail of sirens. The crowd scattered instantly, a well-rehearsed evacuation that spoke of frequent police intervention. "Time to go," Ronan said, grabbing her hand and pulling her toward the Challenger. Maya found herself laughing as they peeled away from the scene, the adrenaline of the moment overriding her usual caution. They drove in companionable scent until the city fell away, replaced by winding roads that climbed into the hills overlooking Los Angeles. Ronan finally pulled over at a secluded viewpoint. The city sprawled below them like a circuit board of light. "What did you think?" he asked as they leaned against the hood of his car, the cooling engine ticking beneath the metal. I think you're all going to end up in prison or the morgue, Maya replied honestly. Probably, Ronan agreed with a surprising lack of concern. But at least we'll have lived before we get there. His words hung between them, an indictment of the safe, controlled existence she had constructed. Why did you bring me here? She asked finally. Because you look like someone who needed to remember what it feels like to not know what comes next, Ronan said, his gaze fixed on the horizon. To feel something without analysing it first. In the dim light, with the city glittering below and the stars scattered above, Maya felt a dangerous shift in her carefully ordered world. This man, this stranger with his philosophical observations and reckless decisions, had seen through her in a way that was both terrifying and exhilarating. I should go home, she said, the words lacking conviction even to her own ears. Should and want are different things, Ronan observed, turning to face her. What do you want, Maya Castillo? The question hung between them, loaded with possibilities. What did she want? Not just in this poem, but in the life stretching before her, a life suddenly revealed as a series of safe choices leading to a predetermined outcome. I want, she began, the words sticking in her throat. I want to feel like this isn't a mistake. Ronan's smile was slow, understanding. The best things in life usually start as mistakes. When he kissed her, it wasn't gentle or hesitant. It was like the race, fast, intense, full of risk and reward. Maya found herself responding with an abandon that should have frightened her, her hands tangling in his hair as the night air cooled her heated skin. Later, as he drove her back to her car, reality began to reassert itself. This had been an aberration, a momentary escape from the pressures of her real life. Nothing more. This was, she started as they pulled up beside her BMW. A moment, Ronan finished for her, no trace of resentment in his voice. A night you needed, but nothing more. Maya nodded, relieved by his understanding, yet inexplicably disappointed. Thank you, she said, the words inadequate for the strange gift he'd given her. A few hours of freedom from her own expectations. Ronan didn't push. He just smiled that crooked smile that did something unusual to her equilibrium. I'll see you around, lawyer. As Maya drove home, the taste of him still on her lips, she told herself it was over. An impulsive decision never to be repeated. By tomorrow it would feel like a dream, hazy and distant. But as she crawled into bed, the horizon already lightening with dawn, she knew with a certainty that terrified her. Nothing would ever be the same again. 3 days passed in a blur of depositions and client meetings. Maya moved through them with mechanical precision, her mind occasionally drifting to the memory of engine roars and a chip-toothed smile. By the 4th day, she had almost convinced herself it had been a stress-induced hallucination. Earth to Maya, said Jerome, her paralegal, waving a hand before her face. The Mitchell files? You asked for them an hour ago. Right, sorry, Maya said, accepting the stack of documents. Late night. All your nights are late, Jerome observed, perching on the edge of her desk. But you're usually laser-focused. What gives? Nothing, Maya replied too quickly. Just the Donovan presentation. It's a big opportunity. Jerome studied her with the perceptive eye of someone who had worked alongside her for 3 years. This isn't about work. You've got that look. What look? The I did something I'm not supposed to talk about look. Last time I saw it was when Gabriella from accounting installed dating apps on your phone at the Christmas party. Maya's phone chimed with a notification, cutting short her denial. An unknown number had sent a simple message. Same time, same place me. Ah. Her heart performed an acrobatic manoeuvre that had nothing to do with arrhythmia. How had he gotten her number? Then she remembered. Her contact information was on the business cards in her wallet. He must have taken one when she wasn't looking. That's definitely not a work message, Jerome noted, observing the colour rising in her cheeks. Who's R? No one, Maya insisted, tucking her phone away. A Potential client. Uh-huh, Jerome said, clearly unconvinced. Well, your potential client just made you blush for the first time since I've known you. Might be worth exploring that retainer. After he left, Maya stared at the message. The responsible thing would be to delete it, forget it ever happened, focus on the partnership that was finally within reach. Instead, she found herself typing, "Can't tonight, working late." The response came almost immediately. "Work will still be there tomorrow. Freedom has an expiration date." Maya smiled despite herself. Are you always this philosophical? Only when trying to convince beautiful lawyers to make bad decisions. She shouldn't respond, shouldn't encourage whatever this was, and yet she typed, "The Bartlett Gala. Tomorrow night. I need a +1 who can behave for a few hours." There was a longer pause before his reply. "Behaving isn't my specialty, but I can make an exception. Address?" Maya sent her apartment details before she could reconsider, already wondering if she'd lost her mind. Bringing a street racer to a gala filled with judges, prosecutors and law firm partners was career suicide. And yet the thought of seeing Ronan again, of introducing this chaotic element into her structured world, sent a thrill through her that she couldn't ignore. The next evening, Maya scrutinized her reflection with unusual care. The black dress was conservative enough for the professional setting, but fell in a way that accentuated curves usually hidden beneath tailored suits. Her dark hair cascaded past her shoulders instead of being pulled into its usual severe knot. At precisely 7, her doorbell rang. Maya took a steadying breath before opening it, prepared for the leather jacket and messy bun. What she found instead left her momentarily speechless. Ronan stood before her in a perfectly tailored charcoal suit, his hair neatly styled, face clean-shaven. The only hints of his usual self were the tattoos peeking from beneath his cuffs and the mischievous glint in his eyes. "You look surprised again," he noted, his gaze travelling over her with an appreciation that made her skin warm. "I was expecting more grease," Maya admitted, stepping aside to let him enter. "I clean up when the occasion demands it," Ronan replied, handing her a small box. "For you." Inside was a corsage of deep blue orchids that complemented her dress perfectly. "How did you—" "I may have bribed your doorman for details," he admitted, without a trace of remorse. "He was very helpful once I convinced him I wasn't a stalker." "Just a criminal," Maya said lightly, allowing him to slip the corsage onto her wrist. "Alleged criminal," Ronan corrected, his fingers lingering on the inside of her wrist where her pulse betrayed her composure. No convictions yet. The drive to the gala was filled with a tension that had nothing to do with the upcoming social navigation and everything to do with the man beside her. Maya found herself stealing glances at his profile, trying to reconcile this polished version with the grease-smudged mechanic from the gas station. "How do you know how to tie a Windsor knot?" she asked finally. Ronan smiled, keeping his eyes on the road. "My father insisted all his sons learn. Said you never know when you'll need to look respectable." "And your father is—" "Deceased," Ronan replied, the word clipped. "Heart attack 6 years ago. My mother remarried and moved to Switzerland." "I'm sorry," Maya said, sensing the complex emotions beneath the simple statement. "Don't be. We weren't close," Ronan said, his tone lightening as they pulled up to the hotel. "So, what's my cover story? Ex-convict turned paralegal? Professional escort, long-lost cousin twice removed." "How about we stick as close to the truth as possible?" Maya suggested. "You're a mechanical engineer I met recently." "Boring but plausible," Ronan agreed as the valet opened her door. "I'll try not to mention the illegal racing and near arrests." The Bartlett Gala was held in the grand ballroom of the Alexandria Hotel, a space dripping with old-world elegance. Crystal chandeliers cast prismatic light over marble floors, and the state's legal elite mingled in expensive formal wear, their laughter carrying the practiced cadence of people accustomed to performative social interactions. Impressive crowd, Ronan murmured, as they accepted champagne flutes from a passing waiter. So these are the people who decide who goes to prison. Some of them, Maya confirmed, already scanning the room for her colleagues. Others just make obscene amounts of money interpreting laws written by people who don't understand them. And that's your aspiration? Ronan asked, genuine curiosity in his voice. Before Maya could respond, a hand clasped her shoulder. Maya Castillo, boomed the voice of Judge Raymond Holbrook, a man known for his harsh sentences and harsher opinions. Your opening statement in the Westlake case was magnificent, had Prosecutor Simmons sweating through his shirt. Thank you, Your Honour, Maya replied with practised humility. This is my friend Ronan Hayes. The judge extended a hand which Ronan shook with perfect poise. Hayes? Any relation to Edward Hayes of Hayes Automotive? Maya glanced sharply at Ronan, whose expression revealed nothing beyond polite interest. My grandfather, sir. Fantastic man, the judge continued. Revolutionized American muscle cars in the 70s. Your father must be Christopher then. Shame about his passing. Brilliant engineer. You knew my father? Ronan asked, his casual tone belied by the tension in his shoulders. Served on several charitable boards with him, the judge confirmed. Your family's contributions to the Children's Hospital wing were most generous. Are you following in the family tradition? In my own way, Ronan replied diplomatically. As the judge moved on to greet other guests, Maya turned to Ronan with wide eyes. Hayes Automotive, the luxury car empire? That Hayes, Ronan took a long sip of his champagne. It's not something I advertise. So all that talk about not having advantages was true, Ronan interrupted, his voice low but intense. I walked away from that life. Haven't taken a dime from the family trust since I was 22. Why? Maya asked, genuinely confused. The Hayes fortune was estimated in the billions, their custom vehicles the choice of celebrities and royal families worldwide. Because it came with conditions I couldn't live with, Ronan replied, his gaze sweeping the room. A predetermined path, expectations, board meetings, and shareholder concerns. Sound familiar? The parallel to her own life wasn't lost on Maya. Before she could respond, her boss materialized beside them, his smile not reaching his eyes. Maya, a word. Gregory Wexler didn't wait for a response before steering her away from Ronan, his grip on her elbow just shy of painful. What are you thinking bringing him here? He's a family friend, Maya lied smoothly. Is there a problem? The problem is that you're up for the Donovan case. A senator campaigning on a platform that includes cracking down on illegal street racing, Wexler hissed. And you're parading around with Ronan Hayes, who's been arrested 3 times for exactly that. Do you think the legal community doesn't gossip? Maya's stomach dropped. You've done research on him? The moment I saw him with you, Wexler confirmed. His family may have influence, but he's a liability. End this, whatever it is, or you can forget about the partnership. As Wexler strode away, Maya felt as though the floor had tilted beneath her. Everything she'd worked for was suddenly at risk, and for what? A man she barely knew, whose world was the antithesis of everything she had built her life around. Maya turned to find Ronan watching her, understanding in his eyes. Without a word, he offered his arm, leading her through the crowd and onto the terrace where the cool night air offered temporary reprieve from the suffocating atmosphere inside. Your boss seems charming, Ronan said dryly, loosening his tie. He says I should stay away from you, Maya replied, deciding honesty was the simplest approach. Smart man, Ronan agreed unexpectedly. I'm definitely bad for your career trajectory. Is that all you have to say? Maya asked, surprised by his calm acceptance. What do you want me to say? That he's wrong? He's not. Ronan leaned against the balustrade, the city lights reflecting in his eyes. I am a liability to someone like you. I have arrests on my record. I race illegally. I fix cars under the table for people who can't afford legitimate shops. Then why did you agree to come tonight? Maya demanded, frustration rising. Because I wanted to see your world, Ronan replied simply. Wanted to understand what keeps you so tightly wound, what makes you afraid to live beyond the lines. The assessment stung precisely because it contained truth. Maya had spent her entire adult life constructing a persona of control and ambition, sacrificing spontaneity and joy in pursuit of a goal that kept shifting just beyond her reach. You don't know me, she said, the words lacking conviction. I know enough, Ronan countered. I know you were the first person in your family to go to college. I know you worked through law school and graduated with honours despite holding down 2 jobs. I know you haven't taken a vacation in 3 years because you're afraid someone will take your place while you're gone. Maya stared at him. How could you possibly? I have a cousin who works in admissions at UCLA Law, Ronan explained with a shrug. And Google exists. You're not the only one who can do research. So we've been investigating each other, Maya said, unsure whether to be flattered or disturbed. I was curious about the woman who got into my car despite every instinct telling her not to, Ronan admitted. The woman who looked at street racing and saw something beyond criminals and chaos. What did I see? Maya asked, genuinely curious about his perception. Freedom, Ronan said simply. The thing you want most and fear most at the same time. The words settled over her with the weight of undeniable truth. For a long moment they stood in silence, the sounds of the gala muted behind them. I should go back inside, Maya said finally, though everything in her wanted to stay in this moment, suspended between worlds. Ronan suggested, a familiar mischief returning to his expression, you could come with me. Where? To see how the other half lives, he replied, extending his hand. No races this time, something different. Maya knew what the responsible choice was. She should rejoin the gala, network with the partners, secure her position. She should nod politely to Ronan and walk away, back to the life she had carefully constructed. Instead, she placed her hand in his, the simple action feeling like the most reckless thing she'd ever done. Lead the way, she said, and followed him into the night. Days turned into weeks, and what had begun as a curiosity transformed into something neither of them had anticipated. Maya found herself living a double life, meticulous lawyer by day, adventurous companion by night. Ronan introduced her to a Los Angeles she'd never known existed. Underground art shows in abandoned warehouses, midnight motorcycle rides along the coast, impromptu gatherings of mechanics and racers where the conversation flowed as freely as the beer. In return, Maya opened his eyes to her world, the intricate dance of legal strategy, the satisfaction of constructing an airtight argument, the rush of victory in a courtroom battle. It's not so different from racing, she explained one night as they sat on the hood of his car overlooking the city. It's all about anticipating your opponent's next move, finding the gap in their defence, pushing the limits of what's possible within the rules. Except there are actual rules, Ronan pointed out, his thumb tracing circles on the inside of her wrist. Rules can be reinterpreted, Maya replied with a sly smile. That's what makes it interesting. Their relationship existed in stolen moments, late-night drives, early morning breakfasts in diners where no one would recognise either of them, weekends spent in the garage where Ronan worked, Maya perched on a stool with legal briefs spread before her while he transformed machines from broken to beautiful. Hand me the 10 Mao, Ronan requested one Saturday, his voice muffled from beneath a vintage Mustang. Maya selected the correct socket wrench from the organised tray, no longer needing to ask which was which. After weeks of observing him work, she had absorbed the basics of automotive repair through a combination of curiosity and her natural aptitude for detailed information. "You're getting good at this," Ronan observed as he emerged, a streak of oil across his forehead. "I have an excellent teacher," Maya replied, wiping away the smudge with her thumb, "though I'm not sure amateur mechanic will look impressive on my resume." "Depends on the job you're applying for," Ronan said, pulling her against him, despite her token protests about his dirty clothes. When he kissed her, Maya still felt the same electric current that had shocked her that first night, a sensation that hadn't diminished with familiarity, but had instead deepened into something more profound and more terrifying. "I need to get back," she murmured against his lips. "The Donovan brief is due Monday." Ronan released her with a reluctant sigh. "The Donovan case, still fighting the good fight against dangerous street racers like me." It was a point of tension between them. The fact that Maya's biggest career opportunity involved working with a senator whose pet project was eliminating the very subculture that had given Ronan purpose and community. "It's just a case," Maya insisted, though they both knew it was more than that. It was the culmination of years of sacrifice, the validation she had sought since entering law school. "Keep telling yourself that," Ronan said, turning back to the Mustang. "One day, you might believe it." They parted with the unspoken understanding that hung between them like an approaching storm. This couldn't last. Their worlds, briefly intertwined, were pulling them in opposite directions. The crisis came sooner than either expected. 3 days later, Maya sat in Wexler's office, fighting to maintain her professional composure as he delivered the news. "Senator Donovan was impressed with your preliminary strategy," Wexler said, sliding a folder across his desk. "He wants to take it a step further. Not just legislation, but actual prosecutions, high-profile cases to set precedents." Maya opened the folder to find surveillance photos, police reports, and a list of names. Her blood froze when she saw Ronan's among them, along with several people she'd met through him. Vex, Decker, others who had cautiously accepted her into their circle. "We have informants who've provided details on upcoming races," Wexler continued, oblivious to her distress. "The senator wants coordinated raids, arrests that will make the evening news. Show the public he's serious about cleaning up the streets." "These are just kids mostly," Maya heard herself say. "Working class people blowing off steam. There are actual criminals out there." "These are actual criminals," Wexler interrupted, his expression hardening. "People die in these races, Maya. Innocent bystanders. This isn't victimless." She couldn't argue with that. She'd seen the risks firsthand, had felt the adrenaline rush that came from pushing machines and bodies to their limits, had witnessed the allure that drew people back again and again, despite the dangers. "The raids happen this weekend," Wexler said, closing the subject. "I expect you'll be there to observe, take notes for the cases you'll be building." Maya nodded mechanically, her mind racing faster than any car she'd seen. The moment she left the office, she pulled out her phone, typing a warning to Ronan. Her finger hovered over send, ethics warring with emotion. Sending this message would be a direct violation of her professional obligations, potentially ending her legal career before it truly began. Before she could decide, a text from Ronan appeared. "Big race tonight. King's final offer. 50K. Can't say no." Maya's heart sank. The location listed in the raid documents was the same industrial district where she'd first watched Ronan race. King would be there, the primary target on the senator's list. She tried calling, but the call went straight to voicemail. Ronan was already preparing, already committed to a race that could end with him in handcuffs. Or worse. Maya made her decision. She deleted the warning message and instead typed, "Need to see you. Important. Where are you?" His response came an hour later. "Garage. Final tuning. Come by." The garage was a hive of activity when Maya arrived. Ronan's crew, a mix of professional mechanics and amateur enthusiasts, swarmed around the Challenger, making minute adjustments to a vehicle that had been transformed from merely exceptional to something approaching perfection. Maya, Ronan greeted her with surprise, wiping his hands on a rag. Didn't expect you till later. We're kind of in the middle of something. I can see that, she replied, taking in the focused intensity of the preparations. Can we talk privately? Ronan led her to the small office at the back of the garage, closing the door on the mechanical symphony outside. What's going on? He asked, his expression shifting from focused to concerned as he took in her tense posture. You can't race tonight, Maya said, the words tumbling out before she could frame them more diplomatically. Ronan's eyebrows rose. That's not your decision to make. There's going to be a raid, she said, lowering her voice despite the closed door. Police, federal agents, news cameras, the works. Senator Donovan is making his big move and you're all walking into a trap. Understanding dawned on Ronan's face, followed quickly by suspicion. And you know this how? Maya hesitated, the weight of her professional oath pressing against her conscience. I can't tell you that. Can't or won't, Ronan challenged, stepping closer. You're working on the Donovan case, the case specifically targeting people like me, and now you're warning me about a raid that hasn't been publicly announced. I'm trying to protect you, Maya insisted, by betraying your client, breaking attorney-client privilege. Ronan shook his head. That's not you, Maya. You don't cross those lines. Things change, she said quietly. People change. Ronan studied her face, his expression softening. You're risking everything by telling me this. I know. Why? The question hung between them, demanding an answer Maya wasn't sure she was ready to give. Because somewhere between that first night at the gas station and now, the line between their worlds had blurred. Because the thought of him in handcuffs, or worse, in the path of a desperate racer trying to evade arrest, was unbearable. Because I care about what happens to you, she said finally. More than I should. Ronan ran a hand through his hair, conflict evident in his posture. I can't back out now. Not from this race. Why? What makes this one so important? Maya demanded, frustration rising. Because King has something I need, Ronan replied, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Something I've been working toward for 2 years. Money? Is that worth going to prison for? Not money, Ronan corrected. Proof. Documentation that he's been fixing races, threatening drivers, running a chop shop out of the East Side, the kind of evidence that would put him away for a long time. Maya stared at him. You're collecting evidence? Against King? I'm not just racing for the thrill, Maya, Ronan said, a shadow passing over his features. King killed my friend Marcus 2 years ago. Forced him off a canyon road during a race when Marcus refused to throw the competition. Made it look like an accident, but we all knew. Why didn't you go to the police? Maya asked, though she already knew the answer. With what? The word of illegal street racers? Ronan gave a bitter laugh. Besides, King has half the local precinct in his pocket. Small payments, looking the other way, the occasional tip about rival operations. The system you believe in so much. It failed us a long time ago. The revelation threw Maya's carefully constructed worldview into disarray. She had always seen the law as imperfect but fundamentally sound, a system that, for all its flaws, strived toward justice. Yet here was Ronan pursuing justice through means the law would condemn. So what's your plan? She asked. Win the race, get the evidence, then what? Give it to someone who can actually do something with it, Ronan replied. Someone with the integrity and position to make sure it doesn't disappear into a filing cabinet. The implication was clear. He had been planning to give it to her, had been watching her, evaluating her, from the moment they met. Is that why you approached me that night? Maya asked, the possibility sending a cold ripple through her. Was I just convenient? No, Ronan said firmly, reaching for her hand. That was coincidence, pure chance. But the more I got to know you, the more I realised you might be the answer I'd been looking for. Someone inside the system who still believes in what it's supposed to stand for. Maya withdrew her hand, a tangle of emotions too complex to unravel in the moment. You should have told me. Would you have believed me? Would you have even listened before you knew me? Ronan challenged. Or would you have dismissed me as just another criminal with a grudge? He was right, and they both knew it. The Maya of 3 months ago would have directed him to file a police report and walked away, secure in her belief that the system would handle it. I need to do this, Shay, Ronan continued. I need what King has, but I'll tell the others about the raid, get them to stay away, minimise the collateral damage. And what about you? Maya demanded. If you're caught, I won't be, Ronan said with a confidence that didn't reach his eyes. I'm pretty good at disappearing when I need to. The unspoken implication hung in the air. If he ran, she wouldn't see him again. This fragile connection they'd built would be severed, sacrificed to the divergent paths they'd chosen long before they met. Don't do this, Maya pleaded, one final attempt. Ronan's response was to brush his lips against hers, the gesture both tender and resigned. Some races you can't walk away from, he murmured against her mouth, no matter the cost. As Maya left the garage, the bright afternoon sun incongruous with the darkness gathering in her chest, she realised she had reached a crossroads of her own. Continue on the path she had mapped out for herself, secure the partnership, build the career, maintain the safety of the known, or risk everything for a man whose world challenged everything she thought she wanted. By the time night fell, she had made her decision. The industrial complex pulsed with energy, the atmosphere electric with anticipation. Unlike the chaotic gatherings Maya had witnessed before, this event had an organised precision that spoke of high stakes and serious money. Security patrolled the perimeter, and the crowd was smaller, more exclusive, serious players only. Maya moved through them with borrowed confidence, the leather jacket Vex had lent her serving as both disguise and armour. Her hair was pulled back in a tight braid, face partially obscured by the baseball cap pulled low over her eyes. It wouldn't stand up to close scrutiny, but in the shadowy environment, it was enough to avoid immediate recognition. She spotted Ronan near his car, surrounded by his crew. The Challenger gleamed beneath the improvised lights, a predator ready to pounce. Ronan himself was transformed. Gone was the philosophical mechanic, replaced by a focused competitor whose entire being seemed honed to a single purpose. Maya kept her distance, knowing her presence would only distract him. The raid was scheduled for midnight, giving her less than an hour to find a way to either stop this race or ensure Ronan wasn't caught in the inevitable chaos. "You're either very brave or very stupid," came a voice from behind her. Maya turned to find Vex, leaning against a stack of pallets, arms crossed over her chest. "Possibly both," Maya admitted. "He said you'd come, despite the risk," Vex said, her tone neutral. "Said you couldn't help yourself any more than he could." "Did he also tell you about the raid?" Maya asked, keeping her voice low. Vex nodded. Word spread. Most of the usual crowd stayed away. The only ones here are King's people and those with too much on the line to walk away. "Like Ronan." "Like Ronan," Vex agreed, her gaze drifting to where he stood, though his reasons are better than most. A commotion near the starting line caught their attention. King had arrived, flanked by the men whose posture and alertness suggested more than casual racing enthusiasm. The crowd parted for him, a combination of respect and fear creating a path to where Ronan waited. "Haze," King's voice carried across the space, the single word laden with history and antagonism. "Last chance to back out." "Not a chance," Ronan replied, his tone deceptively casual. "Unless you're having second thoughts." King's laugh was cold. "About taking your car? Never. It'll look good in my collection." "If you win," Ronan countered. I always win, King said, his confidence absolute. One way or another. The implied threat hung in the air as they moved toward their respective vehicles. Maya felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. He's going to try something, she murmured. Always does, Vex confirmed grimly, but Ronan's ready for it. He's been preparing for this moment for 2 years. As the drivers took their positions, Maya checked her watch. 30 minutes until the raid. Not enough time for the race to conclude and everyone to disperse. The trap was perfectly timed. The race format was simple but brutal. 3 laps around the industrial complex, through narrow alleys and around tight corners, a test of skill as much as speed. No rules beyond reaching the finish line first. As the signal was given and the cars launched forward with a violent surge of power, Maya realised she had never actually seen Ronan drive at his full capability. What she witnessed now was a revelation, a preternatural connection between man and machine, reflexes that seemed to anticipate rather than react, decisions made at speeds that defied human limitations. For the first lap, the cars remained close, neither driver willing to show their full hand too early. By the second lap, Ronan had gained a slight advantage, his car taking corners with a precision that spoke of countless hours of practice and preparation. It was during the final lap that King made his move. As they approached a particularly narrow section, his car swerved deliberately into Ronan's path, metal screaming against metal as the Challenger was forced toward a concrete barrier. Maya's heart stopped as Ronan's car fishtailed, tyres struggling for purchase on the uneven surface. For a moment, disaster seemed inevitable. Then, with a manoeuvre that defied physics, Ronan regained control, dropping back to avoid another collision. King's victory seemed assured as they entered the final stretch, his car pulling ahead with the advantage gained through his dangerous tactics. The finish line approached, the crowd's energy building to a crescendo. What happened next occurred so quickly that Maya would later struggle to piece it together. Ronan's car suddenly surged forward with impossible speed, drawing even with King's. As they approached the final turn, King once again swerved toward him, but this time Ronan was ready. His car dropped back just enough for King's manoeuvre to miss, causing King's vehicle to momentarily lose traction. It was all the opening Ronan needed. He slipped past on the inside line, crossing the finish seconds before King, whose car skidded to a stop amid a cloud of burning rubber and frustrated rage. The crowd erupted, money changing hands as the unexpected outcome was confirmed. Maya found herself moving forward without conscious decision, drawn toward Ronan as he emerged from his car, face flushed with victory. Their eyes met across the churning crowd, a moment of connection amid the chaos. Then King was there, his face contorted with fury as he confronted Ronan. "You cheated!" he spat, shoving Ronan hard enough to make him step back. "No way that piece of junk outran my car without illegal mods." "Maybe you're just not as good as you think you are," Ronan replied evenly, though Maya could see the tension in his posture. "I won fair. Time to pay up." "Like hell," King growled, signalling to the men who had accompanied him. They moved forward, surrounding Ronan in a tightening circle. Maya pushed through the crowd, fear propelling her toward the confrontation. This was escalating beyond a simple racing dispute. "We had a deal, King," Ronan said, his voice carrying over the murmurs of the gathered spectators. "The evidence for the race. I won. Hand it over." King's laugh was ugly. "Evidence? You think I'm stupid enough to bring incriminating material to a race? You'll get nothing from me except maybe a lesson in respect." One of King's men reached for something beneath his jacket, but before the situation could deteriorate further, a new sound cut through the night. Sirens, approaching fast from multiple directions. "Cops!" someone shouted, and the crowd scattered like mercury, bodies flowing toward pre-planned escape routes. Maya locked eyes with Ronan across the dispersing crowd. panic rising as she saw King's men closing in despite the approaching police. This wasn't just about escaping arrest. King had no intention of letting Ronan leave. "Ronan!" she called, fighting against the tide of fleeing bodies. He saw her, nodded once in acknowledgement, then turned to face King, who had drawn a knife from his boot. "Tonight ends this," King snarled, lunging forward. What followed was a blur of motion as Ronan dodged the attack, his movements fluid and practiced. But he was outnumbered, and as King's men joined the assault, Maya knew he couldn't last long. Without conscious thought, she found herself running towards the conflict, adrenaline overwhelming caution. She grabbed a discarded wrench from nearby, the heavy tool fitting naturally into her grip as she swung it in a wide arc, connecting with the arm of one of King's men as he reached for Ronan. The man howled in pain, stumbling back. Maya positioned herself beside Ronan, the wrench raised in warning. "This isn't your fight, counsellor," Ronan said, his breathing laboured, a thin line of blood tracing his jawline. "Clearly it is," Maya replied, not taking her eyes off their attackers. King's laugh was incredulous. "A lawyer? Really, Hayes? You brought a lawyer to a knife fight?" The momentary distraction was all Ronan needed. He lunged forward, his fist connecting with King's jaw with a sickening crack. King stumbled, the knife clattering to the concrete. The wail of sirens was deafening now, blue and red lights washing over the scene as police vehicles converged on the complex. In the chaos, King's men retreated, dragging their dazed leader with them. "We need to go," Ronan said, grabbing Maya's hand. "Now!" They ran through the maze of buildings, the sound of pursuit echoing behind them. Maya's lungs burned, her legal career flashing before her eyes with each step. If she was caught here, there would be no explaining away her presence, no professional redemption. They reached the far side of the complex where a chain-link fence separated them from the adjacent property. Ronan boosted Maya up, her hands gripping the cold metal as she climbed. She dropped to the other side, ignoring the sting as gravel bit into her palms. Ronan followed, landing beside her with a grunt of pain. Only then did Maya notice the dark stain spreading across his side. "You're hurt," she said, reaching for him. "It's nothing," he insisted, though his pallor suggested otherwise. "We need to keep moving." They made it 3 blocks before Ronan stumbled, his breathing increasingly laboured. Maya supported him as they ducked into the shadow of an abandoned storefront, her hands coming away slick with blood when she examined his wound. "This is bad," she said, fear sharpening her voice. "You need a hospital." "Can't," Ronan gasped. "They report knife wounds to the police. I'll be arrested the moment they patch me up." "So what's the alternative, bleeding out in an alley?" Maya demanded, applying pressure to the wound. "I'm not watching you die for pride." Ronan's laugh was pained. "Not pride, the evidence. It wasn't at the race because King keeps it where he thinks it's safe, in his house." "And you know this how?" Maya asked, though she already suspected the answer. "I've been planning this for 2 years," Ronan reminded her. "Every detail, every contingency. I knew he wouldn't bring it to the race, win or lose. The race was just to get him out of the house." Understanding dawned. "You have someone breaking in while he's at the race?" Ronan nodded, wincing at the movement. "Vex. She should be finishing up right about now." As if summoned by the mention of her name, a motorcycle rounded the corner, its engine a muted purr as it pulled alongside them. Vex removed her helmet, her expression shifting from triumph to concern as she took in Ronan's condition. "Got it," she said, patting a backpack secured to her chest. "Everything we need to put King away for a long time. But we've got bigger problems now. You look like hell." "Feel worse," Ronan admitted. "What about the others?" "Scattered when the cops came. Most got away," Vex reported. "King and his crew were picked up 3 blocks from here. Apparently King was too busy bleeding to run very fast." Despite the pain, Ronan smiled. Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Vex turned her attention to Maya, her gaze assessing. You went back for him? It wasn't a question, but Maya nodded anyway. I couldn't just leave him. Guess you're not what I expected, lawyer, Vex said, the words carrying a weight of reluctant approval. Come on, I know a place. The place turned out to be a veterinary clinic in East Los Angeles, its lights dim but not dark. The veterinarian, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and a no-nonsense demeanour, asked no questions as she examined Ronan's wound. Not as bad as it looks, she declared after a thorough cleaning. Missed anything vital, but you've lost blood. You'll need rest, antibiotics, and no sudden movements for at least a week. As she stitched the wound, Maya stood by the window, watching the street for signs of pursuit. Her phone had been buzzing incessantly, calls from Wexler, from colleagues, all wondering where she was as the raid unfolded without her presence. What happens now? She asked Vex, who was organising the contents of the backpack on a countertop. Now we use this, Vex replied, indicating the files, memory drives and photographs spread before her. Bank records, race-fixing documentation, evidence of the chop shop operation, even a video of King threatening a driver. It's everything we need. And how exactly do you plan to use it? Maya asked. You can't just walk into a police station. No, Vex agreed, her gaze direct. You can walk into a prosecutor's office. The proposal hung in the air, its implications clear. They had obtained this evidence illegally. Using it meant implicating herself in that illegality. It could end her career, her future, everything she had worked for. But it could also bring justice for Marcus and everyone else King had harmed. It could dismantle a criminal operation that the traditional justice system had failed to touch. I need to think, Maya said, stepping outside for air that didn't smell of antiseptic and hard choices. The night was cool, stars visible despite the city's light pollution. Maya leaned against the brick wall, closing her eyes as she tried to centre herself amid the chaos of the past hours. The door opened behind her, and Ronan emerged, moving carefully but steadier than before. You should be resting, Maya said without opening her eyes. Never been good at following doctor's orders, Ronan replied, easing himself against the wall beside her. Or any orders, really. They stood in silence for a moment, the events of the night settling between them like sediment. I'm sorry, Ronan said finally, for putting you in this position, for risking your career, your future. I put myself here, Maya corrected him. Every step was my choice. Still, Ronan insisted, this isn't what I wanted for either of us. Maya turned to look at him, really look at him, illuminated by the distant streetlight. Despite the wound, despite the exhaustion etched into his features, there was something unbreakable in his posture, a core of purpose that had drawn her to him from the beginning. What did you want? She asked softly. Ronan's smile was tinged with melancholy. Justice for Marcus. Closure. Maybe redemption in some way. And after, Maya pressed, if you'd gotten the evidence without complications, without me involved, what then? I don't know, Ronan admitted. I've been so focused on the goal that I never really thought about what comes after. The honesty was refreshing in its simplicity. No grand promises, no elaborate plans, just the acknowledgement of a future not yet defined. That makes two of us, Maya said. I've spent my entire adult life on a predetermined path. Every decision, every sacrifice, all aimed at a specific outcome. And now you're standing outside a veterinary clinic at 3 a.m. with a street racer, and evidence that could bring down a criminal empire, Ronan finished for her, a trace of his usual humour returning. Not exactly the partnership track. Maya laughed despite herself, the sound surprisingly light in the heavy night. Not exactly. Their hands found each other in the darkness, fingers intertwining with a familiarity that belied the brevity of their connection. For all the chaos, for all the danger, this simple contact felt like an anchor in a storm. "I can't ask you to risk everything for this," Ronan said, his grip tightening. "For me." "You're not asking," Maya replied, the decision crystallizing as she spoke. "I'm choosing. We got the evidence legally or not, but what we do with it now, that's where I can help. There are channels, procedures that could protect the source while still using the information." Ronan studied her face, hope and skepticism warring in his expression. "You really think you can make this work within the system?" "I think the system is imperfect," Maya said carefully, "but it's still the best tool we have for justice if used correctly, and I'm pretty good at using it correctly." The first hint of dawn was lightening the eastern sky, a new day emerging from the chaos of the night. Maya knew that with daylight would come consequences, explanations and hard choices, but for now, in this moment between worlds, she found a clarity she had been seeking her entire life. "What now?" Ronan asked, mirroring her thoughts. Maya smiled, squeezing his hand. "Now we live." The words were simple, but they contained multitudes. A recognition of the paths not taken, the rules not followed, the unexpected joy found in the spaces between structure and chaos. As they walked back into the clinic, toward Vex and the evidence and the complicated future awaiting them, Maya felt something she hadn't experienced since childhood. The exhilarating uncertainty of a life not planned to the minute. Whatever came next, justice for Marcus, professional consequences, the evolution of this unexpected connection between them, they would face it together, under the neon sky that had witnessed their collision of worlds. Hollow Creek smelled of rain and wood smoke, a scent Ellie hadn't realised she'd carried in the deeper chambers of her memory until she crossed the town line. The familiar green canopy of the Appalachian foothills closed in around her rental car, a borrowed sanctuary from the relentless California sun. Years melted away, leaving her feeling strangely adrift, as if she'd stepped back into a half-remembered dream. Her mother's stroke had been sudden, a sharp crack in the foundation of Ellie's carefully constructed life. One minute, emails about a piece on Moroccan spice markets. The next, a panicked call from the hospital, the doctor's voice gentle but grave. And just like that, successful travel writer Ellie Carter became just Ellie again, daughter returning home, or what was left of it. The town itself, it was smaller somehow than she remembered. Or perhaps she had just grown larger, her world expanding while Hollow Creek remained stubbornly, beautifully the same. The same clapboard houses lined Main Street, the same worn storefronts, the same gentle curve of the river where the ancient willow wept its leafy tears onto the bank. Familiar, yes, but also foreign. Like an old photograph, the colours muted, the edges softened by time. She was an outsider looking in, even though her roots were buried deep in this soil. The old Victorian house, her childhood home, sat on Sycamore Lane, its paint peeling like sunburnt skin, the porch swing hanging lopsidedly, a silent testament to neglect. Her mother, strong and vibrant just months ago, was frail in the hospital bed they'd set up in the downstairs parlour. The silence in the house was heavy, punctuated only by the rhythmic beeping of medical equipment and her mother's shallow breaths. Days blurred into a routine of hospital visits, lukewarm coffee, and the Sisyphean task of sorting through her mother's accumulated belongings. Each object, a faded photograph, a chipped teacup, a hand-stitched quilt, whispered stories of a life Ellie had both shared and left behind. She found herself avoiding certain rooms, certain corners of the house where memories clung like dust motes in the afternoon sun. Memories of laughter, of arguments, of a life lived fully, and of him. It was inevitable, of course, that she'd run into Adam. Hollow Creek wasn't big enough to avoid anyone, especially not someone as rooted as he was. She saw him first at the hardware store, the bell above the door jingling a tinny welcome as she stepped inside. The scent of sawdust and varnish hit her like a physical blow, a visceral reminder of her past. He was behind the counter, his back to her, talking to old Mr. Henderson about lumber prices. He was broader now, his shoulders filling out the worn denim shirt, his hair darker, shorter, but the set of his jaw, the way he held his head, instantly recognizable. Her breath hitched. It had been 15 years. 15 years of carefully curated silence, of unspoken agreements to remain strangers. She'd pictured this moment 1,000 times, in 1,000 different ways, each scenario ending with the same knot of unresolved emotion tightening in her chest. He turned then, sensing her presence, and his eyes, once bright with youthful exuberance, now held a depth she couldn't quite decipher. A flicker of recognition, then something, guarded, shuttered. "Ellie," he said, his voice rougher than she remembered, the single word carrying a weight of unspoken years. "Adam," she managed, her own voice a breathy whisper. The small talk that followed was stilted, awkward, a fragile dance around the elephant in the room. He asked about her mother, offered condolences, his words polite, distant. She reciprocated, asking about his work, about his life in Hollow Creek. He answered in monosyllables, his gaze fixed somewhere beyond her shoulder. The air between them crackled with unspoken tension, a live wire humming with the ghosts of their shared past. As she left the store, the bell jingling again behind her, she could feel his eyes on her back, a weight she carried all the way back to the silent, echoing house. Hollow Creek was familiar, yes, but Adam was a ghost. A beautiful, painful ghost haunting the edges of her return, and she knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that her carefully constructed plans for a short visit were about to unravel, just like everything else in her life seemed to be. Small-town gossip, Ellie quickly rediscovered, was a living, breathing entity. Whispers followed her like shadows, clinging to her presence in the bakery, the post office, even the quiet aisles of the grocery store. "Ellie Carter's back," they'd murmur, their eyes lingering a beat too long, a silent question hanging in the air. "Do you think she'll stay this time?" The question, unspoken but palpable, echoed her own internal turmoil. Stay? Here? In Hollow Creek? The very idea felt both suffocating and strangely comforting. Suffocating because this town held the ghost of everything she had tried to escape, the confines of small-town expectations, the weight of a promise broken. Comforting because it was home in a way that no sun-drenched beach in Bali or bustling market in Marrakesh ever could be. Adam remained a persistent, unsettling presence at the edges of her awareness. She saw him around town, a fleeting glimpse across the town square, his truck parked outside the diner, a figure disappearing into the hardware store. Each sighting was a jolt, a reminder of what was and what could have been. He kept his distance, a deliberate avoidance that stung more than she cared to admit. His eyes, when they did briefly meet hers, were different. The easy warmth, the playful spark she remembered, was gone, replaced by something colder, harder. Unspoken burdens, yes, that was the word. He carried the weight of Hollow Creek in his gaze, the responsibility of his father's legacy, the quiet acceptance of a life lived within these familiar hills, a life she had rejected. One sweltering afternoon, while sorting through her mother's overflowing attic, Ellie stumbled upon an old photo album. Dust motes danced in the sunbeams filtering through the grimy attic window, illuminating faded images of her past. There they were, frozen into time, teenage Ellie and Adam, all gangly limbs and awkward smiles, their eyes bright with dreams as vast as the Appalachian sky above them. Hiking trails, summer festivals, stolen kisses beneath the willow tree, their laughter echoing in the faded photographs. They were vibrant, hopeful, together. A pang of something akin to grief twisted in her chest. They had been so sure, so certain of their forever, carved their names into that willow tree, a childish vow etched into living wood. Ellie plus Adam, forever. Forever had lasted a summer. The silence of the attic was broken by a floorboard creaking downstairs. Her mother's nurse, Mrs. Gable, calling up to her. Ellie snapped the photo album shut, bearing it back in the box, as if hiding the ghosts of her past. She descended the creaking stairs, leaving the faded images behind, but the ache in her heart lingered, a dull throb of regret and unanswered questions. Later that week, her mother, in a moment of surprising lucidity, announced she wanted the house renovated. "That porch swing needs fixing," she'd murmured, her voice weak but firm, her gaze fixed on some distant memory. "And the kitchen needs updating." And of course, inevitably, predictably, her mother hired Adam. Small towns, Ellie thought wryly, were nothing if not circles. The phone call came from Mrs. Gable. "Mr. Sullivan will be by tomorrow to take a look," she'd said, her voice matter-of-fact. Ellie's stomach clenched. Forced interactions, awkward conversations, unfinished business brought brutally, unavoidably into the present. It was exactly what she didn't want. And yet, a small perverse part of her, a stubborn ember of curiosity, flickered to life. Confrontation, however painful, was perhaps a form of closure. Or maybe, just maybe, a chance to finally understand the ghost that haunted Hollow Creek, the ghost of first love that still whispered her name on the wind. Adam arrived the next morning, his truck rumbling to a stop in the driveway, a sound that resonated deep in Ellie's bones, a sound that screamed home. He walked up to the porch, tools hanging from his worn leather belt, his eyes meeting hers for the first time without the forced politeness of the hardware store. There was a flicker of something there, anger, maybe, or resentment, quickly masked behind a wall of professional detachment. "Mrs. Carter asked me to take a look at the house," he said, his voice clipped, businesslike. No Ellie this time, just a cool, impersonal distance. "Right," she replied, matching his tone, her own voice sharper than intended. "The porch swing and the kitchen." He nodded curtly, his gaze sweeping over the house, taking in the peeling paint, the overgrown garden, the general air of faded grandeur. "Needs work," he stated unnecessarily. "No kidding," Ellie retorted, crossing her arms, a defensive posture she hadn't even realised she'd adopted. They circled each other warily, like two animals sizing each other up after a long separation. The tension between them was thick, palpable, fueled by years of unspoken words, of unresolved hurt. It wasn't just awkwardness, it was something deeper, something raw and exposed. As Adam began to assess the porch swing, running a calloused hand along the weathered wood, Ellie couldn't resist. "So," she began, her voice deceptively casual, "still in Hollow Creek?" He straightened, his back to her, his shoulders stiffening. "Where else would I be?" he replied, his tone flat. The question, loaded with unspoken accusation, hung in the air between them. Where else would I be? Implying, of course, where else would you be if you hadn't left? "Last time I checked," Ellie shot back, unable to resist the bait. Hollow Creek wasn't the centre of the universe. He turned then, his eyes locking with hers, and the carefully constructed mask of detachment finally cracked. "No, it's not," he said, his voice low, dangerous. "But it's home. Some of us actually understand the meaning of the word." The accusation hit her like a physical blow. Abandonment. That's what he thought. That's what he'd always thought. And maybe, a small insidious voice whispered in her own mind, maybe he was right. And some of us, she retorted, her voice rising, have lives to live beyond carving names into willow trees and staying stuck in the same damn place forever. He scoffed, stepping closer, his eyes blazing with a mixture of anger and something else, something deeper, something vulnerable. Is that what you think this is? Being stuck? This is my life, Ellie. My family, my roots. Something you apparently decided to outgrow. Outgrow? She repeated, her voice trembling with a fury that had been simmering beneath the surface for years. I didn't outgrow anything. I had dreams, Adam, dreams that were bigger than this town. And I wasn't part of those dreams, he challenged, his voice tight with pain. You made it pretty clear you weren't leaving, she stammered, the old hurt rising to the surface, choking her. After your dad. His face hardened, his expression closing off completely. The vulnerability vanished, replaced by a cold, impenetrable wall. Don't, he warned, his voice low and dangerous again. Don't you dare bring him into this. Silence descended between them, heavy and charged, broken only by the distant chirping of birds and the rustle of leaves in the wind. They stood there, locked in a silent battle, years melting away, leaving them raw, exposed, the teenage wounds reopened, bleeding anew. The porch swing, neglected and broken, swayed gently in the breeze, a silent witness to their fractured past, a broken promise hanging heavy in the humid Appalachian air. The renovation, Ellie realised with a sinking heart, was going to be more complicated and far more painful than she could have ever imagined. Hollow Creek's summer festival, a tradition older than the willow tree itself, loomed on the horizon, casting its festive shadow over the simmering tensions between Ellie and Adam. The entire town, it seemed, was buzzing with preparations, banners being hung, stalls being erected in the town square, the air thick with the scent of frying food and anticipation. Even Ellie, despite her carefully constructed outsider status, found herself caught in the festival's irresistible gravitational pull. Mrs. Gable, with the quiet efficiency of a seasoned general, volunteered Ellie to help with the charity auction, a cornerstone of the festival's fundraising efforts. And of course, in the small-town logic that seemed inescapable, the person in charge of building the auction stage and crafting the donated items was none other than Adam Sullivan, carpenter extraordinaire. Forced proximity. It was the universe, or perhaps just Hollow Creek, having a cruel joke at her expense. They were thrown together amid sawdust and half-finished birdhouses, surrounded by well-meaning but intensely curious townsfolk, their every interaction dissected and analysed by the ever-present gossip mill. Their initial interactions were predictably awkward, strained silences punctuated by curt instructions and minimal eye contact. Ellie found herself cataloguing donated items, crocheted blankets, jars of homemade jam, antique furniture, her mind a million miles away, replaying their tense porch conversation, the weight of his accusations, the sting of her own defensiveness. Adam, meanwhile, hammered and sawed with a furious intensity, the rhythmic pounding echoing the frantic beat of her own heart. Slowly, grudgingly, a fragile truce began to form, born out of necessity and the shared task at hand. They started to communicate, initially about auction logistics, table placement, item descriptions, donation sheets, the conversation strictly professional, devoid of any personal inflection. But even in these mundane exchanges, Ellie caught glimpses of the Adam she remembered, a dry wit surfacing in a sarcastic comment about a particularly hideous knitted gnome, a flash of easy charm when he charmed a donation out of a reluctant Mrs. Henderson. One afternoon, while they were wrestling with a particularly unwieldy banner, their hands brushed. A fleeting accidental contact, but it sent a jolt of unexpected electricity through Ellie. She snatched her hand back as if burned, her cheeks flushing crimson. Adam too seemed affected, his usual guarded expression momentarily faltering, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. The auction preparations forced them to work side by side, their physical proximity a constant reminder of their intertwined past. They started to fall into a rhythm, a strange, uneasy dance of cooperation and avoidance. He'd hand her a hammer, their fingers almost touching. She'd ask his opinion on the best way to display a quilt, his gaze lingering on her a beat longer than necessary. The air around them, still thick with tension, began to carry a different charge, a subtle shift from animosity towards something else, something complicated, messy, undeniably there. The festival, meant to be a celebration of Hollow Creek, was inadvertently becoming a crucible, forging a new, uncertain path between Ellie and Adam, a path paved with awkward silences, stolen glances, and the lingering echoes of a love that refused to stay buried. The barn dance, the highlight of the summer festival, pulsed with the infectious energy of bluegrass music and small-town camaraderie. String lights twinkled like captured fireflies, casting a warm golden glow over the swirling dancers, the scent of hay and wood smoke mingling with the sweet perfume of summer blossoms. Ellie, reluctantly dragged to the festival by a persistent Mrs. Gable, found herself standing at the edge of the dance floor, watching the joyful chaos unfold. She saw Adam across the crowded barn leaning against a rough-hewn post, his gaze sweeping over the dancers, settling briefly on her before quickly shifting away. He looked different here in his element, surrounded by his community. The gruff carpenter softened by the festive atmosphere, a hint of the old Adam flickering in his eyes. A slow song began, the tempo shifting, the music mellowing into a melancholic waltz. Couples swayed closer, their movements slower, more intimate, the barn suddenly filled with a different kind of energy, a quieter, more sensual hum. And then, he was there, standing before her, his hand outstretched, hesitant, uncertain. "Dance?" he asked, his voice low, almost a whisper, barely audible above the music. Ellie hesitated, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Saying yes felt like crossing a line, acknowledging the unspoken pull between them, the simmering undercurrents of their shared history. Saying no felt cowardly, a retreat back into the carefully constructed walls she had built around her heart. She took his hand. His touch was warm, calloused, instantly familiar, sending a shiver of recognition down her spine. He led her onto the dance floor, their bodies moving together almost instinctively, as if they had danced just yesterday, not 15 years ago. The years melted away in the slow circling steps. His hand on her back, the scent of pine wood and something uniquely him filling her senses, the way their bodies fit together perfectly, effortlessly, like two halves of a whole. It was all there, the ghost of their past, the echo of their first love, suddenly vividly present. The world narrowed to just the two of them, the music fading into a background hum, the other dancers blurring into indistinct shapes. They moved in silence, their bodies speaking a language their words couldn't articulate, a language of shared memories, unspoken regrets, and a lingering, undeniable connection. He smelled the same, Ellie realised, a poignant ache tightening in her chest. Pinewood and home. He had always smelled like home, and for a fleeting, dangerous moment, in the warmth of the barn, surrounded by the music and the laughter and the familiar faces of Hollow Creek, she let herself imagine what it would be like to be home again. As the song neared its end, he pulled her closer, their faces inches apart, his gaze searching hers, something vulnerable, something raw, shining in his eyes. The near kiss hung in the air, charged with unspoken longing, with the weight of years, with the terrifying possibility of rekindled flames. And then, abruptly, he pulled away, stepped back, breaking the spell, shattering the fragile intimacy of the moment. "Thanks," he mumbled, his gaze shifting away, his voice rough, almost curt again. He turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd, leaving Ellie standing alone on the dance floor, breathless, shaken, the ghost of a kiss lingering on her lips, the echo of a love she thought she had buried, suddenly, terrifyingly alive. Back in the quiet solitude of the old house, the energy of the barn dance still thrumming beneath her skin, Ellie sought refuge in the attic again, seeking distraction, seeking answers, seeking, perhaps unconsciously, to understand the ghost that Adam had become. She pulled down the box of old photos, the faded images now holding a new, painful resonance after their dance. Tucked beneath the photo album, bound together with a faded ribbon, she found them. Letters, a stack of them addressed to Ellie, in Adam's unmistakable, slightly slanted handwriting. Letters she had never seen before, letters never sent. Her heart pounded in her chest, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the attic. She untied the ribbon, her fingers trembling slightly, and unfolded the top letter. The date was just weeks after she had left for college. The words blurred through a sudden rush of tears. He wrote about the house feeling empty without her mother, about the workshop being silent without his father, about the town feeling smaller somehow, without her in it. He wrote about missing her laugh, her quick wit, the way she used to tilt her head when she was thinking. He wrote about the willow tree, about their carving, about forever. And he wrote about the pain, a raw, visceral pain that bled through the ink onto the page. She read on, letter after letter, her heart aching with each word. He wrote about his struggles to keep the workshop afloat, about the weight of responsibility that had fallen on his young shoulders, about the fear of failing his father, of failing her. He wrote about the town's expectations, the unspoken pressure to stay, to carry on the family legacy. And he wrote, again and again, about missing her, about longing for her, about the agonizing silence that had grown between them. In one letter, dated months after she had left, his handwriting was jagged, almost illegible, the words raw with a desperate vulnerability. He confessed to wanting to call her, to drive to her college, to beg her to come back, but he hadn't. He wrote about his fear of rejection, his fear of holding her back, his fear of not being enough. And then the words trailed off, the letter unfinished, ending abruptly mid-sentence. The later letters were different, more distant, the pain replaced by a forced stoicism, a carefully constructed wall of indifference. He wrote about work, about town events, about mundane details, as if trying to force himself to move on, to bury the raw vulnerability of those earlier letters. But even in the forced detachment, Ellie could sense the undercurrent of sadness, the lingering ache of loss. Guilt washed over her, a cold, suffocating wave. She had left. She had pursued her dreams, her ambitions, her life, without a backward glance, assuming what? That he would understand, that he would wait, that forever was just a childish word carved into a willow tree, easily forgotten, easily erased. She had never considered his pain, his struggles, the weight he had been carrying. She had been so focused on her own escape, her own desires, that she had blinded herself to his reality, his sacrifice. Had she made a mistake leaving? Had she thrown away something real, something precious, something that could have been forever? The unanswered letters lay heavy in her lap, a silent testament to years of missed communication, of unspoken words, of a love lost not to fate, but to fear, to pride, to the agonizing silence that had grown between two young hearts beneath the weeping willow's shade. The heavens opened that evening, unleashing a torrential Appalachian storm that rattled the old house to its foundations. Power flickered and died, plunging the house into darkness, the only light source the flickering flames of candles casting dancing shadows across the walls. Ellie, trapped inside with the storm raging outside, felt a strange sense of inevitability, like the storm was mirroring the tempest brewing within her own heart. Adam predictably appeared at the door, soaked to the bone, a concerned frown etched on his face. "Power's out all over town," he announced, shaking the rain from his hair. "Thought your mum might need help." It was a flimsy excuse, Ellie knew, but she didn't call him on it. The storm, the darkness, the shared isolation seemed to dissolve the carefully constructed barriers between them, leaving them exposed, vulnerable, stripped bare of pretense. They huddled in the living room, the candlelight casting long, distorted shadows, the sound of rain lashing against the windows a constant rhythmic drumming. Forced together, confined by the storm, they finally talked, really talked. Not polite small talk, not veiled accusations, but raw, honest, heart-wrenching conversation, the kind they had avoided for 15 years. Ellie started, hesitantly, about the letters. She showed them to him, the faded ink, the raw vulnerability of his teenage heart laid bare on the yellowed pages. He read them in silence, his face unreadable in the flickering candlelight, the only sound the relentless drumming of the rain. When he finally looked up, his eyes were shadowed, his expression a mixture of pain and something akin to relief. I never sent them," he said, his voice low, almost ashamed. "Why not?" Ellie whispered, her own voice thick with emotion. He shrugged, a helpless gesture. Pride, maybe. Fear. Stupidity. Take your pick. He paused, then met her gaze, his eyes searching hers. "I was scared, Ellie. Scared of losing you again. Scared of not being good enough for you. Scared you'd look back and regret staying with me in Hollow Creek." His words, raw and honest, cracked something open within Ellie, a dam of unspoken emotions finally breaking. "Adam," she began, her voice trembling. I was scared too. Scared of being trapped. Scared of losing myself in this town. Scared of not being enough for you, for the life you wanted here." They talked for hours, the storm raging outside, mirroring the storm of emotions finally unleashed between them. They talked about his father, about the weight of his loss, the responsibility he'd felt to stay, to carry on the family name. They talked about her dreams, her wanderlust, her desperate need to escape, to define herself beyond the confines of Hollow Creek. They talked about the misunderstandings, the unspoken assumptions, the agonizing silence that had grown between them, festering like an unhealed wound. And as they talked, as they finally laid bare their past pain, their past fears, something shifted between them. The anger, the resentment, the years of hurt began to melt away, replaced by a fragile understanding, a hesitant forgiveness. The storm raged on, but inside the candlelit house, amidst the shadows and the rain, a different kind of storm was subsiding, leaving behind a fragile, tentative peace. Just as the storm began to dissipate, the first rays of dawn painting the eastern sky in soft hues of pink and grey, Ellie's mother woke, surprisingly alert, her voice stronger than it had been in weeks. "Ellie dear," she said, her gaze clear, focused. "I've been thinking." Ellie braced herself. Her mother's thinking often led to life-altering pronouncements. "This house," her mother continued, her gaze sweeping around the familiar parlour, "it's too much, too big, too many memories." She paused, then dropped the bombshell. "I'm selling it, Ellie. Moving to Florida. Near your Aunt Carol." Ellie stared at her mother, stunned. "Florida? Selling the house? The house that held generations of Carter history, the house that was practically a character in their family saga. Her mother smiled, a small wistful smile. Time for a change, dear. Time for sunshine and less stairs. The implications of her mother's words crashed down on Ellie with the brutal force. Selling the house meant leaving Hollow Creek again, this time for good. Her mother would be gone, the house would be gone. Her last tangible connection to this town, to her past, would be severed. The nomadic life she had carefully constructed, the life of constant travel, of fleeting connections, suddenly felt hollow. The rootlessness she had embraced now seemed like a kind of exile, a self-imposed banishment from the only place that had ever truly felt like home. She looked at Adam, who had stayed the night, dozing fitfully in an armchair, his face still etched with exhaustion and lingering sadness. He stirred, sensing her gaze, and looked up, his eyes meeting hers, questioning, vulnerable. He wouldn't ask her to stay. Ellie knew that with a painful certainty. He had been hurt too deeply, rejected too completely to risk opening himself up to that kind of pain again. Pride, fear, stupidity. He had said it himself. And she too was bound by her own fears, her own pride, her own stubborn refusal to be the first to break. The moment of truth had arrived. Stay in Hollow Creek tethered to her past, to Adam, to the uncertain possibility of a second chance, or return to her nomadic life, to the illusion of freedom, to the familiar ache of loneliness, knowing she was leaving a part of herself behind again. The decision, heavy and momentous, hung in the air between them, as silent and as suffocating as the pre-storm calm. The days that followed were a blur of packing boxes, real estate agents, and the bittersweet ache of saying goodbye to a life that was both familiar and fading. Ellie threw herself into the logistics of the move, a frantic flurry of activity to avoid facing the inevitable, the goodbye that loomed between her and Adam. They worked side by side on the house renovations, a strained silence settling between them, the fragile intimacy forged during the storm dissolving like morning mist. He fixed the porch swing, meticulously sanding and painting the weathered wood, his movements precise, economical, his expression closed off, unreadable. She packed boxes, carefully wrapping her mother's precious china, each delicate piece a sharp reminder of the life she was dismantling. Their interactions were polite, perfunctory, limited to necessary instructions and logistical updates. He'd ask about paint colours, she'd ask about the timeline for the kitchen remodel. They moved around each other like strangers, ghosts in the echoing rooms of the house that held the echoes of their shared past. The day of her departure arrived, grey and overcast, mirroring the leaden weight in Ellie's heart. Her rental car was packed, the engine idling in the driveway, ready to pull her away, back to her other life, the life that suddenly felt so pale, so insubstantial compared to the route she was leaving behind. Adam stood on the porch watching her, his silhouette stark against the grey sky. He didn't offer to help with her luggage, didn't offer a hug, didn't even offer a goodbye. Just stood there, silent, stoic, a figure carved from the Appalachian stone itself. Ellie walked towards him, her footsteps heavy, each step pulling her further away from him, further away from Hollow Creek, further away from a possibility she was too afraid, too proud to grasp. She stopped before him, the silence stretching out between them, thick with unspoken words, with unacknowledged grief. She searched his eyes, searching for a sign, a flicker of hope, anything that would give her a reason to stay, a reason to turn back. But his gaze remained guarded, shuttered, reflecting back only her own fear, her own uncertainty. "Goodbye, Adam," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, the words tearing at her throat. He nodded once, curtly, his lips pressed into a thin, tight line. No words, no gesture, just a silent acknowledgement, a final devastating goodbye. She turned away, blinking back tears, and walked to her car, each step feeling heavier than the last. She got in, slammed the door shut, a final echoing sound that seemed to reverberate through the silent house. She started the engine, the rumble filling the suffocating silence, and pulled out of the driveway, glancing one last time in the rearview mirror. He was still standing there, on the porch, watching her go, a solitary figure silhouetted against the grey sky, fading into the distance, disappearing from her life. Again. This time there were no words, no promises, no willow tree carvings. Just two broken hearts watching each other walk away, again, into the vast, uncertain expanse of forever. And this time it felt truly, irrevocably, like forever. The miles blurred past, highway stretching out before her like a ribbon of grey asphalt, mirroring the grey sky she had left behind. California felt 1,000,000 miles away, both geographically and emotionally. The sun, when it finally broke through the cloud cover, felt harsh, unwelcome, lacking the soft, filtered light of the Appalachian foothills. Ellie drove in a daze, replaying her goodbye with Adam, the agonizing silence, the unspoken words, the final, devastating emptiness of his gaze. Had she made a mistake leaving? Again? Had she been so blinded by fear, by pride, that she had walked away from her second chance, from the only thing that had ever truly mattered? She pulled into a rest stop, needing coffee, needing to clear her head, needing desperately to escape the suffocating weight of her own regrets. As she stretched her legs, the scent of pine needles and damp earth momentarily transported her back to Hollow Creek, back to the familiar embrace of the Appalachian woods. And then she remembered the willow tree, the carving. Ellie plus Adam, forever. Childish, foolish, but a promise she had broken, a promise she had dismissed, a promise that perhaps had been more real than she had ever allowed herself to believe. A sudden, irrational urge seized her, a desperate need to see the willow tree again, to touch the bark, to trace the faded carving with her fingers, to somehow reconnect with that lost, innocent version of herself, the girl who had believed in forever. She pulled out her phone, her fingers trembling as she typed Hollow Creek into the GPS. The route recalculated, a sharp U-turn back towards the east. Her heart pounded in her chest, a frantic mixture of hope and fear. Was she crazy? Turning back? Running towards her past instead of away from it? As she drove, the miles melting away in reverse, a memory surfaced, unbidden. A memory she hadn't consciously recalled in years. The summer they'd carved their names into the willow, Adam had shown her something else he had carved there, hidden beneath a tangle of weeping branches, a smaller, newer carving, barely visible. He'd been shy, hesitant when he showed it to her, his cheeks flushed, his eyes full of unspoken longing. She remembered tracing the new carving with her finger, the rough bark scratching against her skin, the simple words etched into the wood. Always. Always what? She had asked, her teenage heart fluttering with a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. He had just shrugged, his gaze shifting away, his voice a mumbled whisper. Just. Always. She pulled into Hollow Creek as dusk began to settle, the town bathed in a soft golden light that felt both familiar and achingly poignant. She drove straight to the riverbank, her heart pounding with each mile, each turn, each familiar landmark. The willow tree stood there, majestic, ancient, its branches weeping down towards the river, exactly as she remembered, exactly as she had always known it would be. She parked the car and ran to the tree, her breath catching in her throat. And there it was, carved into the trunk, just beneath their old carving, freshly etched into the wood, gleaming white against the dark bark. Not always, but something even more powerful, even more profound, No matter how far you go, it read, carved in Adam's unmistakable hand, you'll always be home to me. Tears streamed down Ellie's face, hot and cleansing, washing away years of doubt, years of fear, years of running from a love that had never truly faded. Home, she whispered, the word catching in her throat, the truth of it resonating deep in her soul. She wasn't running from Hollow Creek. She was running from love, from the vulnerability of it, the risk of it, the terrifying, beautiful possibility of it. She wasn't a rootless wanderer, a successful travel writer defined by her escapes. She was Ellie Carter, daughter of Hollow Creek, and she was home. She had always been home, even when she was 1,000 miles away. A fierce determination surged through her, a sense of clarity she hadn't felt in years. She wasn't leaving, not this time, not without fighting for what she truly wanted, for the love that had been waiting for her patiently, faithfully, beneath the willow shade. She turned and ran back to her car, her heart pounding with a newfound hope, a reckless, exhilarating leap of faith. She drove straight to Adam's workshop, the familiar scent of sawdust and pine wood pulling her closer, faster like a moth drawn to a flame. The workshop was dimly lit, the only light spilling out from under the closed door. She hesitated for a moment, her hand hovering over the doorknob, a tremor of fear, a flicker of doubt, momentarily halting her resolve. What if she was wrong? What if the carving was just a fleeting moment of sentimentality, a whisper in the wind, not a true invitation? What if he had moved on? What if she was just setting herself up for another heartbreak? But the memory of his eyes, searching hers under the candlelight, the warmth of his hand in hers on the dance floor, the raw vulnerability in his unsent letters, these were not fleeting moments. These were echoes of a love that ran deeper than fear, stronger than pride. She pushed open the door. The workshop was quiet, filled with the familiar scent of wood and varnish, the air thick with dust motes dancing in the single shaft of light from a workbench lamp. Adam was there, hunched over a piece of wood, his back to her, his shoulders slumped with weariness. "Adam?" she said, her voice a soft whisper in the stillness. He straightened, turning slowly, his eyes widening in surprise, then narrowing, suspicion flickering across his face. "Ellie, what are you doing here?" "Here." She walked towards him, her heart laid to bare, vulnerable, her voice trembling but firm. "I saw the carving," she said, her gaze locking with his, unwavering. "Beneath the willow. You'll always be home to me." He stared at her, his expression unreadable, his eyes searching hers, probing, questioning. He asked, his voice guarded, hesitant. "And I don't want to leave," she said, the words tumbling out in a rush, a confession years overdue. "Not if staying means being home with you." Tears welled in her eyes again, but this time they were tears of hope, tears of surrender, tears of coming home. "I love you, Adam," she whispered, the words finally free. "I never stopped loving you." The silence in the workshop stretched out thick with unspoken emotion, with the weight of years, with the terrifying vulnerability of Ellie's confession hanging in the air. Adam stood frozen, his expression a mixture of disbelief, hope, and lingering fear. He searched her eyes, searching for truth, searching for forever. And then, slowly, painstakingly, the walls around his heart began to crumble. The guardedness in his eyes softened, replaced by a hesitant warmth, a flicker of the old Adam, the Adam she had loved, the Adam she had never truly let go of. He stepped towards her, his hand reaching out tentatively, cupping her cheek, his touch sending a jolt of electricity through her, a spark igniting the dormant embers of their love. "Ellie," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion, I I never stopped loving you either. The confession, simple and profound, broke the last of the barriers between them. Tears streamed down his face now too, mingling with hers, washing away the years of pain, the years of separation, the years of unspoken longing. He pulled her closer, his arms wrapping around her, holding her tight, a fierce, possessive embrace that spoke volumes more than words ever could. She buried her face in his chest, inhaling the familiar scent of pine wood and home, the scent that had haunted her dreams, the scent that finally, blessedly enveloped her completely. He tilted her face up, his gaze searching hers, his eyes shining with a love that had weathered 15 years of silence, 15 years of distance, 15 years of unspoken pain. And then he kissed her. It wasn't a tentative kiss, not a hesitant reawakening. It was a kiss born of years of longing, of pent-up emotion, of a love that had been simmering beneath the surface, waiting for its moment to ignite. It was passionate, desperate, tear-filled, a kiss that tasted of forgiveness, of homecoming, of second chances, a kiss that sealed their fate irrevocably, completely. Beneath the weeping willow, bathed in the soft glow of the rising moon, Hollow Creek erupted in quiet joy. Whispers spread like wildfire through the town, hushed murmurs of congratulations, knowing smiles, knowing nods. "Ellie's back," they whispered, their voices filled with a quiet satisfaction. "And this time, she's here to stay. Some love stories," they murmured, "are just meant to be." Months spun into seasons, painted in the vibrant hues of Appalachian autumn, the crisp whites of winter snow, the blossoming greens of spring. Hollow Creek embraced Ellie's return, welcoming her back with open arms, as if she had never truly left. Her mother, settled and content in her Florida sunshine, beamed with knowing approval during their frequent video calls. Ellie and Adam, side by side, embarked on a new kind of adventure, a different kind of travel writing. They renovated a dilapidated storefront on Main Street, transforming it into a bookstore cafe, a haven for book lovers and coffee aficionados, a testament to their shared passions, a cornerstone of their shared future. The Willow and Words, Ellie named it, a playful nod to their intertwined history. Adam's woodworking graced every corner of the cafe, hand-carved bookshelves, rustic tables, a cosy reading nook nestled by the window, overlooking the town square. Ellie's travel journals lined the shelves, alongside carefully curated selections of local authors and literary classics, her words weaving stories of far-off lands and the quiet beauty of home. The cafe became the heart of Hollow Creek, a place where locals gathered for coffee and conversation, where tourists lingered over pastries and pages, where the air hummed with the gentle murmur of community, of connection, of love. One warm summer evening, as the sun dipped below the Appalachian peaks, painting the sky in fiery hues of orange and purple, Ellie and Adam walked hand in hand to the riverbank, to their willow tree. The air was soft, fragrant with honeysuckle and river mist, the crickets chirping their evening serenade. They stood before the ancient willow, tracing the faded carvings, the echoes of their teenage promises, the testament to their enduring love. Adam pulled out his pocket knife, the familiar click echoing in the quiet evening air. He looked at Ellie, his eyes shining with a love that was no longer tentative, no longer fearful, but strong, confident forever. Together they carved a new message into the willow beneath their initials, beneath their childhood vow, a simple, profound promise etched into the living wood, a testament to their second chance, to their enduring love, to their homecoming, always. The alarm sounded at 3:15 a.m. on an early June morning in 1953, though Richard Dunbar was already awake. He'd spent the night in his darkroom, studying the prints from yesterday's shoot with growing dissatisfaction. Each image was technically perfect, his work always was, but something essential remained stubbornly absent. The same emptiness that had been haunting his photographs for months now, like the ghost of something he'd forgotten how to see. He silenced the alarm and began his pre-dawn ritual. The Graflex View camera, his constant companion for 15 years, was already packed alongside 4 film holders, each containing 2 sheets of Kodak Tri-X. He'd loaded them the night before in total darkness, his fingers moving with the certainty of muscle memory. The sturdy wooden tripod, essential for the long exposures landscape work demanded, waited by the door. Everything was precisely where it should be, just as it had been every morning for as long as he could remember. The drive from his Lake Tahoe cabin to Yosemite Valley took just under 4 hours. He made it in 3.5, his 49 Packard eating up the empty roads as the stars slowly faded above the Sierra Nevada. The east was just beginning to pale when he parked at the Tunnel View Lookout, the iconic vista still shrouded in pre-dawn shadows. He wasn't surprised to find another car already there, a modest Ford sedan that had seen better days. Anthony Stewart's telegram had been specific about the time and place for the interview. What did surprise him was the figure silhouetted against the granite walls. A woman, working by flashlight, a large format camera already mounted on a tripod. Richard watched her for a moment, noting her methodical movements as she checked her composition through the ground glass. She wore trousers and a man's work shirt with the sleeves rolled up. Practical choices that would raise eyebrows in San Francisco but made perfect sense here in the wilderness. Her dark hair was tied back severely, and a light meter hung around her neck rather than a camera, another telling detail. This was no Sunday photographer. "You're early, Miss Stocks," he called out, lifting his own equipment from the car. She turned, startled but composed. "Mr. Dunbar, I hope to capture the valley before our meeting. I didn't mean to intrude on your location. Tunnel View hardly belongs to me," he approached, studying her setup with professional interest. A Deardorff 8x10, not the obvious choice for a young photographer just starting out. The camera alone cost more than most people made in 3 months. "Though I'm curious why you chose this spot. It's been photographed to death." "By better photographers than me," she agreed readily. "That's why I'm here. I wanted to understand how the masters saw it before trying to find my own vision." She stepped back from her camera. "Would you like to see my composition?" He hesitated. The eastern sky was brightening rapidly, and he had his own shot to set up. But professional curiosity won out. He bent to study her ground glass. The composition was unexpected. Instead of the classic wide shot capturing the entire valley, she'd focused tighter, using a fallen branch in the foreground to frame El Capitan. The pre-dawn light created deep shadows that gave the scene an almost abstract quality. It wasn't technically perfect. The exposure would be tricky with such contrast, but there was something compelling about it. "An interesting choice," he said finally, "but not what you would have done." It wasn't a question. "No." He straightened, meeting her eyes for the first time. They were darker than he had expected, intelligent and unafraid. "I would have waited for better light." "Better light or safer light?" She held his gaze. "Sometimes the shadows tell more truth than the highlights, Mr. Dunbar." He felt an unexpected spark of something. Irritation? Curiosity? Before he could respond, she was already moving, efficiently breaking down her equipment to make room for his. He found himself watching her hands, confident, precise, treating the expensive camera with the respect it deserved. "Mr. Stewart sent your portfolio," he said, beginning his own setup. "Your technical skills are adequate, but this project requires more than technical proficiency. It's about capturing the essence of Yosemite, not just its surface." The essence Mrs. Stewart loved, she added quietly. Richard's hand stilled on his tripod. Margaret Stewart. He'd met her once, years ago, at a gallery showing. She'd spent hours studying his photographs, not just admiring them, but truly seeing them. Her death had hit the Bay Area art community hard. "Did you know her?" he asked. "No." Annie's voice held a note of regret. "But I studied her photographs, not the professional ones, her personal albums. Mr. Stewart shared them with me when I interviewed with him. She saw this place differently than you do." She paused, then added, "Differently than I do too. There was a joy in her images, even the technically imperfect ones, especially those, maybe." The observation was unexpectedly insightful. Richard found himself studying her again, trying to reconcile her youth with the depth of her understanding. She couldn't be much over 22, yet there was something in the way she spoke about photography that resonated uncomfortably with his own recent doubts. "Why do you want this position, Miss Stocks? There are easier paths for a young photographer." "Because I want to learn from the best." She met his eyes again. "But also because I think even the best photographers can sometimes forget how to see with fresh eyes. You've mastered light, Mr. Dunbar. Your work is technically flawless. But lately," she hesitated, then pressed on. "Lately, your photographs feel like they're missing something. Like you're so focused on controlling every element that you've forgotten how to let the heart of a place surprise you." The words hit him like a physical blow. They were too close to his own midnight doubts, the ones that kept him awake studying prints that grew more perfect and more empty with each passing month. "That's a dangerous observation to make in a job interview, Miss Stocks." "I'm not here for a safe job, Mr. Dunbar. I'm here because photography matters to me, the same way it matters to you, and because I think this project deserves both technical excellence and emotional truth." She gestured to the valley, where the first rays of sun were beginning to paint the granite walls. "Look at that light. It's perfect, technically perfect. But what makes it beautiful is the way it struggles with the shadows, the way it reveals and conceals. That's what Mrs. Stewart saw, isn't it? The dance between light and shadow, between control and surrender." Richard felt something shift inside him, like a lens clicking out of focus. The valley was transforming in the dawn light, but for the first time in years, he found himself paying more attention to the photographer than the photograph. There was something compelling about her certainty, her willingness to challenge him even at the risk of losing the position. "The work will be demanding," he said finally. "Long hours, difficult conditions, most of it in backcountry, far from civilization." "I know." She smiled slightly. "I already bought hiking boots and had my mother let out my father's old work shirts." "Your father's shirts?" "He was a logger before the war. Taught me that anything worth doing is worth doing right." She turned back to her camera, beginning to pack it away. "He also taught me that the most beautiful things in nature don't wait for perfect conditions. Sometimes you have to wade into the shadows to find them." Richard watched her work, noting the efficiency of her movements, the way she handled her equipment with both strength and grace. She was young, yes, but there was something compelling about her vision, her quiet confidence, her willingness to push beyond the safe and technically perfect. "The project starts Monday," he said abruptly. "Dawn at this location. Bring your Deerdorf. And coffee." Her hand stilled on her camera case. "Strong coffee or safe coffee, Mr. Dunbar?" "Strong." He turned back to his own camera, hiding the unexpected quirk of his lips. "Very strong." The sun was fully up now, the valley awash in golden light. Richard Dunbar had spent his career pursuing technical perfection, believing that mastery meant control, but as he watched Annie Stocks pack her car, her movements sure and graceful in the morning light, he wondered if perhaps he'd been focusing on the wrong thing all along. Sometimes the most profound images emerge not from perfect light, but from the space between light and shadow, between control and surrender. between what was safely known and what remained to be discovered. The project ahead would test them both, not just their photographic skills, but their understanding of what it meant to truly see. And for the first time in longer than he could remember, Richard felt something stir in his chest that felt like anticipation, like the moment before pressing the shutter, when anything, absolutely anything, seemed possible. Their first month in the field tested them both. Richard insisted on starting in the back country, away from the tourist-crowded valley. Mrs. Stewart loved the hidden places, he explained, studying their topographical maps by lantern light. The spots most people never see. Annie traced their planned route with her finger. 3 weeks without resupply, that's ambitious. Having second thoughts? No, she met his eyes across the map. Just calculating how much film we can reasonably carry. He found himself studying her in the flickering light. She'd already proven herself more capable than he'd expected. Her technical skills were solid, but more importantly, she approached each challenge with quiet determination. When their first campsite flooded in an unexpected storm, she'd helped him move their equipment to higher ground without complaint, working through the night to keep their film dry. We'll each take 6 film holders, he decided, 12 shots per day maximum. That's not much for what we're trying to capture. It'll force us to be deliberate. Every exposure has to matter. She nodded, understanding. In the warm glow of the lantern, her face held a softness he hadn't noticed before. Like Mrs. Stewart's personal albums, some of her best shots were the ones she waited days to take. Richard looked away, uncomfortable with how often he found himself watching her. She had a habit of making observations that cut too close to the truth. The backcountry changed them both. Days began before dawn and ended long after sunset. They developed a rhythm, working in companionable silence as they scouted locations, set up shots, packed and unpacked their heavy equipment. Richard found himself increasingly relying on her eye for composition, though he was reluctant to admit it. One evening, as they waited for the light to shift over a high alpine lake, Annie surprised him by asking about his early work. "I've seen your prints from the 30s, she said, adjusting her tripod. "They're different from what you do now. Less technically accomplished. More alive," she glanced at him. "What changed?" Richard stared at the lake, remembering. "I had a shot published in Life magazine, 1939. A sunset over the Grand Canyon. Beautiful light, perfect composition. The kind of photograph that makes a career," and he paused. 2 weeks later, I got a letter from a reader. She said she could feel the wind in that image, taste the desert air. Said it made her cry. That's remarkable. It terrified me. The admission surprised him, but in the gathering dusk it felt safe to speak truth. The idea that something I created could affect someone that deeply. I started focusing on technical perfection instead. You can't be hurt by something if you keep it at arm's length. Annie was quiet for a long moment. That's a lonely way to live. Photography is lonely work. It doesn't have to be. She turned to face him fully. Look at what we've captured this past month. Your technical precision, my instinct for emotional resonance. Together we're creating something neither of us could achieve alone. She was right, though he wasn't ready to acknowledge it. The prints they'd developed at their last resupply stop had a depth he hadn't achieved in years. There was something about the way she pushed him to see differently, to wait an extra moment before pressing the shutter, to consider not just the light but the feeling of a place. "The light's changing," he said, instead of answering. But as they worked to capture the sunset, he found himself hyper-aware of her presence beside him, of the graceful efficiency of her movements, of how her quiet passion for photography matched his own. The storm caught them 3 days' hike from civilization. They'd been tracking a particular quality of light through the high country, following Mrs. Stewart's journals. She wrote about a moment just after sunrise, Annie had explained, reading by flashlight in their camp. when the light hits the granite walls like liquid gold. Now, huddled in a shallow cave as lightning split the sky, that golden light seemed impossibly distant. Their equipment was safe. They'd managed to protect the cameras and film, but they were soaked through and the temperature was dropping rapidly. "We need to get warm," Richard said, assessing their situation. "There's dry wood at the back of the cave. I'll start a fire." Annie nodded, her teeth chattering. "I'll check the film holders. If any moisture got in, the film can wait." He caught her arm as she turned toward their equipment. "You're freezing." She looked up at him, startled by the contact. Water dripped from her hair, running down her neck, and without thinking, he brushed it away with his thumb. The touch felt electric, intimate in a way that had nothing to do with photography. "Richard!" Thunder crashed overhead, making them both jump. The moment broke. He turned away quickly, focusing on gathering wood, trying to ignore the lingering warmth of her skin against his fingers. The fire, when he got it started, cast dancing shadows on the cave walls. They sat close together for warmth, their wet clothes slowly steaming in the heat. Richard was acutely aware of their isolation, of how improper their situation would appear to the outside world. But here in the wilderness, social conventions seemed as distant as the storm-hidden stars. "Tell me about your first camera," he said, kneading cut to break the charged silence. Annie smiled, the firelight catching the angles of her face. "A brownie Hawkeye. I saved for months to buy it. My father thought I was crazy. That kind of money could have bought a new dress, shoes, all the things a proper young lady needed." She poked the fire with a stick. "And the first time I developed a print, watched the image appear in the chemicals, I knew I'd never be satisfied with being proper. And now you're here, sleeping rough, in the wilderness with a virtual stranger. You're not a stranger." She looked at him then, her eyes reflecting the flames. "Not anymore." He forced himself to look away. "Get some rest. We'll need to move at first light, try to make up lost time." But sleep proved elusive. As the storm raged outside, Richard found himself remembering the feel of her skin under his fingers, the way she'd looked at him in the firelight. It was dangerous territory. They had a job to do, a commitment to Mrs. Steward's memory. He couldn't afford to let personal feelings complicate their working relationship. And yet, as he listened to Annie's breathing even out in sleep, he couldn't deny that something had shifted between them. Like a photograph slowly developing, revealing depths and shadows he hadn't expected to find. The incident at Mirror Lake changed everything. They'd been working since dawn trying to capture the perfect reflection of Half Dome in the still water. Richard had insisted on using the 8x10 Deerdorf for its superior detail, despite the challenge of manoeuvring the heavy camera in the muddy shoreline. "The composition needs something," Annie said, studying the ground glasses. "It's technically perfect, but what?" There was an edge to his voice. They'd been at this spot for hours, and frustration was setting in. "It feels empty. Like we're so focused on the reflection that we've forgotten what we're really trying to capture." "And what exactly are we trying to capture, Miss Stocks?" He fell back on formality when annoyed, and immediately regretted it when he saw the hurt flash across her face. "The way Mrs. Stewart saw this place." Annie's voice was quiet but firm. "Not just as a perfect mirror, but as a living thing. Here." She stepped closer, reaching past him to adjust the camera angle slightly. "If we include that fallen log, the way the morning mist is rising around it." Her proximity was suddenly overwhelming. He could smell the rosewater scent she somehow maintained even in the wilderness, could feel the warmth of her body next to his. Without thinking, he turned his head toward her, and for a moment they were inches apart, sharing the same breath. Annie went very still. "Richard!" The crack of a branch breaking made them both jump. A young deer had wandered into the frame, stopping to drink at the lake's edge. Without speaking, they both shifted into professional mode, adjusting the composition to include this unexpected gift. But something had changed. As they worked through the morning, Richard found himself hyper-aware of every accidental touch, every shared glance. The easy rhythm they'd developed over the past months felt suddenly charged with unspoken possibility. That evening, developing prints in their makeshift darkroom tent, the red safe light cast everything in shades of shadow and suggestion. Richard watched Annie work, her hands sure and graceful as she moved prints between chemical baths. She'd rolled up her sleeves and a drop of fixer solution ran down her forearm like a tear. "You were right," he said abruptly. She looked up, startled. "About what?" "The composition. The deer. Everything." He stepped closer, drawn despite his better judgment. "You see things differently. You make me see things differently." "Is that such a bad thing?" Her voice was barely a whisper. "It's terrifying." He reached out, brushed another drop of solution from her skin. This time his fingers lingered. "Everything about you terrifies me." The air between them felt charged, like the moment before lightning strikes. Annie turned her hand in his, their fingers intertwining. "Richard!" A timer buzzed, making them both jump. The print in the developer was starting to overdevelop, the shadows growing too dark. They broke apart, returning to their tasks with forced professionalism. But the darkness couldn't hide the trembling of Annie's hands, or the way Richard's breath came too quick and shallow. Later, studying the prints they had made, Richard was struck by how different they were from his usual work. There was still technical excellence, yes, but there was something more, a vulnerability, a sense of intimacy with the landscape that he hadn't achieved in years. "They're beautiful," Annie said softly, looking over his shoulder. "They're dangerous." He couldn't look at her. "We have a job to do, a responsibility to Mrs. Steward's memory. We can't what?" When he didn't answer, she pressed on. "Feel something? Connect with what we're photographing? With each other?" "Annie, no." She gathered up her prints with trembling hands. "You're right. We have a job to do. Good night, McDunbar." She left him alone in the darkroom tent, surrounded by images that revealed too much truth. Richard stared at the prints, seeing in them everything he'd been trying to avoid. Vulnerability, emotion, the dangerous beauty of letting someone behind his carefully constructed walls. The project was barely half finished. They had 6 more months of working together, of shared dawns and wilderness camps and darkroom sessions. 6 months of trying to maintain professional distance while every instinct urged him closer. Richard Dunbar had built his career on control, on keeping emotion at arm's length. But as he studied the prints before him, he was forced to acknowledge that control was slipping away, and the images were better for it. The question was, could he survive letting his heart be as exposed as his photography? October came to Yosemite in a blaze of colour. The valley maples turned fierce gold, aspens shimmered silver yellow against granite walls, and the late afternoon light took on an almost ethereal quality. It was the kind of light photographers dreamed about, the kind Margaret Stewart had written about in her journals. They'd returned to Richard's cabin near Lake Tahoe to develop the autumn series. The project was nearly complete, just a few months left to capture winter's transformation of the park. Their work had exceeded expectations. Anthony Stewart, reviewing their preliminary prints, had been moved to tears. "Margaret would have loved thee," he'd said, touching one image with trembling fingers. "She always said Yosemite was most beautiful when seen through eyes of love." Now, in the close confines of Richard's darkroom, those words haunted him. Annie worked at the enlarger, her movements precise as she adjusted the focus. They had been dancing around each other for days, the tension between them growing with each shared glance, each accidental touch. "The contrast needs adjustment," she murmured, not looking at him. "We're losing detail in the shadows." Richard moved closer, studying the projected image. It was one of their best, half dome at sunrise with early snow dusting its face. But something in the composition struck him suddenly, making his breath catch. "This isn't my shot," he said slowly. Annie's hand stilled on the enlarger. "No. When did you—" "That morning after the storm, when you were breaking camp. The light was—" She trailed off, then squared her shoulders. "I know we agreed to focus on your compositions, but something about the way the shadows played across the snow? It's extraordinary." The admission came unbidden. The image captured everything they'd been trying to achieve. Technical excellence married to raw emotional power. "Why didn't you show me sooner?" She finally looked at him, her eyes dark in the safe light's glow. "Because I saw how you looked at me when I took it. Like I'd crossed a line. Like I'd stopped being your assistant and become—" She swallowed hard. "Something else." The dark room suddenly felt too small, too intimate. Richard could hear his heart pounding in the silence. "You've never been just my assistant." "Then what am I, Richard?" Her voice was barely a whisper. "What are we doing here?" He reached for her before he could stop himself, his fingers brushing her cheek. She leaned into the touch, and something inside him broke. The kiss was inevitable, months of tension finally spilling over. She tasted like coffee and darkroom chemicals, her hands clutching his shirt as he backed her against the enlarger. The safe light cast everything in shades of blood and shadow, turning the moment surreal. "Richard," she gasped against his mouth. "Please." The timer buzzed, harsh and insistent. They jumped apart. The print in the developer was ruined, the image degraded beyond salvation. Reality crashed back like a bucket of cold fixer. Richard stepped away, horror rising in his throat. What had he done? They had a contract, obligations. This project wasn't about them. It was about Margaret's memory, about creating something raw and true. "We can't," he said roughly. "This isn't... We have to stay professional." "Professional," Annie's voice cracked. "Is that what you call what's been growing between us? Just professional collaboration?" "The project! To hell with the project!" She grabbed one of their prints, thrust it at him. "Look at this. Really look at it. Everything that makes these images powerful is because of what's happening between us. The tension, the emotion, the way we see differently together than apart. That's exactly why it has to stop." He forced himself to meet her eyes. "We're losing objectivity, the work. The work is better because of it. Why can't you see that? Why are you so afraid of letting someone in?" "Because I can't lose control." The words echoed in the small space. "Not of the work. Not of myself. Not with you." Annie went very still. When she spoke, her voice was cold. "Control? Is that what you think love is about?" The word love hit him like a physical blow. He turned away, unable to bear the hurt in her eyes. "I see." She began gathering her things with trembling hands. "Well, don't worry, Mr. Dunbar. Your precious control is safe. I quit." "Annie, no." She yanked her coat from its hook. "You want technical perfection? Fine, but remember what Anthony said about Margaret's vision. She saw Yosemite through eyes of love. All you see is light and shadow, and you're too afraid to admit there might be something more." She slammed out of the dark room, leaving him alone in the red-tinged darkness. Through the wall, he heard her gathering her things from the cabin's main room. The front door opened, then closed. A car engine started, faded into distance. Richard sank onto his stool, surrounded by their prints. In the safe light, every image seemed to mock him. Here was the alpine lake where they'd first talked about fear and art, the meadow where she'd taught him to wait for emotion before pressing the shutter, the storm-swept granite where she'd fallen asleep beside him, trusting him completely. And there, newly developed, her shot of half-dome. It was the kind of photograph he'd spent his career trying to create, technically perfect yet emotionally raw, the kind of image that could make a stranger cry, the kind of art that only came from letting go. Outside, snow began to fall, tiny flakes caught in the porch light. Winter was coming to the Sierras. The project's final season stretched ahead, impossible now without her. Richard stared at her ruined print in the developer, watching the image fade to black, and realised that in trying to maintain control, he had lost the only thing that truly mattered. The timer buzzed again, insistent in the darkness, but Richard didn't move to silence it. He sat in his perfectly controlled darkroom, surrounded by images of a love he'd been too afraid to grasp, and finally understood what Margaret Stewart had known all along. Some things were beautiful precisely because they couldn't be controlled. And sometimes, the most perfect moments came not from technical precision, but from letting your heart be as exposed as your film. Snow fell for 3 days after Annie left. Richard spent them in his darkroom developing and redeveloping prints until his fingers were stained with chemicals. Each image seemed to hold a piece of her. The way she'd frame a shot differently than he would, how she'd wait for emotional resonance before pressing the shutter, her intuitive understanding of what made a photograph more than merely perfect. On the 4th day, Anthony Stewart arrived unannounced. "Miss Stocks resigned," Anthony said without preamble, standing in Richard's living room. Snow fell outside the windows, turning the world soft and silent. "She sent me her letter of resignation along with this." He placed a large print on Richard's coffee table. It was Annie's shot of Half Dome, professionally mounted and finished. In the clean winter light, it was even more extraordinary than it had appeared in the darkroom. "She said you'd understand what it meant," Anthony continued quietly, "that it was her way of showing what Margaret always tried to teach her about photography." Richard stared at the image, seeing now what he'd been too afraid to acknowledge that night. It wasn't just technically accomplished. It was emotionally raw, vulnerable, beautiful in its honesty. Like Margaret's personal albums, it captured not just the landscape but the feeling of the moment. "I've been a fool," he said finally. "Yes," Anthony's voice was gentle. "You know, Margaret used to say that the best photographs are like love letters. They're not about technical perfection. They're about showing someone else exactly how you see the world and trusting them to understand." Richard looked up sharply. "Did Annie tell you what happened?" "She didn't have to." Anthony picked up the photograph. "It's all here in this image. The way she sees Yosemite, the way she sees you." He paused. "The question is, what are you going to do about it?" Finding Annie proved harder than Richard expected. She wasn't at her San Francisco apartment or at any of the commercial darkrooms where she'd once worked. Finally, a colleague mentioned she'd taken a job with a small gallery in Monterey. The gallery was closed when he arrived, but light spilled from the windows. Through the glass, he could see Annie working late, mounting prints for an exhibition. She'd cut her hair shorter, and somehow the change made her look both younger and more confident. The bell chimed as he entered. She looked up, then went very still. "We're closed," she said, her voice carefully neutral. "I saw your print." He stepped closer, noting how she tensed. The half-dome shot. "Did you come all this way to critique my composition?" "No." He took a deep breath. "I came to tell you that you were right. About everything. About control, about vulnerability, about what makes a photograph and a photographer truly great." She set down her mounting tools but didn't speak. "I've spent my whole career hiding behind technical perfection," he continued, believing that if I could control every element, I could avoid the messiness of real emotion. But looking at our work together, looking at your work, I finally understand what I've been missing. "And what's that?" Her voice was barely a whisper. "Heart." He reached into his camera bag, withdrew a stack of prints. "These are all the shots we took together. I've been studying them, really studying them, and I can see it now. The best ones, the ones that truly capture Yosemite's soul, are the ones where we weren't just photographers. We were artists, partners, people who saw the world better together than apart." Annie's hands trembled as she looked through the prints. "These are different from the work you usually show." Because they're honest, like Margaret's personal albums, like your dome shot, and he stepped closer, like what I should have said that night in the dark room. She looked up at him, and the hope and fear in her eyes nearly broke him. I'm not good at losing control, he admitted. I'm learning that some things, some people, are worth the risk. You taught me to see differently, Annie, not just through the lens, but with my heart. And if you'll let me, I'd like to spend the rest of my life learning to see the world the way you do. Richard, I love you. The words, once so terrifying, felt like coming home. I love your passion, your courage, your willingness to actually push beyond technical perfection to find real beauty. I love how you challenge me, how you make me better, how you... She kissed him. Unlike their darkroom embrace, this kiss was soft, certain, full of promise. When they finally parted, her eyes were bright with tears. You know this changes everything, she said. Our work, our relationship. I'm counting on it. He brushed a tear from her cheek. Remember what Margaret wrote about seeing Yosemite through eyes of love? I think maybe that's the only way to see anything that matters. Annie smiled, really smiled, and something in his chest unclenched. We still have the winter series to shoot, she said, if you're interested in a partner rather than an assistant. I was thinking something more permanent. He took her hand, marvelling at how right it felt. There's a gallery in Lake Tahoe interested in showing our work. Not just the Yosemite series, everything we want to create together, as equals. Her eyes widened. The Morrison Gallery. But they never show landscape work. They do now. Apparently our style is uniquely emotional while maintaining technical excellence. He grinned. Their words, not mine. Our style, she repeated softly. I like the sound of that. Outside, fog rolled in from the bay, softening the harsh edges of the world. Through the gallery windows, Richard could see their reflection. Not two separate people anymore, but a single image, perfectly composed. So, he said, partners? Annie reached up, straightened his ever-present tie with familiar hands. In photography and life? Everything. She smiled, and it was like watching the sun break through storm clouds. Then I suppose we should get back to Yosemite. Winter light waits for no one, Mr. Dunbar. Just Richard, he corrected, pulling her close. After all, perfect formality is overrated. Her laughter, warm and real, was better than any photograph he'd ever taken. And as they began planning their return to Yosemite, this time as true partners, Richard finally understood what Margaret Stewart had been trying to teach them all along. The most beautiful images, like the most beautiful moments in life, came not from controlling every detail, but from having the courage to let love change how you see the world. Winter in Yosemite, 1954. The pre-dawn air bit cold and sharp as Richard and Annie made their way up to Glacier Point. It was their last shoot for the project, over a year after their first meeting at the Tunnel View. Fresh snow blanketed the valley, transforming the familiar landscape into something new and pristine. Careful with the tripod, Annie called, her breath visible in the darkness. Ice under that snow. Richard smiled, remembering how she'd corrected his composition that first morning. Now they moved in perfect sync, setting up their equipment with the ease of long practice. His Graflex and her Deerdorf stood side by side, their wooden bodies gleaming in the starlight. Margaret wrote about this view in winter, Annie said, checking her light meter. About how the snow makes everything quiet, like the whole world is holding its breath. Richard paused in his preparations, watching her work. The past 3 months had transformed them both. After their reconciliation in Monterey, they'd approached the winter series as true partners, each bringing their own vision while strengthening the others. The results had exceeded even their highest hopes. You're staring, she said without looking up from her camera. I'm composing. Now she did look up, smiling. And what do you see? Everything that matters. The eastern sky began to lighten, painting Half Dome in subtle shades of purple and gold. They worked in comfortable silence, each finding their own angle on the emerging day. When the sun finally crested the horizon, they were ready. Richard watched Annie as she worked, marvelling at how she seemed to dance with her camera, responding to each shift of light with intuitive grace. Her technical skills had always been excellent, but now there was something more, a confidence, a joy that transformed mere expertise into artistry. "Got it," she breathed, stepping back from her camera. "Want to see?" He moved to study her ground glass, their shoulders touching naturally. The composition was extraordinary. Half Dome emerging from dawn shadows, the fresh snow creating patterns of light and dark that spoke of renewal, of beginnings. "Perfect," he said softly. "No." She turned to face him, her eyes bright in the growing light. "Not perfect. True." He understood then what he needed to do. Reaching into his camera bag, he withdrew a small package wrapped in dark cloth. "I have something for you. An early wedding gift. Richard, open it." Inside was a photograph he'd taken the day after their engagement, printed and mounted with meticulous care. It showed Annie at work, her face lit by winter sunshine as she adjusted her camera. But it wasn't just a portrait. It was a love letter in silver and light, showing her exactly as he saw her. Brilliant, passionate, absolutely essential to his world. She breathed, touching the print gently. "You've never shown me your portraits before. I've never taken one that mattered this much." He took her hand, marvelling at how perfectly it fit in his. "I spent so many years trying to capture technical perfection that I forgot what Margaret knew all along, that the most beautiful photographs come from loving what you see." Annie's eyes filled with tears, but she was smiling. "And what do you see now?" "My future. My partner. The woman who taught me that real art, like real love, isn't about control. It's about trust." She reached up to brush snow from his collar, her touch lingering. "Speaking of trust, I have something to show you too." From her own bag, she produced a small envelope. Inside was a letter from the Morrison Gallery. Richard read it quickly, his eyes widening. "They want to represent us, permanently." As partners, her voice was soft but certain. "They want the Yosemite series first, but after that, they're interested in everything we want to create together. No restrictions, no limits on subject matter. Just us, seeing the world our way." Richard pulled her close, surprising them both with a kiss that tasted of snow and possibility. When they parted, the sun had fully risen, turning the valley into a wonderland of crystal and light. "We should start heading back home soon," Annie said eventually. "The reception's tomorrow at 2 and I still need to finish mounting the final prints for the exhibition." "Let me help with that," she laughed. "You? The man who once spent 3 hours adjusting a single print's contrast?" "I've learned a few things about letting go of perfection." He began packing up their equipment, movements sure despite the cold. "Besides, I have a vested interest in making sure my wife's exhibition opening is everything she deserves." "Our exhibition," she corrected gently. "Everything we create now, we create together." The following afternoon, as their friends and colleagues gathered at the Morrison Gallery, Richard stood with Annie before the centrepiece of their exhibition. It was a diptych, his view and hers of the same Yosemite dawn, mounted side by side. Different perspectives combining to create something greater than either could achieve alone. Anthony Stewart studied the images with tears in his eyes. "Margaret would have loved these," he said. "She always said that the best photographs, like the best marriages, come from two people seeing the same thing differently, but loving it equally." Richard squeezed Annie's hand, feeling the simple gold band that now matched his own. Next month they would return to Yosemite for a new project, their first as husband and wife. But for now, surrounded by their work and their loved ones, they simply stood together, watching as others discovered what they had learned. That sometimes the most perfect moments are the ones you never planned, and the most beautiful photographs are the ones taken not with technical precision, but with an open heart. Through the gallery windows, snow began to fall again, soft and clean as a new paper in a developer tray. Richard thought about all the photographs yet to be taken, all the moments yet to be shared. He and Annie had a lifetime ahead of them to capture not just images, but feelings, memories, the quiet miracle of two artists becoming one without losing their individual vision. "Ready for our next adventure?" Annie asked softly. Richard looked at his wife, his partner, his muse, and smiled. "With you, always." The snow fell harder now, transforming the Lake Tahoe street into something magical and new. Inside the warmth of the gallery, surrounded by the images they'd created together, Richard and Annie Dunbar stood hand in hand, ready to begin their greatest collaboration yet, a life viewed through the lens of love. The end. Scarlett Monroe pressed her palm against the glass of the bus window as Belhaven's iconic Main Street came into view. This small southern town was where she'd grown up, magnolia trees in bloom, gentle breezes wafting the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and historic storefronts that stood as silent witnesses to generations of secrets and stories. Scarlett was 28, with a proud streak born of city life. She'd left Belhaven right after high school for college, and then a demanding corporate job in New York. Burned by love more times than she cared to admit, and haunted by the notion that nothing ever lasted, she'd learned to rely on no one but herself. Now she returned with a single suitcase and a phone full of unanswered emails from her old firm. The trigger for this abrupt homecoming was her grandmother, Evelyn Monroe, who'd raised her since childhood. Evelyn's minor stroke 2 weeks ago had jolted Scarlett into confronting a reality she'd tried to escape, that Belhaven, for better or worse, had roots in her heart. When she stepped off the bus, the first thing she noticed was how quiet it all was. An old man waved from a rocking chair on the porch of the bus station. A golden retriever dozed lazily under a lamp-post. The sky was a deep, cloudless blue, a stark contrast to the steel-grey skyscrapers she'd left behind. Half an hour later, Scarlett was trudging up the steps of the Victorian-style house she once called home. It had the same wraparound porch, the same wind chimes dancing in the summer breeze. Her grandmother sat in a wicker chair, sipping sweet tea as if waiting for her. "Scarlett, darling," Evelyn greeted, setting the tea aside. Her face glowed with relief. She looked frailer than Scarlett remembered, but her smile was unwavering. Scarlett swallowed hard. "Hey, Nana." It was the first time she'd used that endearment in years. She leaned in to hug her grandmother gently. That evening she learned more about the aftermath of Evelyn's stroke. It had been mild, but enough to leave her fatigued. Belhaven's biggest event of the year, the Magnolia Festival, was looming, and Evelyn usually played a key role in organising it. As Scarlett settled into her old bedroom, she figured her grandmother had no business fretting about a festival. Yet Evelyn insisted. The festival was tradition, and tradition meant everything here. Early the next morning, Scarlett found herself wrangled into a planning meeting for the Magnolia Festival, courtesy of Evelyn's gentle but unyielding persuasion. A handful of locals gathered at the Belhaven Community Centre, a modest building with wide windows overlooking a yard full of blooming azaleas. Scarlett recognised a few familiar faces: Mrs. Turner from the bakery, Pastor Lewis's wife, and Mr. Johnston, who owned the hardware store. Sitting among them, flipping through festival notes, she felt like she'd stepped back in time to high school. Everyone still had that same friendly drawl, that same practised gossip about who was courting whom, who'd had a falling out, and who was newly returned to town. In the middle of it all, she caught sight of a tall, broad-shouldered man leaning against a window frame. James Hunt. He looked to be in his early 30s, wearing a worn-out plaid shirt, dust smudging his jeans. His posture told her he was either bored or confident, maybe both. He radiated an earthy calm that set him apart from the rest. There was something vaguely familiar about him, yet she couldn't quite place if they'd met. The planning session was well underway when Evelyn piped up, her voice soft but resolute. "My granddaughter's here to help with the festival, seeing as I'm not quite myself these days." Scarlett bristled. She'd only agreed to watch from the sidelines. "Actually, Nana, I'm just here to support you. I have no idea how these events run. Maybe we should leave it to the experts." James, from across the room, straightened up. "We'll take all the help we can get." He had a faint southern drawl, and the way he said it suggested he wasn't totally convinced. "We're short on hands this year." Scarlett folded her arms. "Look, my background is in corporate finance, not festival planning." He eyed her with a hint of amusement. "Finance or not, we still have to finish building the floats, set up the town dance, coordinate the vendors. Maybe your fancy spreadsheets can help with that?" Laughter danced around the room, though it wasn't unkind. Scarlett felt the heat rising to her cheeks. "Well, I guess we'll see," she muttered. By the end of the meeting, she knew two things. One, this Magnolia Festival was a massive deal for Belhaven, and two, she and James Hunt got off on the wrong foot. He seemed earnest about preserving the small-town charm, while she privately thought Belhaven was trapped in the past. She had moved on to bigger things. Why couldn't they? Outside the community centre, she caught up with James, feeling compelled to address their tension. "We clearly have different viewpoints," she started, trying for diplomacy. He shrugged, pressing the brim of his hat down against the sunshine. "Maybe we do. That doesn't mean we can't find common ground." Then he paused, as if searching her face for a deeper meaning. "Scarlett Monroe. No. I heard you left for New York a while back. This town can rub people wrong if they aren't used to it." "I grew up here," she reminded him, bristling again. "I didn't just magically appear." "Then you know how folks are." He gave a small shrug and stepped away, leaving her with more questions than answers. Scarlett trudged home, trying to shake off the confrontation, but her grandmother was waiting with a new surprise. "James came by earlier, asked if you'd help restore the old barn on his ranch for the festival dance. I told him yes." Scarlett's jaw dropped. "Nana, I can't." "You can," Evelyn said firmly. "Besides, it'll keep you out of trouble." Trouble indeed. She'd known James Hunt for all of 5 minutes, and he already sparked an odd mixture of curiosity and irritation within her. Yet she couldn't deny the flitting sensation in her chest. The same feeling that once drew her to risk and excitement. Maybe she was bored. Maybe she was lonely. Maybe she just needed a distraction, while she figured out how to handle her grandmother's health and her own future. The next day, she found herself on a gravel driveway leading to a sprawling ranch just outside of town. The fences were painted white. Magnolia trees dotted the landscape, and a wide pasture stretched into the horizon where horses grazed lazily. James was waiting by a red truck, arms folded. "Welcome to Hunt Farm," he greeted. His tone wasn't exactly warm, but it wasn't cold either. "Barn's over that way." She followed him, noticing the stoic set of his jaw. "So, you want to fix this up for a dance?" She gestured at the barn's peeling paint and sagging doors. "Yeah," he said softly. "It was my father's barn. I promised the festival committee we'd revive it for the big night. But time's been short." Scarlett raised an eyebrow. He didn't elaborate, but she sensed there was more to it. Some personal attachment, perhaps. "All right. Where do we start?" They spent the afternoon clearing debris, sweeping the dusty floor, and stacking bales of hay in a makeshift corner. It was surprisingly rewarding work. She forgot the city, the deadlines, the hustle and bustle. For a moment, as sunlight filtered through the slats of the barn walls, she found a quiet sort of joy in manual labour. James noticed her fascination. Not exactly corporate finance, is it? She leaned on her broom, smirking. That's true. But hey, I'm flexible. Despite the teasing, they fell into a rhythm, neither too friendly nor dismissive. She'd scoff, he'd retort, but after an hour or two the tension softened. A sense of shared purpose took over, and though they came from vastly different worlds now, they aligned in the day's task. By sunset, the barn looked marginally improved. James offered her a glass of lemonade, and they stood against a fence to watch the sky turn peach and lavender. Horses ambled in the distance, and a soft wind rustled the magnolia leaves. It's a good start, he murmured, nodding at the barn. Thank you, Scarlett. She shrugged, hugging her elbows. Just trying to do my part, though I'm still not sure why you'd want me of all people to help. He exhaled slowly. 'Cause you're here, and we need all the hands we can get. But also, he paused, searching for the right words. I have a feeling that maybe you need this place as much as it needs you. Scarlett opened her mouth to protest, but nothing came out. For a fleeting moment, she considered that maybe he was right. Maybe she needed something tangible, some sense of belonging after years of corporate isolation. The breeze picked up, carrying the faint aroma of magnolia blossoms. She glanced at him, feeling a sudden flutter in her chest, as though the evening air was charged with possibility. But she pushed it aside. She didn't believe in second chances, especially not from a place she'd once vowed never to return to. Anyway, he continued, clearing his throat, see you tomorrow. We've got more paint and boards to haul. Scarlett simply nodded, turning away before the vulnerability in his voice made her question her own defences. The barn might be salvageable, but her heart, well, that was another story entirely. Scarlett arrived at Hunt Farm just as the sun crested the horizon. She found James already lugging planks of wood from the back of his truck. For a moment, she lingered on the porch, watching the way he moved, unhurried, deliberate, each step revealing a silent strength. They set about replacing rotten boards on the barn's exterior. To Scarlett's surprise, the work went smoothly, punctuated by the occasional playful banter. You're not half bad with a hammer, James observed, handing her a fresh nail. She gave him a sidelong glance. Don't sound so surprised. I wasn't always a city girl. They worked until noon, at which point a distant rumble of thunder caught their attention. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, and the air grew thick with humidity. Storm's comin', James said quietly, looking at the sky. The wind picked up, and the first fat raindrops smacked the barn's roof. We should probably, Scarlett began, but before she finished, the sky opened up in a torrent. They scrambled inside, slamming the barn doors. The storm descended in full force, rain hammering the tin roof like wild applause. Lightning flashed through the cracks, momentarily illuminating stacks of hay and old saddles hanging on the walls. Dripping wet, they stood panting. James fumbled for a flashlight and some lanterns, lighting the cavernous space in a warm, flickering glow. Looks like we're stuck here for a bit, he said, wringing water from his shirt. A wave of thunder rattled the walls, and Scarlett tried not to wince. She hated storms. Something about the loud unpredictability made her heart race. James must have noticed her tension because he offered a gentle half-smile. This barn's been through worse, he assured her. We'll be all right. Suddenly, amid the thunder and the flicker of lantern light, the air felt charged with something deeper, a sense of shared vulnerability. As they settled on a pair of overturned crates, the roaring storm outside seemed to draw them closer in a hush of intimacy. What made you leave Belhaven? James asked softly after a while, his voice nearly drowned out by the rain. Scarlett hesitated, hugging her knees. She wasn't used to talking about her past, especially not to near strangers. But something about James's calm presence pried her defences open. I wanted More, she admitted. More excitement, more ambition, more noise. I thought New York would fix everything I lacked. She let out a small laugh, bitter around the edges. Turns out it's just a different kind of emptiness. James studied her quietly. She couldn't read his expression, sympathy, maybe understanding, perhaps something else. I get it, he said at last. After my wife died. He broke off, swallowing hard. All I wanted was to leave too. Travel the rodeo circuit, stay busy enough not to think. But I came back. This ranch was of my family's. Felt like the only piece of her I had left. Scarlett's chest tightened. She didn't expect he'd confide something so personal. I'm sorry, she said softly. A particularly bright flash of lightning illuminated the tears James was trying to blink away. She passed in a car accident. We'd only been married a year. This place, it's been my anchor, for better or worse. Silence fell between them, but it wasn't uncomfortable. It was loaded with shared sorrow, with the weight of secrets usually kept hidden. Scarlett felt her pulse thrum. This was the side of James she hadn't expected. Wounded, raw, and very real. The thunder's intensity began to wane, but neither of them moved. In the dim barn light, with rain still pattering on the roof, they found a soft connection. Their gazes flicked across each other's faces, acknowledging an unspoken bond that overshadowed their earlier friction. I guess we both know what it's like to run, Scarlett ventured. To think leaving is easier than staying. James nodded, eyes downcast. Sometimes, though, staying is the harder choice, and the right one. I'm still figuring that out. The storm's final gust rattled the barn doors, but the worst had passed. Outside, the rain slowed to a murmur, leaving behind the fresh scent of wet earth. They stood up, brushing off straw and wiping away lingering raindrops, each privately wondering if they had said too much or maybe not enough. When Scarlett returned to her grandmother's house that evening, she found Evelyn dozing on the living room couch, a half-finished knitting project in her lap. Quietly, Scarlett took a blanket and tucked it around her. As she did, she realised with a pang that her grandmother had always been her one true constant. "You're a good girl, Scarlett," Evelyn whispered, stirring slightly. "Don't let the past stop you from living." Scarlett swallowed hard. She wasn't sure if Evelyn was half asleep or fully aware of the weight behind those words. Later that night, Scarlett's phone buzzed. A number from New York. It was her old boss. She ignored it. A minute later, a text appeared. "Call me ASAP, big promotion in the works." She stared at the screen, heart pounding. This was exactly what she'd dreamed of for years, a chance to climb the corporate ladder. Yet it suddenly felt less thrilling. Belhaven was irritating, claustrophobic, and yet comforting. It was simpler to chase promotions in skyscrapers than to face her complicated feelings here. But could she just walk away again? Especially now, when her grandmother needed her, and something intangible with James was beginning to stir. Her mind churned with questions she couldn't answer. Setting the phone face down on her nightstand, she decided she'd figure it out tomorrow. At least that's what she told herself. Meanwhile, at Hunt Farm, James stood by his bedroom window looking out at the drenched fields. The storm had cleared to reveal a moonlit sky, and the air smelled of grass and possibility. He thought of Scarlett's eyes in the lantern light, the quiet anguish in her voice when she spoke about leaving Belhaven. He fiddled with a small silver ring he wore around his neck, his late wife's wedding band, which he'd kept close all these years. Did these new feelings for Scarlett dishonour the woman he lost? Yet the attraction was there, as undeniable as the storm that had just passed. Down the hall, his young niece, Lily, who stayed with him on weekends, peeked around the corner. "Uncle James, you awake?" He turned, forcing a smile. "Yeah, couldn't sleep." Lily, a bright 9-year-old with pigtails, padded into the room. "I saw you talking to that lady at the barn," she grinned mischievously. "Is she your friend?" James nearly laughed, but settled for a wry look. "She's a helper for the festival." Lily shrugged, unconvinced. She's pretty, and you smiled a lot when you talked about her." "She's more complicated than that, kiddo," James said, ruffling Lily's hair. But the truth was, Lily's observation pricked at his heart. She was right. Some part of him felt lighter around Scarlett. Later, alone, James wrestled with guilt. How could he let someone else in when the memory of his wife still loomed so large? He'd never imagined feeling this way again, never wanted to, really. Yet life had a funny way of handing you a second chance when you least expected it. The following week was a blur of festival preparations. Scarlett organised a spreadsheet for budget and inventory, a feat that elicited both awe and gentle ribbing from the folks in charge. Together, she and James tackled repairs, building a makeshift stage inside the barn for the final dance. The tension between them shifted from wary cooperation to a slow, simmering closeness. One evening, after the rest of the volunteers had gone, Scarlett and James lingered. They needed to test the barn's floor for dancing, just to be sure the boards wouldn't buckle, or so they told themselves. James found an old portable radio, and scratchy country tunes filled the barn. "Come on," he said, holding out a hand. "Let's see if the floor holds." Scarlett snorted. "You sure you can keep up with me?" He smirked. "You forget. I was a rodeo star. I think I can handle a two-step." She placed her hand in his, a flutter rising in her chest. They began a slow, swaying dance, boots scuffing against the newly sanded planks. The warm air buzzed with tension, every step an unspoken confession. Her heartbeat thundered louder than any storm outside. She noticed the faint scar on his forearm, the way his eyes looked darker in the lantern light, and she realised how very close they stood. A tilt of his head brought them face to face, breath mingling. Before she knew what she was doing, Scarlett leaned in. Or did he lean first? It didn't matter. Their lips met in a soft, hesitant kiss that tasted of sawdust and unspoken longing. For a moment the world stilled. Then, as if jolted by reality, Scarlett pulled away, her eyes wide. I don't know if I can do this," she whispered, a mix of regret and fear curling in her tone. James remained quiet. He stepped back, nodding in understanding, though his eyes betrayed the longing within. "We can just finish up for tonight," he said, finally turning off the radio. They parted awkwardly, each carrying a swirl of unresolved feelings. Outside, the magnolia trees stirred under the moonlight, as if leaning in to listen to the secrets the two of them refused to admit out loud, despite every rational impulse screaming otherwise. A fragile seed of hope took root that night, even if neither of them was ready to water it just yet. James awoke to the crow of a rooster outside his window. He brushed off the memory of that near-electric moment in the barn. "It's just a kiss," he tried telling himself, but that small voice in his head argued otherwise. The truth was, he couldn't stop replaying the warmth of Scarlett's lips, the hesitant surprise in her eyes. Through the day, he busied himself with chores, feeding the horses, mending fences, meeting with local ranchers about the festival's livestock show. Yet his thoughts drifted to Scarlett. Lily teased him mercilessly, insisting on grand tales of the mysterious pretty lady. He found himself torn between wanting to shield himself from more heartbreak and craving that glimmer of connection he'd nearly forgotten. Meanwhile, Scarlett avoided Hunt Farm for 2 whole days, claiming she needed to finalise logistics for the Magnolia Festival Parade. In reality, she was unsettled, torn between curiosity and fear. How had she gone from corporate spreadsheets to waltzing in a dusty barn with a man who redefined her ideas of stability and comfort? Focusing on festival prep felt safer, so she did just that, until Evelyn's health took a slight dip. One morning, Scarlett rushed downstairs to find her grandmother sitting in the kitchen, trembling from dizziness. "I'm fine, darling," Evelyn insisted, pressing a palm to her temple. "Just stood up too quickly," but Scarlett could see the paleness of her grandmother's cheeks, the worry lines etched deeper than before. Over the next few hours, she cancelled errands, made sure Evelyn ate, and sat by her side. It reminded her all too sharply of the real reason she was here in the first place. Family. Still, her mind couldn't help flitting to James's quiet eyes. Scarlett's phone chimed late that afternoon, an email from her old boss in New York urging her to accept the promotion. The role offered triple her current salary prospects, a corner office, and the prestige she'd once craved. But there was a catch. She needed to return to the city in a week if she wanted to finalise the position. She stared at the message, heart pounding in her ears. She could leave Belhaven again. Everything she once ran from was still waiting for her, a plane ride away. Yet the thought no longer filled her with relief. That evening she wandered the streets of Belhaven, passing by neighbours and local shops that all closed early, in typical small-town fashion. When she reached the old orchard near the community centre, she saw James leaning against a tree, as if waiting for someone. Their eyes met across the orchard's clearing. She sighed inwardly. There was no use avoiding him any longer. Approaching, she tried to keep her voice steady. "What are you doing out here?" He shrugged. "Sometimes I take walks when I can't sleep." The full moon illuminated the orchard, casting soft shadows on the grass. "You look troubled." Scarlett brushed a curl from her face, exhaling. "I might have to go back to New York. My old job. They've offered me a promotion I can't really refuse." Silence draped over them, broken only by the gentle hum of cicadas. James finally nodded. "Congratulations," he said, though the word lacked enthusiasm. He fiddled with the ring on his necklace, that old wedding band. "You've always seemed set on leaving Belhaven. So, guess this is good news." His quiet acceptance felt like a punch to her gut. A wave of frustration rose in her. Why didn't he fight for her to stay? "Yeah," she muttered. "Good news." But her chest felt tight and the orchard's sweet night air suddenly tasted bitter. They stood there, hearts heavy. Neither dared to confess the swirl of longing, fear, and regret. When James finally turned to go, Scarlett noticed the slope of his shoulders, as though he carried a world's worth of sorrow. She wanted to say, "Wait, I don't know if I really want to leave," but the words stuck in her throat. Festival day arrived in a flurry of activity. Streets closed to traffic, vendors set up booths offering cotton candy, smoked barbecue, peach cobbler, and all manner of southern delights. Kids ran about with face paint, while local bands played lively country tunes from a small stage. Evelyn, determined to attend despite her frailty, sat in a chair by the main float, greeting visitors with a smile that radiated pride for Belhaven. Scarlett busied herself making sure the parade lineup moved smoothly, that the dance in James's refurbished barn was still on schedule, and that the festival committee had all the supplies. She wore a crisp white sundress that morning, one her grandmother had picked out. Strangers and old friends alike commented on how charming she looked, an echo of a life she never wanted, yet now couldn't completely reject. Throughout the chaos, she kept glancing at James, who was wrangling a group of rowdy teenagers meant to carry the festival banner. He seemed more distant than ever, all business and no small talk. A pang in her heart told her she'd messed up. Maybe they both had. Around midday, Evelyn made a point of insisting Scarlett take a break. "You've done enough, girl," her grandmother admonished. "Go enjoy yourself. You're missing the real reason we do all this." Grumbling good-naturedly, Scarlett slipped away from the parade route, stepping into a nearby square where magnolia trees framed an open space. She found a quiet corner to breathe and gather her thoughts. That's when Mrs. Turner from the bakery approached, carrying a small envelope. "Your grandma wanted me to give this to you," the older woman said gently, her eyes crinkling with kindness. Scarlett took the envelope and opened it to find a handwritten note from Evelyn. "Scarlett, don't run away again. Sometimes home is where you find the people who love you, even with your flaws. That includes you, my dear. This festival was never just about tradition. It's about bringing folks together. giving them a chance to see what really matters. James has lost so much. Don't let him lose you too, not if your heart says stay. Love. Nana tears blurred Scarlett's vision. She pressed a hand to her chest, acutely aware of how this small town had once felt like a cage. Now it felt like a place where she could breathe again, where maybe she could be more than a workaholic avoiding her own pain. With a determined inhale, she scanned the crowd for James. She spotted him near the main stage, guiding Lily away from the tangle of dancers. Summoning her courage, Scarlett marched through the throng. "James!" she called, her voice trembling as much from adrenaline as emotion. He turned, eyes full of questions. She could see the flicker of hope overshadowed by uncertainty. Without waiting for him to speak, she threw her arms around his neck, the envelope still clutched in one fist. Murmurs rose from onlookers, but Scarlett didn't care. "James," she whispered, breath hitching. "I can't leave. Not like this. Not when... Oh God, not when I..." She choked on the words, but they poured out anyway. "I'm falling in love with you. And I think I've been falling for a while." Time seemed to slow. He steadied her eyes wide with disbelief, then relief. Still a shadow crossed his features. "I don't want to stand in your way. You deserve every opportunity that comes your way," he said hoarsely. Scarlett shook her head, tears dampening her lashes. Maybe success isn't about a corner office anymore. Maybe it's about belonging, about letting people in. I don't know all the answers, but I know I don't want to go back to that loneliness. Not if I can build something real with you. Behind them a hush fell, as though the town collectively held its breath. Then Evelyn's gentle voice cut through the stillness. "I knew you'd come around, child," she said from her chair, smiling beatifically. James's gaze flicked to his niece, Lily, who beamed like she'd just witnessed a miracle. Finally, he rested his forehead against Scarlett's, exhaling a shaky laugh. "You're sure? Because I can't lose someone again." Scarlett placed a hand over his heart. "I'm sure," she whispered, a tear sliding down her cheek. "If you'll have me." The tension broke. James pulled her close, capturing her mouth in a kiss that felt like a promise. Applause and cheers erupted around them. Neighbours, old school friends, even total strangers, delighting in the raw, beautiful display of love. Lily whooped in excitement, and Evelyn dabbed her eyes, whispering something about how the magnolias never lied. As the afternoon sun cast a golden glow over Belhaven, the town's long-awaited Magnolia Festival carried on at full tilt. Vendors sold their last confections, children ran around with balloons, and couples danced in the square. Yet the real centrepiece of the festival, the barn dance at Hunt Farm, loomed on the horizon. With Scarlett's confession out in the open, and James's reciprocation clear, the stage was set for the evening's grand finale. In the wake of their public embrace, Scarlett felt an odd calm settle over her. The choice between leaving and staying seemed less like a burden and more like a natural step toward happiness. She'd decided Belhaven would be her home again. She might figure out a remote work option or something else, but for now she was determined to let her heart lead. James, for his part, navigated the day in a daze of disbelief. He'd half expected to watch her climb on a plane and vanish. Instead, she was here, with him, and the barn dance they'd spent weeks preparing would be the perfect backdrop for celebrating more than just the festival's success. Late afternoon found them back at the barn. Volunteers came and went, putting final touches on decorations. White fairy lights hung from rafters, and fresh magnolia blossoms adorned the walls, lending the space an enchanting glow. With each swirl of setup, James caught Scarlett's eye, exchanging a look of wonder that they'd come this far. At one point he guided her outside, away from the bustling activity. They strolled past a small paddock where a few horses lazily flicked their tails. Near an old fence, James paused, searching her gaze. "About us," he began, voice quiet. I'm still scared. I loved my wife deeply. Losing her nearly broke me." Scarlett placed her hand against his cheek, feeling the warmth of his skin. "I'm not here to replace her," she whispered. "I'm here to see if we can create something new, something that honours both our pasts without letting them define us forever." James released a shaky breath, eyes glinting with gratitude. "Thank you," he said. "I never thought I could feel this again. I was content to let everything pass me by. But you—" He broke off, smiling wistfully. "You remind me life's still worth living to the fullest." They lingered there, the late sun weaving halos in their hair. The moment felt so profound that neither needed to say more. The stage was set for an evening that might change their lives. Night fell and the barn lights blinked on, illuminating a scene straight out of a movie. People arrived in droves, wearing their Sunday best. Belhaven's local band struck up a tune, a mix of country ballads and lively dance songs. Tables at the barn's edges held pitchers of sweet tea and homemade lemonade, while the mouth-watering scent of barbecue wafted on the breeze. Scarlett helped direct guests, her heart thrumming in her chest. She wore a flowy, pale blue dress that Evelyn had found in the attic, accented by a simple magnolia blossom pinned in her hair. More than a few heads turned at the sight of her. For once, she felt at peace being at the centre of small-town attention. It was no longer suffocating, but somehow right. When James made his entrance, Lily trailing behind him in a sundress, a hush fell among the locals. There was something about the two of them. James, broad-shouldered in a crisp button-up, Lily clutching his hand, that embodied the spirit of the festival, resilience, unity, and hope. They started the dance with a slower tune, and couples took to the floor. Scarlett and James shared a private smile from opposite corners of the barn. She busied herself chatting with old friends, but her eyes kept drifting to him. Finally, he caught her gaze, tilting his head in a silent invitation. Her heart did a little flip. She moved across the barn as if drawn by magnetism, weaving through the crowd. When she reached him, the music paused, then began a gentle waltz. He slid one arm around her waist, the other holding her hand. They swayed together, eyes locked. Butterflies fluttered in Scarlett's stomach, but it was a sweet sensation, not one of panic. This time she welcomed the closeness, the promise in every breath they shared. In that moment, all the heartbreak, the fear, the confusion, it all dissolved beneath the soft notes of the band and the hush of the watching crowd. Halfway through the song, James murmured, "Scarlett, there is something I want to tell you in front of everyone." She blinked, uncertain. "What do you—" But he'd already stepped away, holding up a hand to signal the band to stop. The conversation in the barn died down, curious eyes swivelling their way. James cleared his throat, cheeks colouring slightly. "I'm not the best with words," he began, voice resonating in the quiet space. "You'll know me. I keep to myself. I focus on the ranch after my wife died. I never thought I'd—" He paused, swallowing hard. "Never thought I'd find another reason to smile like this." But then Scarlett came back to Belhaven. A ripple of murmurs passed through the crowd, some people nodding, others smiling. Scarlett's cheeks burned, but she felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. James continued, steadying his gaze on her. "She reminded me that it's okay to hope again, that losing someone doesn't mean you stop living. She's taught me that sometimes the scariest thing in life is letting yourself be happy." His lips curved into a gentle smile. "And I just want to say in front of all you wonderful folks, thank you, Scarlett, for giving me a second chance." The crowd erupted in applause, cheers, and a few teary-eyed whoops. Scarlett felt tears prickle at the corners of her eyes. She wanted to say something, anything, in return, but her voice wouldn't come. Instead, she walked forward and wrapped her arms around him, burying her face in his shoulder as the barn roared with approval. When the band struck up the music again, they resumed their dance. Every note, every breath felt like a vow. When the final chord ended, James kissed her in front of everyone. No hesitation this time, just the warmth of promise sealed under the glow of fairy lights. In the distance, a hush descended outside the barn. Fireworks, timed perfectly for the festival's finale, soared into the sky, exploding in bursts of red, gold and blue. The crowd drifted onto the ranch lawn to watch, leaving Scarlett and James alone inside for a moment. Still catching her breath from that public confession, Scarlett laughed, tears of joy still glistening. That was unexpected. James brushed a thumb across her cheek. I meant every word. The fireworks illuminated their silhouettes in flashes of colour. Outside, the crowd gasped and cheered at the show. Inside, Scarlett felt as though her entire life had built to this moment of acceptance and love. She clasped James's hand, guiding him toward the barn doors. "Come on," she whispered, smiling through happy tears. "Let's watch the fireworks together." They stepped out under the magnolia trees, heads tilted skyward. The blossoms rustled in the gentle breeze, as though celebrating right alongside them. James slipped an arm around her waist, pulling her close against him. Scarlett felt his heartbeat steady under her palm and realised with a flood of relief that she'd never felt more at home than in this quiet, dazzling piece of Georgia sky. The following days in Belhaven passed in a soft blur of contentment and celebration. With the Magnolia Festival a success, the town slipped back into its slower rhythms, neighbours lingering on porches to gossip, children biking along quiet streets, and the ever-present fragrance of magnolias sweetening the air. Scarlett woke up on the morning after the barn dance with a sense of peaceful finality. She'd spent years chasing after a career that left her lonely, but here in Belhaven she finally felt seen. Evelyn's health was improving, albeit slowly, and her grandmother's beaming smile each time Scarlett crossed the living room was enough to offset the stress of any undone city ambition. James came by that afternoon with Lily in tow. "Uncle James says we're going riding," Lily chirped, bounding up the porch steps. "You should come." Scarlett raised an eyebrow. "Riding? Me?" James shrugged, a hint of playful challenge in his tone. "Figured it might do you good to see more of Belhaven's countryside. Unless you're afraid of horses." She shot him a wry look. "I'm not afraid," she countered, though she wasn't entirely comfortable around animals that large. But Lily's excitement was contagious, and she found herself agreeing to go. They drove to a stretch of pasture near the far end of James's ranch. The sun was warm, but a gentle breeze made it pleasant. James helped Scarlett onto a gentle mare named Petunia, while Lily rode confidently on a smaller pony. He himself mounted a sturdy stallion named Ranger. They set off at a slow trot, Lily giggling every time her pony bounced along the path. Scarlett marvelled at the wide-open sky above them, a deep cerulean that reminded her of the serenity she'd been craving. The gentle clip-clop of hooves seemed to lull her worries into a near trance. Eventually, they came upon a secluded pond, its surface gleaming like liquid sapphire. A cluster of magnolia trees ringed the area, some blossoms drifting on the water's edge. James guided them to a shady spot beneath a weeping willow, and they dismounted for a break. Lily ran off to collect wildflowers, leaving James and Scarlett momentarily alone. He spread a small blanket on the grass, producing a thermos of sweet tea. "Can't have a southern excursion without sweet tea," he teased, handing her a cup. She accepted it with a smile, taking in the sun-dappled water. "This place is beautiful. How did I not know about it?" James shrugged. "Because you never stayed long enough to explore. Belhaven's bigger than you think if you know where to look." Silence curled between them, a comfortable hush. They sipped their tea, shoulders occasionally brushing. Then Scarlett cleared her throat, a hint of seriousness colouring her voice. "I told my boss in New York that I'm not coming back." James's eyes flicked to hers. Really? She nodded, surprising herself with how steady she felt. I'm going to stay. I'm not sure what I'll do yet, but I'll figure something out. Maybe a small consultancy for local businesses or something to blend my city experience with this lifestyle. Either way, I want to be here, with Nana, with the community, and with you if that's something you still want. A breath of relief passed his lips, and he reached out to gently cradle her hand in his. I want that more than you know, he murmured. I know it won't always be easy. I'm not perfect, and I have my share of baggage. But if you're willing to give us a shot, I'll give it everything I've got. She squeezed his hand in return, feeling tears threaten. I'm done running, she whispered, voice catching. For once, I want to stay and see what grows. Lily reappeared just then, arms full of wildflowers. She plopped them in Scarlett's lap, oblivious to the emotional current swirling in the air. Here! These are for you! Maybe you can put them in a vase back home? Scarlett laughed through misty eyes. Thank you, Lily. They're beautiful. James ruffled his niece's hair, smiling contentedly. Let's head back before it gets too hot, yeah? Together they rode back toward the ranch, the day's warmth wrapping them in a cocoon of promise. For the first time in her life, Scarlett felt certain she was heading in the right direction, no matter how unfamiliar the road. 1 year later, the magnolias were in bloom again, their fragrant petals drifting across Belhaven's sidewalks. Scarlett breathed in the sweet perfume as she flipped the sign on her new storefront, Magnolia and Monroe Consulting. It was a small office in the historic district where she offered financial planning and marketing help for local businesses. Evelyn, standing beside her, beamed with pride, cane in hand, but determination in her smile. Imagine that, Evelyn teased, my granddaughter, the big New York shot, settling in Belhaven with her own local business. She winked. Told you this town needed you. Scarlett laughed, linking arms with her grandmother. Yeah, you did. And I'm grateful you never gave up on me, or on Belhaven. They stepped out into the midday sun. Across the street, the diner had a fresh coat of paint, courtesy of Scarlett's Consulting. Next to it, a new bakery specialised in artisanal bread, co-run by a friend she'd reconnected with from high school. The air buzzed with purpose, a shared sense of revival. James pulled up in a familiar red truck, waving them over. He hopped out, quickly striding across the street. His attire was still the same, worn jeans, boots, and a flannel shirt, but Scarlett could see how the tight lines of grief he once carried had softened around his eyes. He leaned in to peck her on the cheek. Evelyn greeted him with a mischievous grin. Don't you two have a date with some dancing under the magnolia trees or something? Evelyn teased, letting go of Scarlett's arm. I can see myself home. Go on. Scarlett blushed, but James chuckled. Something like that. He intertwined his fingers with Scarlett's, a gesture that felt both casual and intimate. The barn's all set up. We're hosting a small celebration. Call it a mini magnolia festival in the off-season. They drove out to Hunt Farm, where Lily was helping tie ribbons to fence posts. A few close friends and neighbours milled about, excited for a casual get-together. Since the success of last year's festival, James had renovated the barn further, its wooden walls newly painted, the floor polished to a subtle sheen, fairy lights twinkling overhead. With the sun dipping low in the sky, a gentle breeze ruffled the magnolia blossoms. Music drifted from a portable speaker, a slow country waltz that filled the barn like a whispered promise. Scarlett and James took to the makeshift dance floor. You're not going to make some big speech again, are you? She teased, pressing close to him. He laughed softly, guiding her into a gentle sway. No, but I do want to say something just between us. He looked down, eyes warm with affection. Thank you for taking a chance on me, on this place, on us. Scarlett's heart fluttered. I should be thanking you. If you hadn't looked past my city girl cynicism, I might never have realised that home is worth fighting for. They danced slowly, Lily occasionally skipping around them and neighbours sipping lemonade on the sidelines. The barn door was open, letting in the fading light of dusk, and beyond it, magnolia trees framed a sky-painted pink and gold. At the end of the song, James dipped Scarlett dramatically. Laughter bubbled from her as the small crowd clapped and cheered. Righting her again, he whispered, "I love you, Scarlett Munro." Her eyes glistened. "I love you too, James Hunt." Outside, a chorus of cicadas began their evening serenade. Evelyn, perched on a hay bale, dabbed at her eyes, a knowing smile across her face. The hum of conversation, the glow of string lights, the heady scent of magnolias, everything felt like it was in its proper place. They stepped out into the warm twilight. Overhead, the first stars pricked the sky. Scarlett leaned her head on James's shoulder, her breath steady with contentment. She marvelled at how the simplest moments, like a quiet dance under a canopy of southern blooms, could eclipse any corporate boardroom or bustling city street. Here in Belhaven she was both grounded and free. In the hush of that gentle night, they found that love could indeed bloom in the unlikeliest of places, especially when two hearts dared to slow down and truly see each other. Beneath the magnolia sky, Scarlett and James's story proved that second chances were real, and that sometimes the life you think you're escaping turns out to be the one you truly need. Sandy Sullivan was never supposed to be in Maine. That much she was certain of. She'd been a star-bound concert pianist once, set to debut in the grandest concert halls of Europe. New York critics had hailed her as the next luminary full of promise and devotion to her craft. Yet none of that mattered anymore. She took a moment outside her modest bookstore, Shoreline Reads, breathing in the briny scent of the Atlantic. It was early morning, grey clouds drifting across a pale sky, gulls mewing overhead. She brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear, tightening her wool cardigan against the chill. The squeak of the old wooden sign overhead reminded her that one day soon she needed to fix it. But like many things in her life since Daniel's death, she let it be. Pushing the door open, she stepped inside. The space felt familiar yet new each morning. Shelves crammed with well-thumbed paperbacks lined the walls, while a half-finished display of local authors dominated the centre table. She'd started the display months ago, hoping to encourage tourist interest in Maine's literary voices, but after unpacking half the books, her motivation evaporated. That was her routine these days. Start a project, abandon it halfway, feign apathy. She hadn't realised how profoundly grief could transform a person, how it reshaped one's sense of identity. The memory of her final performance haunted her. She'd been at a prestigious venue in New York City, Daniel seated in the front row, beaming with pride. She could still feel the spotlight's warmth, see the reflection of the polished black piano, hear the hush of an awed audience. She'd played with every ounce of love in her heart. Then, hours later, came the phone call. A car accident. No survivors. In an instant, the music in her world fell south. Now she avoided the piano like a curse. That was the life before, and this was the life after. The only music she allowed herself was the nostalgic hum of the old record player at home, a handful of classical vinyls from her grandfather's estate. But even that felt like a razor against old wounds. As she unlocked the cash register, the tinkle of the door chime announced her first customer. A tall man with dark hair stepped in, eyes flicking around the store. He wore a heavy coat despite the mild weather, and something in his posture, tense shoulders, restless gaze, hinted that he was searching for more than just a paperback. "Morning," she said softly, summoning her polite shopkeeper voice. "Can I help you find something?" He approached the counter, lines of fatigue visible beneath his eyes. "Poetry," he answered, voice resonant but tired. "I'm not sure what exactly. Something to spark an idea." She gestured to the left, toward the poetry corner. "We have a decent section. Anything specific, romantic, modern, classical?" He paused, scanning her face. "Surprise me. An odd request." She left the counter, leading him through the narrow aisles. His gaze fell on the spines, as if he was mentally cataloguing the entire store. She reached for a volume of Mary Oliver, a local poet known for capturing nature's quiet wonders. He thumbed through a few pages, nodding slowly. Then he said, almost offhand, "You're Sandy Sullivan, aren't you?" The question felt like a jab. He recognizes me? She managed a controlled blink. "I used to be. Now I just run a bookstore." He didn't flinch. "Nate Carter," he introduced himself, offering a handshake she deliberately pretended not to see. I compose. Well, I try." At the mention of composition, her stomach tightened. She glanced at him, an unspoken question in her eyes. Was he fishing for conversation about her musical past? She pivoted away, hugging her arms. "Anything else I can help you with, Mr. Carter?" A trace of disappointment flickered across his features, but he masked it quickly. "That's all," he said, turning back to the Mary Oliver book. "Though I'm staying in town for a while, so maybe I'll be back." She offered a curt nod. "Sure." And with that, she retreated to the counter. As he paid and left, she noticed the faint smell of coffee and winter air clinging to his coat. A moment after he was gone, the store felt emptier than before. That afternoon, Sandy locked the bookstore early, feigning a sign on the door that read "Closed for inventory." She headed down the shore road, salty wind whipping her hair. The ocean roared in the distance, each wave crashing like a reminder of time passing, unstoppable and indifferent. She found herself wandering to the local bakery for a late lunch. Approaching the glass display, she decided on a blueberry scone and a mug of tea. The diner's interior was warm and inviting, chatter filling the air. In a corner booth, an older woman with silver hair pinned in a neat bun waved her over. Mrs. Johnson had that sort of presence, half village gossip, half benevolent grandmother figure. "Sit with me, dear," she said, patting the seat across. Sandy couldn't refuse. She slid into the booth, placing her scone on a napkin. Mrs. Johnson eyed Sandy the way a curious cat eyes a chipmunk. "You've seen the new fellow in town, I assume?" Sandy pretended indifference. "He came into the store," she admitted, nibbling her pastry. The taste of fresh blueberries offered a small comfort. The older woman's lips curved mischievously. "Nathaniel Carter, famous composer. I heard he's renting the old Mackenzie house up on the cliffs. Word is he's fighting some creative slump. Doesn't that sound like something you could help with?" Sandy stiffened. "I doubt that. We barely spoke." Mrs. Johnson chuckled, stirring her tea. "Well, you never know, dear. Maybe you two are meant to cross paths. Music can do marvellous things, especially in a quiet town like ours." Then, lowering her voice, she added, "Sandy, I don't claim to know your whole story, but perhaps it's time you let the world in again, or at least let yourself feel something beyond grief." A flush of annoyance, and maybe fear, crept up Sandy's neck. She muttered an excuse about needing to finish inventory, swiftly exiting the bakery with her half-eaten scone in hand. The last thing she needed was a pushy old matchmaker meddling in her life. She was fine as she was, drifting in the safety of her routine, unburdened by hope or heartbreak. Later that week, Sandy's bookstore was unexpectedly bustling. A local church group had requested a stack of hymnals, plus an arts club wanted new journals. She found herself grateful for the surge in orders. At least it kept her mind occupied. She'd almost succeeded in forgetting about Nathaniel Carter, about his quiet intensity, about how, in that one fleeting moment, He'd recognised her name and made her chest tighten with old memories. But fate, it seemed, wasn't done with them yet. On Friday evening, Mrs. Johnson orchestrated a community social at the town hall, something about boosting morale during the cold season. Sandy reluctantly attended, as her grandmother's best friend had roped her into baking cookies. When she arrived, the hall was buzzing with laughter, the smell of cocoa and pine needles in the air. She set her cookies on a checkered tablecloth, hoping to sneak away early. Then she heard a guitar strum followed by scattered applause. She turned to see a small stage, a handful of local musicians gathered. And there he was, Nate Carter, standing to the side, his arms folded. He seemed to be politely refusing an invitation to perform. Mrs. Johnson hovered by him, gesturing insistently toward the stage. Their gazes met across the crowd. A curious hush fell upon her. She saw the turmoil in his eyes, a longing to create, to share, but also a barrier holding him back. It mirrored how she felt every time she even thought of playing the piano again. Two strangers bound by sorrow and the unspoken language of music. Sandy quickly turned, busying herself with the coffee urn. Yet her heart was pounding. Maybe Mrs. Johnson was right. Maybe their meeting was no coincidence. She caught herself trembling at the thought of someone cracking the shell she'd so carefully built, and she wasn't entirely sure if she was ready for that. A week passed, and the winter sun seemed reluctant to appear over Maine's rocky coastline. Sandy Sullivan, however, found an odd comfort in the grey, overcast skies. They matched her mood, steady, subdued, and free of bright expectations. Days at the bookstore were routine. Open shop, greet customers, reorder stock, close up. Nights were spent alone with a cup of chamomile tea, accompanied by the distant crash of waves. But the lull ended on a Wednesday afternoon, when Mrs. Johnson strolled into Shoreline Reads, wearing her usual cloak of warm meddling. She placed a flyer on the counter. "We're starting a music class for the local kids at the community centre," she announced, tapping the paper. "Nate Carter's agreed to teach. Isn't that wonderful?" Sandy's stomach sank. She forced a polite smile. "Great, good for him. Isn't it?" Mrs. Calloway's eyes sparkled. "I thought you might volunteer to help. Maybe with organising sheet music or something." Then leaning forward, she added softly, "You know, you were once the best pianist around these parts, dear." Sandy shook her head, cutting her short. "That was another life. I'm no use to them now." Mrs. Johnson shrugged with a conspiratorial grin, as though Sandy's refusal was expected. "Well, the door's open. Do think about it. Could be good for you, and the children, of course." After the older woman left, Sandy stared at the flyer, her mind churning. She recognised the phone number for the community centre. She recognised the opening line, Nate Carter, world-renowned composer offering free lessons. She hated how her heart fluttered at the memory of him flipping through poetry that day, or how his eyes searched hers at the social. She wanted no part in this, no part in music, no part in him. Yet beneath her firm resolve, a spark flickered, one that whispered of possibilities. Meanwhile, across town, Nate Carter stood in the living room of the old Mackenzie house he was renting. The place smelled of dust and old books, with wide windows that framed a restless sea. He had his laptop open on a grand oak desk, the screen displaying empty composition bars. For months he'd hammered out note after note with no result. Each attempt felt hollow, ran a hand through his hair, frustration mounting. In the city, distractions were endless. Meetings, phone calls, events. Here in Maine he had space, solitude. Yet the music still refused to flow. His manager and best friend, Leo Martinez, had threatened to show up unannounced if he didn't deliver something soon. But pressure alone couldn't ignite inspiration. A sharp knock echoed from the front door, startling him. He opened it to find Mrs. Calloway, unstoppable as ever, holding a casserole dish. "Food for thought, dear," she said with an impish grin. Nate ushered her in, resigning himself to polite conversation. She glanced around, taking in the scattered pages of staff paper, his unmade sofa bed, the half-eaten sandwich on the table. "Looks like you're settling in somewhat." He sighed, gesturing to the composition software on his laptop. "Trying to. Music's not cooperating." Mrs. Johnson nodded sagely. "When we're stuck, it's often because our heart is stuck. Ever considered teaching? Might let you see music from fresh eyes." He mustered a wry grin. "You mean the children's music class?" "Sure," I said yes. "Doesn't mean I'll do it well." She patted his arm. "You might be surprised. And if you need a co-teacher, I know just the person." He arched an eyebrow. "Who's that?" She chuckled, putting on her coat to leave. "You'll see." And with that cryptic note she departed, leaving him alone with an unwanted casserole and a swirl of curiosity. Despite her firm resolution to steer clear, Sandy found herself at the community centre the following Monday. She'd told herself she was merely dropping off some old music books she'd unearthed in her attic, donations to help with the children's class. She slipped in quietly, hoping to place them on a table and vanish. But the moment she stepped inside, she spotted Nate at the front of the room with half a dozen kids, ages ranging from 6 to maybe 12. A battered piano stood to the side, keys yellowed from years of use. The children sat in a semicircle, rapt with attention, as Nate demonstrated a simple scale on a keyboard hooked to small speakers. He looked up as she entered, something shifting in his expression. Surprise, maybe gratitude. The kids twisted around, curious. Sandy froze, hugging the books to her chest like a shield. "Sandy," Nate said, his tone halfway between a question and a welcome. "You're here?" She cleared her throat, stepping forward with forced calm. Donation. Old sheet music." She motioned to the stack. "Might help?" One of the little girls, pigtails bouncing, piped up. "Are you going to play the piano with Mr. Carter?" "Absolutely not," Sandy blurted. Her cheeks flushed as a ripple of disappointment crossed the children's faces. Nate offered a gentle smile. "Sandy used to be a professional musician. She could teach us a thing or two if she wants." His eyes met hers, questioning, not demanding. She set the books on a folding chair. "No, I don't do that anymore." Her voice came out harsher than intended. She noticed a boy at the back, eyes wide with confusion. Guilt pricked at her. "I'm sorry, I can't." In the pregnant pause that followed, Mrs. Calloway, perched in a corner, cleared her throat. "We appreciate the donation, dear. Why not stay and watch for a bit? The kids love an audience." Pinned by expectant gazes, Sandy reluctantly sank into a chair. Nate resumed the lesson, guiding the children through a simple melody. He'd composed it himself, a lilting tune reminiscent of waves lapping ashore. Hearing it, Sandy felt a tightening in her chest. The piece was both hopeful and tinged with something she recognised. Longing. When the lesson ended, children dispersed, giggling. They rushed off to show their parents what they'd learned. Sandy remained in her chair, unsure why she didn't just bolt. Nate approached, hands in his pockets. "Sorry if that was awkward. I didn't mean to put you on the spot." She mustered a faint laugh. "It's fine. I shouldn't have come, I suppose." "I'm glad you did," he said, voice gentle. "Those sheets might be exactly what we need next week." Then, after a moment, "Look, I know something happened in your past that makes you hate the piano. It's not my place to pry, but if you ever want to talk, or if you just want to show these kids what real talent looks like, the door's open." She almost laughed at the absurdity of him calling her a real talent. Once, maybe. But that part of her life had died with Daniel. She stared at the worn keys of the centre's piano, recalling an entirely different instrument, a sleek Steinway under concert lights. Her stomach twisted. "I can't," she whispered. Without another word, Sandy stood and hurried out. the cold wind stinging her cheeks as she stepped onto the sidewalk. She felt tears burning at the corners of her eyes, though she refused to let them fall. Why was it that a single melody could unearth so much pain? That evening, as she closed the bookstore, a text lit up her phone. Mrs. Calloway's name flashed on the screen. "Come to dinner at my place tomorrow, 7 p.m, don't say no." Sandy rolled her eyes, suspecting meddling yet again. But part of her, maybe the lonely part, didn't mind. She typed a quick, resigned OK. The next day, Sandy arrived at Mrs. Calloway's cosy cottage, enveloped by the warm glow of lamplight. She walked in half expecting a small group of neighbours. Instead, she froze at the sight of Nate Carter, perched in an armchair, an amused grin tugging at his lips. The smell of baked chicken and rosemary wafted from the kitchen. Mrs. Johnson bustled in, wiping her hands on a checkered apron. "Sandy dear, right on time. Nate was just helping me set the table." Sandy's eyes narrowed, though she forced civility. "You didn't tell me it was just the two of us." Nate rose, a faint smirk in his gaze. "Seems we've been expertly ambushed." Mrs. Johnson smoothed her apron, feigning innocence. "Oh, hush! I'm just feeding two hungry souls. Now both of you sit down, talk. Dinner will be ready soon." Reluctantly, Sandy perched at the small dining table opposite Nate. He gave her a half-apologetic shrug. "I swear I had no idea," he murmured. She sighed, tension easing slightly. "Neither did I." They heard the rattle of dishes from the kitchen, and for a moment, neither spoke. Then quietly, Nate said, "You know, I get it, about not wanting to play anymore. I had a phase where I couldn't even look at a piano. Maybe we can be friends, or something less loaded than that. We both know how music can hurt." She studied him. In the lamplight, he looked more vulnerable than she'd ever seen. Despite her walls, curiosity stirred within her. "We'll see," she whispered. Just then, Mrs. Johnson swept in with dinner. A hearty roast chicken, potatoes and green beans. Conversation shifted to safe topics. The weather, local gossip, the upcoming harbour festival. Sandy found herself relaxing, even laughing once or twice at Nate's wry observations about small-town quirks. When the meal ended, Mrs. Johnson served cobbler, then strategically excused herself to wash up in the kitchen, leaving them alone at the table. Sandy tried to quell the flutter in her stomach. This was exactly the kind of emotional entanglement she'd promised herself to avoid. But as she gazed at Nate, who looked just as uneasy, yet undeniably intrigued, she couldn't deny a small voice within. Maybe, just maybe, it's time to let someone into your life again. The day dawned with thick, rolling clouds. The weather report warned of a sudden nor'easter sweeping along the main coast, promising heavy rain and gale-force winds. By late afternoon, the sky had darkened to a smoky grey, and gusts rattled the old windows of shoreline reeds. Sandy stared out the glass door, apprehension curling in her stomach. Storms always stirred uneasy memories. The night Daniel's accident claimed his life had been stormy too. She flipped the sign to closed, though it was earlier than usual. Most customers had stayed home, leaving the streets eerily quiet. She was about to lock up when a figure burst through the door, nearly colliding with her. Nate Carter, soaked to the bone, panting as if he'd run all the way from the cliffside house. "Sorry," he gasped, shaking raindrops off his coat. "I didn't realise you were closing." She caught the sharp tang of salt water in the air. "You ran here in this weather?" He nodded, catching his breath. "Power's out at my place, mine's down. I was on my way to the community centre to check if the kids' instruments were safe, but everything's closed. Then I saw your lights." Sandy frowned. "Your phone dead too?" He shrugged. "Battery died hours ago." A crack of thunder rattled the window. Rain lashed the street in sheets. Sandy flipped the deadbolt, deciding it was safer to wait out the storm inside. "You'd better stay here until it calms," she said. "No sense risking the roads." Lightning flashed, illuminating the store in a ghostly glow. Sandy's heart pounded. She rummaged for the emergency candle she kept under the counter. "The power might go soon," she added. Sure enough, as if on cue, the overhead lights flickered, then went out completely. She lit a candle, the flame dancing against the sudden darkness. Nate exhaled, crossing his arms. "Well, this is cosy." They huddled near the store's small reading nook in the corner, a circle of mismatched armchairs and a battered side table. Above them the wind howled, whistling through a gap in the doorframe. Sandy shivered, pulling a throw blanket from a shelf. She draped it over her shoulders, then paused. "Here," she said, offering another blanket to Nate, who accepted with a grateful nod. For a long moment, they sat in tense silence, candlelight flickering across bookshelves. The storm outside roared its fury, but inside an equally charged hush enveloped them. Eventually Nate cleared his throat. "So, how are you holding up?" The question held layers, referring not just to the storm, but perhaps to something deeper. She looked away. "Fine, it's just weather." Thunder boomed, shaking the shop. Sandy winced, her heart pounding faster than she cared to admit. "I hate storms," she murmured, voice betraying her tension. Nate shifted his seat closer. "Why?" She hesitated, gripping the edge of the blanket. Her chest felt tight with the swirl of memory. "The night Daniel died," she finally said. "It was raining like this. I was at the venue waiting for him to pick me up after my rehearsal. He never showed. Later, I found out." Her voice trailed off. Nate's eyes filled with empathy. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I had no idea." She swallowed hard. Part of her wanted to change the subject, but something about the candlelit isolation pushed her to continue. "We were engaged. He was my biggest supporter, always pushing me to chase my music dreams. After he was gone, everything about music reminded me of him, so I left, gave it up, came here." She forced a shaky laugh. "I guess I still haven't made peace with it. People say time heals, but time just numbs." Silence thickened. Then Nate reached out, covering her hand with his. His fingers felt warm despite the chill in the air. "I get it," he said softly, "in a different way. Sophia, my ex, she didn't die, but she left because I was consumed by my art. I poured everything into composing, shutting her out. By the time I realized it was too late, she said I cared more about notes than her." Sandy frowned. "That's not the same as losing someone in an accident." He gave a small, sad smile. "No, it's not. But it was still a kind of death. Death of a relationship. A future. I realized how destructive my obsession could be. Ever since, I've been afraid to let someone in, or to let my music truly live. So here I am, stuck in writer's block, because I'm scared that if I pour myself into it again, I'll lose whoever tries to love me." Sandy's hand trembled under his. She curled her fingers around his palm, surprising herself with the intimacy of the gesture. Maybe they were both broken in different ways, but brokenness recognized brokenness. Outside the storm raged, thunder bellowing. The bookstore windows rattled. Then came a flicker of lightning that illuminated the shape at the back of the store. An upright piano, old and dusty, half hidden behind a shelf. Sandy's pulse jumped. She'd bought it off a retiring teacher shortly after moving here, thinking maybe one day but she never touched it. Nate followed her gaze, eyebrows raising. "You have a piano in here?" She tensed, withdrawing her hand from his. "It's just decoration." Her voice was hollow. He stood, picking up a candle. "Mind if I see?" She didn't stop him. A swirl of conflicting emotions welled in her chest. Fear, longing, guilt. and a strange excitement. He approached the piano, brushing dust off its closed lid. "May I?" he asked gently. She hesitated before nodding. He lifted the lid, revealing ivory keys that had turned yellowish with neglect. He pressed one, a soft, hollow note echoing in the dark. "Out of tune," he remarked, but he kept playing a few gentle chords. Despite the instrument's disrepair, a melody began to form under his touch. It was slow, wistful, reminiscent of wave patterns or a lonely violin call. Sandy closed her eyes, feeling tears prick. The resonance of the notes seemed to stir a part of her she'd locked away since Daniel's death. Lightning lit up the store, capturing Nate's silhouette bent over the keyboard, candlelight reflecting off the battered wood. The music lulled for a moment, then he paused, turning to her. "Join me?" Her breath caught. "I can't," she rasped, heart pounding. "I haven't played since—" "I know," he said softly. "Maybe just a note. For yourself." Her throat tightened with panic. She wanted to run, to hide. Yet something in his gaze, understanding, no judgment, coaxed her forward. She approached the piano, the candle flickering in her shaky grip. For a moment she hovered above the keys, paralyzed. Then, taking a breath, she pressed one note, middle C. The sound, even out of tune, reverberated in her soul. Another note followed. Her fingers stumbled into a chord. The storm outside thundered, but inside the hush of possibility swallowed her fear. Nate picked up a gentle harmony, guiding her. The old piano squeaked in places, some notes dull, but the essence of music bloomed. Sandy's eyes misted. She recalled a swirl of memories, Daniel's laugh, the rush of stage lights, the trembling euphoria of performing. It both hurt and liberated her at once. They played for maybe a minute, just a fragment of a melody neither had named. Then Sandy's hand slipped, and she let out a strangled sob, stepping back. Nate stood, carefully setting the candle aside. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around her. She clung to him, tears soaking his shirt. In the muffled roar of the storm, a new kind of electricity crackled between them. An empathy forged by pain. A spark of hope for something more. Gently, Nate tipped her chin up, searching her eyes. She felt his breath on her lips, and before she could think, their mouths met in a tentative kiss. Soft, trembling, awash in the sorrow and longing they both carried. Time stretched. Then, as quickly as it began, Sandy pulled away, breath ragged. The candlelight wavered over them. I don't know if I can do this," she whispered, voice trembling with confusion. Nate's expression filled with tender regret, but acceptance too. "I understand. No rush. We'll figure it out." She turned, hugging herself, tears still trailing her cheeks. The storm hammered the roof, but inside the hush was even more intense. Sandy realized with a jolt that she'd just played the piano in front of another person. She'd let him see her vulnerability, and she'd tasted the spark of affection, maybe love. A shaky exhale escaped her lips, heart pounding in both terror and promise. Dawn broke, revealing the storm's aftermath. Downed branches, leaves strewn across the roads, puddles glinting under the soft grey sky. In the bookstore, the lights had flickered back to life sometime after midnight. Sandy found Nate curled on the shop's old couch, dozing under a blanket. She stood for a moment, watching him breathe, remembering how his arms felt around her, the hesitant press of his lips. The rational part of her screamed for caution. She'd lost Daniel. Could she risk love again? But another part, the part that remembered the exultation of a perfectly played concerto, whispered that maybe it was time to open the door to a new melody. She gently tapped his shoulder. He stirred, blinking against the early light. "Hey," she whispered, "storm's gone." He nodded, raking a hand through his hair. "Sorry for crashing here. Didn't want to leave in the middle of that." She managed a small smile. "Don't worry about it. I am actually glad you stayed." The words startled her as much as they seemed to stun him. For a fleeting moment they lingered, uncertain, but entwined in unspoken possibility. Then he stood, searching for his coat. "I'll, head back and see if my power's up. Thanks for letting me take shelter." As he moved to the door, Sandy found herself calling out, "Nate?" He turned. "Yeah?" She swallowed, eyes falling to the dusty piano. "That piece we played last night. Do you remember it?" A faint smile touched his lips. "I remember enough." She glanced at him, something hopeful flickering behind her gaze. "Maybe we can try again, sometime when I'm ready." He nodded. "I'll be here." And with that, he slipped out into the damp morning, leaving Sandy with a ghost of a smile and 1,000 new emotions swirling in her chest. The nor'easter had left Maine's coast battered but resilient. Over the next few days, Sandy and Nate settled into a cautious dance around each other. She returned to her routine at Shoreline Reads, while he resumed teaching at the community centre, using Sandy's donated sheet music to inspire the kids. And yet, an invisible tether seemed to pull them closer, drawing them into whispered conversations and occasional glances across the harbour's busy sidewalks. One crisp Saturday morning, Mrs. Johnson roped them into a community project, restoring the local lighthouse for the upcoming tourist season. Sandy found herself on a small boat heading across the bay, painting supplies stacked under a tarp. Nate sat next to her, the tang of salt in the air weaving through the tension between them. "Why do I suspect this is another setup?" Sandy murmured, nodding toward Mrs. Calloway, who waved from the pier with a knowing grin. Nate chuckled. "That woman should have been a playwright. She orchestrates scenes like a pro." They arrived at the lighthouse, a solitary tower on a rocky island. Its paint was peeling, the wooden steps creaking. Over the next few hours they worked side by side, scraping off old paint, reapplying fresh coats, sharing a ladder and the occasional wry smile. There was an easy camaraderie in the manual labour, a lull in which they forgot their baggage for a while. At midday they broke for lunch in the lighthouse's small keeper's cottage. Someone had stocked a basket with sandwiches, fruit, and thermoses of hot tea. They ate on a rickety porch overlooking the ocean, gulls circling overhead. Sandy noted how Nate's posture had relaxed since she first met him. The lines of stress around his eyes softened. "Feels good to do something physical," he admitted, finishing a bite of his sandwich. "Music's all mental sometimes," she nodded. "Same for me with the bookstore. Sometimes I miss the tangibility of performance, ironically. But I don't dare go back on stage." The confession slipped out before she could censor it. Nate's gaze flicked to her. "You're not just a pianist. You're a performer, Sandy. You come alive with an audience, or so I've heard." A gentle breeze blew his hair across his forehead. "But I understand if it's too painful." She shifted uncomfortably, remembering Daniel's face in the crowd. How she'd let the music speak for both of them. She'd never recaptured that sense of union since. Instead of responding, she changed the subject. "How's your symphony coming along?" He sighed, leaning back in his seat. "Better. The kids' class forced me to simplify, to focus on the essence of a melody. And, well, that night we played together, I keep revisiting that motif in my mind. It's helping." Sandy's heart fluttered at the mention of their impromptu duet. "That's good," she said softly. A calm hush fell as they finished their lunch. Then, as if guided by a mutual unspoken agreement, they took a walk around the lighthouse's base. She told him how Daniel used to crack jokes during her rehearsals, how his laughter made the halls reverberate. He shared stories about his travels, about sleeping on a tour bus while orchestras performed his compositions across Europe. The more they revealed, the more they recognized kindred spirits shaped by tragedy and longing. By evening, they boarded the boat to head back. Sunset painted the water in golds and purples, the lighthouse's fresh white paint glimmering. Mrs. Johnson appeared on the shore again, like a sentinel, smiling knowingly. Sandy caught herself smiling too, an unfamiliar lightness settling in her chest. Their connection bloomed over the next few weeks. Nate occasionally dropped by Shoreline Reeds to chat, or to bring her tea from the cafe next door. Sandy found reasons to visit the community centre, helping him sort through music for the children. They never openly addressed the fragile intimacy sparked by the stormy night, but it lingered between them, a gentle promise. One chilly evening, Nate invited Sandy to his rented house perched on the cliffs. She hesitated, but curiosity won out. She arrived to find the fireplace roaring, the faint aroma of spiced cider filling the air. An old upright piano stood in the corner, partially obscured by piles of manuscript paper. They shared dinner, simple pasta with homemade sauce. Afterward, he guided her toward the piano, heart pounding in his chest. "I want to play you something," he said quietly. She perched on a stool, arms folded. He settled at the keys, inhaling deeply. Then, with measured motions, he began a piece. It started with a haunting series of chords, reminiscent of dusk falling on quiet waters. Gradually the melody unfurled, alternating between soft longing and bursts of hope. It echoed the storm's tension, the hush of heartbreak, and a glimmer of sunrise in the distance. Sandy's eyes prickled with tears. She recognized threads of the motif they'd stumbled upon during that power outage, now woven into a more coherent composition. It felt personal, like a private conversation transcribed into sound. When Nate lifted his hands from the keys, the final chord hung in the air. They stared at each other, breath uneven, her heart hammered. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "Does it have a name?" He shrugged, a faint blush creeping up his neck. "Not yet. I just think of it as a tribute to what we've shared." She blinked away tears, stepping closer. "Nate, I don't know if I'm ready for all of this, but I can't deny how your music speaks to me." In the soft glow of the fireplace, they inched closer, a magnetic pull drawing them until their lips met again, this time without the storm's urgency. It was a slow, deliberate kiss, one that tasted of longing and possibility. When they parted, her cheeks flushed. He offered a timid smile. She reached for his hand, tracing the rough calluses. "You keep giving me reasons not to run," she said. He brushed a thumb across her cheek. "I'm not asking you to stay for me. Just let yourself see if it feels right." They ended the evening tangled on the worn couch, discussing everything from favourite composers to embarrassing childhood memories. The night passed in gentle revelations, culminating in a tender moment where they surrendered to the closeness neither had truly allowed themselves in years. In the hush that followed, Sandy laid her head on his shoulder, lulled by the crackle of the dying fire, thinking that for the first time since Daniel's death she felt alive. But happiness is seldom simple. A day later, Sandy received a letter from Daniel's mother, forwarded from her old New York address. The handwriting alone made her chest tighten. She found the courage to open it behind the bookstore counter, scanning trembling lines that recounted how Daniel's mother still kept his memory alive, how she wished Sandy would consider playing at a commemorative concert in his name. Pain welled. She set the letter aside, heart pounding. She couldn't go back to that city, to that stage. She wasn't ready. She told no one about the letter, burying it in her coat pocket as if ignoring it would make it vanish. Meanwhile, trouble brewed on Nate's end. One crisp morning, he found a message from his ex, Sophia, on his phone. An apology, an offer to meet. She'd heard he was in Maine and wanted to talk about the future. It filled him with dread. Their relationship had ended messily, and he couldn't see how reopening that door would help. Still, the intrusion of her voice dredged up old guilt. What if he was truly unfit for love? He'd failed Sophia once, letting music overshadow intimacy. Could he do the same to Sandy? These doubts and secrets eroded the peace Sandy and Nate had built. She grew anxious and distant, silent about Daniel's mother's request. He sensed her withdrawal, stepping on eggshells to avoid pressing too hard. At the same time, phone calls from Sophia multiplied, rattling him with memories of past failures. One evening at the bookstore, Nate arrived with a bouquet of daisies in hand, hoping to remind Sandy of their new bond. Instead, he found her tense, eyes rimmed with unshed tears. She thanked him for the flowers, but stayed emotionally distant, not meeting his gaze. Finally, he took a step back, heart pounding. "Sandy, is something wrong?" She hesitated, swallowing the knot in her throat. I got a letter from Daniel's mom. She wants me to play at a memorial concert in New York." She paused, voice trembling. "I can't, Nate. I can't face that city, that stage. What if all that grief just buries me again?" He set the flowers on the counter, tentatively reaching for her hand. "You don't have to decide now, but maybe it's a chance to find closure." She jerked back, emotions fraying. "Closure?" The word stung like an insult. "There's no closure for losing the person you plan to spend your life with." He recoiled, eyes flickering with hurt. Before he could respond, her phone buzzed on the counter. An unknown number. She had a sinking feeling. Sure enough, it was Sophia leaving a voicemail for Nate. The moment she recognized the name, her expression fell. "Your ex?" she asked, voice hollow. He nodded, shame flushing his cheeks. "She wants to talk. I'm ignoring it. She's not my concern anymore." But Sandy's composure snapped. "So we're both living with ghosts, apparently. This is too much. I should never have..." She choked back tears, turning away. "Maybe we just need space." Nate stared, heartbreak evident. "Sandy," she didn't budge. "I need to close up the store. Please, just go." A quiet heaviness settled between them. After a moment of anguished silence, he grabbed his coat and left. Once alone, Sandy sank to the floor, hugging her knees, tears slipping free. She dared to hope for a new melody in her life, but now the discord of old wounds and insecurities threatened to drown everything out. Over the next week, Belhaven's friendly warmth felt more like a cruel reminder of happiness Sandy feared slipping away. She avoided Nate, burying herself in bookstore tasks and ignoring the sympathetic glances of townsfolk who sensed the rift. Mrs. Johnson tried to intervene, but Sandy only mumbled something about needing time, shutting the door on further meddling. In her bleak mood, Andy reread Daniel's mother's letter, each line stirring heartbreak. A part of her longed to honour his memory, to show the world she hadn't forgotten him. Another part recoiled, fear of stepping on stage again, fear of overshadowing her budding connection with Nate. Well, that might be gone anyway, she thought bitterly. She told him to leave, pushed him away, locked herself in grief again. For Nate, the days stretched in a haze of regret. He retreated into his cliffside house, phone buzzing with messages from Sophia that he refused to answer. Leo Martinez, his manager, called too, urging him to finalize the new symphony. But Nate's heart wasn't in it. The spark Sandy had reignited seemed extinguished by old pain. He scribbled on staff paper, producing incomplete melodies that all ended in dissonance. Finally, he packed his bags, deciding to return to New York. Perhaps distance would let him focus on finishing the composition alone. Word spread that Nate Carter was leaving Maine. Sandy heard it from a local fisherman who claimed to have seen him drive off early one morning. Something inside her twisted, a blend of sorrow and anger. She told herself it was for the best. He belonged to a grander world after all, a place where heartbreak was transmuted into brilliance. She was just a broken pianist running a sleepy bookstore. Days later, the town festival arrived, the annual harbour celebration, meant to draw visitors before winter fully set in. Booths sold crafts and fresh chowder. Children paraded in homemade costumes. A small stage stood at the centre of it all. Mrs. Johnson cornered Sandy that morning, handing her a programme for the festival's musical showcase. "You can't hide forever, dear," Mrs. Johnson said quietly. "We need a pianist. And you're the only one up for the job." She paused, eyes softening. "Try. For Daniel. For yourself. For all the people who believe in you. Sometimes music is how we heal." Sandy's throat constricted. The stage was small, the crowd local, but the thought of playing publicly again made her hands tremble. Still, an echo in her heart whispered, "If you don't do this now, you might never do it." She took the sheet music, half-formed thoughts swirling about. She recognised it as the piece she and Nate had once improvised in the bookstore. Someone had transcribed a version. She swallowed a lump of tears. He's gone, but the music remains. That night, the festival lights sparkled against the harbour's dark waters. Lanterns bobbed, families milled about, and the air smelled of caramel apples. Clutching the sheet music, Sandy approached the stage, stepping behind the upright piano set up for the event. The microphone squealed with feedback as she settled on the bench. Her stomach churned. Her first public performance since Daniel's death. Her vision blurred with fear. But then she thought of Daniel's proud smile, of Nate's gentle encouragement, of the children who'd found hope in a simple melody. She exhaled, letting her fingers test the keys. The piano was tuned decently, the hammered strings resonating under her touch. She began to play the piece she and Nate once shared, a calm introduction, building into a wave of emotion that soared, then receded into reflection. The crowd hushed, drawn by the intensity of the melody. Sandy's shoulders relaxed, her eyes closing as she poured her heart into each note. She felt Daniel's memory there, no longer suffocating but guiding her. She felt Nate's presence in the chord progressions, the subtle rhythms reminiscent of the time they'd played in the bookstore by candlelight. As she reached the piece's crescendo, tears slipped down her cheeks, but her fingers never faltered. The final chord trembled in the crisp night air. Applause erupted, thunderous, heartfelt, the kind that felt like acceptance. Sandy blinked, breath coming in shudders, and rose from the bench. Some people stood cheering. She'd done it. She'd let the music speak again. Then her gaze snagged on a figure at the back of the crowd. A tall man wearing a familiar coat, eyes glistening with unshed tears. Nate Carter. He stood motionless as the crowd parted, an expression of awe and longing on his face. Sandy's heart hammered. She took a shaky step forward, almost disbelieving. He walked slowly through the cheering audience, never breaking eye contact. Finally, he reached the stage steps. She hopped off the platform, meeting him in a swirl of hushed anticipation. Under the glow of carnival lights, they stared at each other, the hum of the festival fading into background noise. "I thought you left," she whispered, voice trembling. He nodded, swallowing. "I almost did. Got halfway to New York, then heard from Mrs. Johnson about tonight. I had to come back to see if there was still something worth staying for." Tears welled in her eyes. "Nate, I'm sorry, I was scared. Of losing Daniel again in a way. Of loving something that can be taken away. Music, love. Felt too fragile." He gently brushed a tear off her cheek. "I'm scared too, but maybe fear is part of it, learning to hold on even when we could lose everything." He took her hands, their warmth offsetting the chilly breeze. "Sandy, your music saved me from my own darkness. Please, let's not give up. She exhaled a trembling breath. The festival crowd lingered, watching raptly. Then from somewhere near the stage, Mrs. Calloway's voice rang out. "Play something together, you two!" Laughter rippled. Nate and Sandy exchanged a glance. He squeezed her hand, leading her back onto the stage, the audience parting with cheers and applause. At the piano, he nodded at Sandy to sit. This time she didn't flinch. He sat beside her on the bench, their shoulders touching. An expectant hush fell. Nate placed his fingers on the keys, beginning the piece he'd developed from their stormy duet, a quiet, searching theme. Sandy joined, adding tender harmonies that wove around his melody, a conversation of notes. The synergy between them felt electric. Each chord told a story of loss, heartbreak, second chances. The piece swelled, and by the final note the crowd erupted in standing ovation, though Sandy barely registered it. She turned to face Nate, tears of joy shining in her eyes. He leaned closer, voice lowered just for her. "Love's a risk," he murmured, "but so is living without it." She nodded, heart bursting with something akin to relief. "I choose the risk," she whispered. "I choose you." They kissed gently, the festival lights swirling in the background, cheers and whistles echoing around them. In that moment, Sandy felt the weight of Daniel's memory shift from an anchor of grief to a pillar of love, one that gave her permission to move forward without forgetting the past. Almost a year later, Sandy stood backstage at Carnegie Hall, heart thrumming with a mix of nerves and excitement. She wore a sleek black gown, the stage beyond her humming with pre-show murmurings. She glanced around at the grand space, red velvet seats, gilded balconies. Once the thought of performing here would have frozen her in fear. Now it felt like destiny. Nate approached, adjusting his suit jacket. "Ready?" he asked, eyes dancing with affectionate pride. She took his hand, exhaling a laugh. "As I'll ever be." They stepped on stage together, the applause immediate and warm. At centre stage sat a glossy grand piano, and behind it an orchestra tuned in hushed chaos. Conductor's baton rose, the hall quieting. Sandy took her seat at the piano, Nate by her side. She positioned her fingers on the keys, meeting his gaze briefly. The piece they played was one they'd composed jointly in homage to Maine's shores and New York's bustling echoes, a testament to heartbreak and healing, sorrow and renewed hope. The notes soared, swirling among the marbled columns, each phrase a delicate interplay of her artistry and his passionate composition. As the final chord resonated, the audience roared in approval, a standing ovation reminiscent of a triumph she once never believed possible. In that applause, Sandy caught a glimpse of Daniel's mother in the front row, tears streaming as she applauded. Her heart clenched in gratitude. At the stage exit, she also spotted Mrs. Calloway, beaming like a proud parent. This moment wasn't about erasing the past. It was about forging a future out of its lessons. After the concert in the dressing room, Sandy and Nate embraced. She pressed her forehead to his. "We did it," she whispered, voice trembling with happy disbelief. He smiled, warmth radiating from his eyes. "We did, and we'll keep doing it. Together." Outside, the thunder of applause still echoed in the corridors, but all Sandy heard was the quiet harmony between her heartbeat and Nate's. They'd found a way to turn sorrow into melody, fear into a symphony for two, and that, she realized, was the truest performance of her life. Summer of 1945, and Paris is attempting to breathe again after years of occupation. The euphoria of liberation still flickers in the cafes, where croissants and stale cigarettes mix with hopeful talk of reconstruction. Yet behind the laughter lie shadows, badges of grief pinned to the hearts of those who lost too much. Dorothy Laurent stood by the window of a cramped relief hospital, gazing out at the city she loved. The grand boulevards, once so full of life, bore bullet holes and scorched facades. For a moment, she remembered being a child, running hand in hand with her mother to buy Haventaire from the flower stalls. Now that memory haunted her more than comforted her. Her mother and father had been taken by the Gestapo 2 years ago. She never saw them again. Officially, Dorothy was a French Red Cross nurse, assigned to the immediate care of wounded soldiers and civilians. In reality, her work went well beyond bandaging limbs. She'd grown adept at offering a shoulder to cry on, forging documents to help displaced children, and even coordinating supply lines with the Allied forces. Hers was a daily routine of heartbreak and fleeting hope. Each night, she trudged back to her small rented room near Rue de la Verrerie, bone-tired and emotionally spent. Sleep brought nightmares of black-uniformed men banging at her door, taking her family away while she stood frozen, powerless. Even the sound of distant footsteps could jolt her awake, heart pounding. One afternoon, as she was administering morphine to a burn victim, her supervisor, Isabelle Fournier, a woman in her 50s with kind eyes and wiry greying hair, entered with the news. The Red Cross was sending a contingent to Berlin to aid in the massive relief effort there. Dorothy's name was on the roster. "Dorothy," Isabel said, stepping closer so as not to disturb the patient. "They have requested nurses who speak German or English fluently. You fit the requirement." Dorothy felt a swell of apprehension. Going to Germany, enemy territory, felt unthinkable. Even now that the war was officially over, old resentments didn't simply vanish. But she also felt a strange sense of duty, the nurse in her overshadowing the hatred that simmered in her heart. "Is this an order?" she asked, lips taut. "A request," Isabel clarified gently. "If you refuse, we'll find someone else. Just know that your skills will be invaluable there." Dorothy nodded, her mind slipping back to images of the bombed-out photographs of Berlin she had seen in the newspapers. The city had been reduced to rubble, hollow-eyed survivors picking through what was left. She couldn't turn away. She simply pressed a hand against her chest, where the memory of her lost family lay, and resolved to do her duty, no matter how difficult. 2 weeks later, Dorothy found herself aboard a military transport plane bound for the battered German capital. The Allies were already dividing the city into sectors: American, British, French, and Soviet. And tension crackled in the air like static electricity. When Dorothy first set foot on Berlin's fractured streets, she felt an immediate unease. Here, in the domain of the enemy, every corner seemed to hold silent watchers. In truth, the Berliners looked just as haunted as any Parisian she had seen. Some wore rags, children scurried through bombed-out buildings searching for scraps of food. The stench of decay and damp concrete coiled in the humid summer air. At the makeshift French relief station, she learned there was a desperate shortage of medical staff. People were dying from infected wounds, starvation, or simply from the aftershock of living through the bombings. If Paris felt wounded, Berlin felt on the verge of total collapse. Meanwhile, in the Soviet sector, rumours floated that ex-Nazi officials were escaping in the chaos or blending in with refugees. Every night, the background chatter included talk of war criminals fleeing to South America or burrowing into new lives under false papers. This talk made Dorothy's skin crawl. Were they the same men who had terrorised her family? On her first evening in Berlin, she left the relief station to procure supplies. Darkness fell quickly in the city of skeletal buildings. She passed by a rubble-strewn alley when a sharp cry shattered the night. A child's wail, a tumble of bricks. Instinct took over. She sprinted into the alley and found a young boy trapped under fallen debris. His eyes were wide with panic, his dusty cheeks streaked with tears. Just as she knelt to help, another figure appeared, a tall man about 30 wearing tattered civilian clothes. In a swift motion he pulled away the larger chunks of rubble, freeing the child's legs. Dorothy froze for a second. The man was speaking German, gently trying to calm the boy, but the warm resonance of his voice and his calm efficiency eased her alarm. Working together, they managed to extract the child and carry him to an abandoned doorway. Dorothy checked for broken bones. Thankfully, he had only minor cuts and bruises. She rummaged through her nurse's bag for disinfectant while the German man tried to soothe the trembling boy. "Thank you," she said quietly, once the child's sobs lessened. The man looked up, surprise lighting his features, as though he hadn't expected a French nurse to thank him. In that moment, Dorothy noticed something about him. Maybe it was the sadness in his grey eyes, or the gentle way he cradled the boy. He didn't resemble the soldiers of her nightmares. "It's nothing," he replied in German-accented French. "Anybody would have done the same." The words hung in the heavy air, resonating more than he likely intended. Dorothy found herself staring, wanting to ask, "Were you a soldier? Did you wear that uniform? Did you tear families apart like mine?" But fear and caution sealed her lips. Instead, she helped the child to his feet, gave a nod of thanks, and hurried away, leaving the German stranger behind. That night, in the shared barracks on the Allied base, Dorothy wrestled with conflicting emotions. She knew not all Germans were Nazis. She'd heard of resistors, conscripts forced to fight under duress. Yet her family's memory loomed. Could she trust someone from the country that had destroyed her life? Little did she know that fate would lead her to cross paths with this man again, a man called Matthias Keller, and that their shared act of mercy would ignite a spark of hope amidst the ashes of war. Outside, Berlin lay in tatters under the moonlight, and in a dimly lit office across town, French officials and intelligence officers gathered. Among them was Henri Moreau, a former resistance fighter now tasked with helping the Allied War Crimes Tribunal. His mission, to uncover and bring to justice the men responsible for atrocities committed throughout France. As he sifted through files, a single thought pressed at the forefront of his mind: the guilty must pay. Oblivious to Dorothy's internal struggle and the quiet heroism of the German stranger, Henri penned a list of suspects. Someday soon he would converge upon them with the authority of the victors behind him. And if one of those men turned out to be Matthias Keller, then no act of mercy or compassion would be enough to spare him from Henri's righteous fury. Dorothy's second week in Berlin introduced her to the full, brutal reality of post-war life. She spent her days at the relief station, treating malnourished infants, ravaged soldiers from all sides, and traumatized civilians. Having grown accustomed to the bustle of Paris, she found the city's emptiness disorienting. Entire neighborhoods reduced to rubble, with skeletons of buildings towering overhead like tombstones marking history's darkest chapter. More than once she spotted German women rummaging through garbage heaps or dismantling the bricks from bombed-out buildings to rebuild some semblance of a home. The Allies had arrived as victors, but they too were shell-shocked at the scale of devastation. The Soviet sector was rumoured to be the worst, but Dorothy could scarcely imagine how things could be more dire than in the French one. Late one afternoon, Dorothy was disinfecting surgical instruments when she heard a voice behind her, a soft, hesitant French. "Excuse me, Mademoiselle Laurent." She turned to see a man with broad shoulders, hair that was once neatly trimmed, but now hung ragged around his forehead. His coat was threadbare, shoes caked in the city's omnipresent dust. Yet despite the shabby attire, he stood with a quiet dignity. Dorothy recognized him, the stranger from the alley, the one who had saved that little boy. Matthias began, clasping his hands. "I heard you needed volunteers to help clear rubble and transport supplies." His accent curled around certain words in a way that told her he was not French by birth. "I'm fluent in French and English, Perhaps I can be of use? Dorothy felt her stomach twist, recalling her immediate distrust of him. But the relief station was desperately short-staffed. Every capable pair of hands mattered. She pointed to a crate of medical supplies. If you're sincere, you can start by hauling that to the storeroom. Then we'll see. Matthias nodded, stepping forward without a word of complaint. He lifted the heavy crate, his muscles straining against the torn fabric of his coat, and carried it away. Dorothy fought a small pang of guilt at her curt response, but caution still ruled her heart. Over the following days, Matthias proved to be an indispensable asset. He coordinated with the local German populace to barter for fresh vegetables, or scrounge up old mattresses for patients who couldn't sleep on cots. He guided Allied trucks through the labyrinth of collapsed streets, smoothing tensions when language barriers threatened to cause misunderstandings. For a man with such a sorrowful air, he seemed dedicated to the cause of helping others. His presence caught the eye of Henri Moreau, who arrived in Berlin a month into Dorothé's assignment. Henri, once a lanky young resistance fighter, now wore a tailored suit that betrayed his new role in the Allied War Crimes Tribunal. His left arm bore a long scar, evidence of a Gestapo interrogation that nearly killed him. Dorothy had once been engaged to Henri back when the war was still a distant storm. Their relationship had been as passionate as any young romance, but the war had changed them both in ways they never fully acknowledged. When Henri learned Dorothy was in Berlin, he rushed to see her. He found her in the relief station's makeshift pharmacy, sorting out scarce antibiotics. She looked up to see him standing in the doorway, a half smile on his face, as though hoping time hadn't placed too much distance between them. "Dorothy," he greeted softly, stepping forward to embrace her. She stiffened, remembering their last bitter parting in Paris, but she allowed the embrace, feeling an odd mixture of warmth and apprehension. Henri expressed polite interest in her work, then asked about the situation with suspected war criminals. "We believe many are hiding in plain sight," he said. "The Russians are taking some for their own purposes. The Americans are rounding up who they can. I'm here to ensure France's interests are not overlooked." Dorothy nodded, careful not to reveal too much about her own complicated feelings. She mentioned the many displaced civilians, the orphans, the scars that ran deeper than any building's rubble. Then Henri's gaze drifted across the station, lingering on Matthias, who was tending to a shivering elderly German woman. "Who is that?" he asked, his tone growing colder. "A volunteer," Dorothy replied. "He's been helping with logistics and translations." Henri narrowed his eyes. "I see." The look he gave Matthias was not openly hostile, but Dorothy recognised the suspicion behind it. Henri, after all, believed every German had at least some guilt to expunge. That evening, Dorothy found Matthias standing outside the relief station, quietly gazing at the broken skyline. The setting sun cast a burnt orange glow over the city, illuminating the jagged outlines of collapsed structures. She studied his profile, the firm line of his jaw, the perpetual sadness in his eyes. "Matthias," she began, surprising herself by using his name. "I never properly thanked you for helping that child, or for all you've done since." He shrugged, hands shoved into his coat pockets. "It's nothing. I'm trying to—" He paused, searching for the right words. "Trying to be useful." "Were you in the war?" Dorothy ventured, a question she'd been holding back. He exhaled, the evening wind ruffling his unkempt hair. "I was conscripted. I had no choice, or so I told myself. His voice trailed off. Perhaps it was too soon to share everything. Dorothy felt the sting of memory. Her father had also believed he had no choice when the Gestapo demanded loyalty. Choices in wartime were rarely simple. "I see," she murmured. "Do you have a family?" "They're gone," he replied flatly. "All of them." A cold hush fell between them as the last rays of sunlight faded. Dorothy wanted to ask more, but something in Matthias's tone warned her to tread carefully. They stood side by side, silent witnesses to the city's heartbreak. And in that silence, Dorothy realized she felt more empathy than hate, a flicker of understanding for a man who seemed as broken by war as she was. The next day, a wave of pneumonia cases swept through the station. Between the poor hygiene, lack of proper nutrition, and cramped shelters, disease spread swiftly. Medical supplies were low, and the single doctor present worked around the clock. Dorothy, exhausted, collapsed from fever one evening. It was Matthias who discovered her shivering in a corner of the pharmacy. Without hesitation, he gathered her into his arms and placed her on a cot. Over the next several days, he tended to her as best he could, cooling her forehead with damp cloths, feeding her spoonfuls of broth from the limited rations. He even convinced a British medic to spare some precious antibiotics for her. When Dorothy finally opened her eyes, sweaty hair plastered to her brow, Matthias was there, concern etched on his face. "Thank God," he breathed, relief colouring his voice. "You stayed with me?" she croaked, throat raw from fever. He nodded. "I did." In that moment she saw him not as the enemy or even a suspicious volunteer, but as a human being holding on to compassion in a world that had tried to crush it. Unaware that Henri was watching from a distance, Dorothy felt something shift inside her, a fragile sense of trust, a crack in the fortress of her resentment. A few days after Dorothy's recovery, the relief station busied itself with a delicate mission, shepherding a group of orphan children to a safer temporary home outside Berlin. The conditions in the city were far too dangerous. Threats included collapsing buildings, leftover minefields, and a rampant black market that preyed on the most vulnerable. Dorothy, still weakened but resolute, coordinated with a British relief convoy. They had only 2 trucks and limited security, but it was all they could manage. Matthias volunteered to drive one of the trucks, expertly manoeuvring around the rutted roads. The children clung to one another, wide-eyed and silent. Dorothy's heart bled for them. She handed out small snacks, biscuits, dried apples. Their gratitude was heartbreaking. These were kids who had learned to expect almost nothing from the world. They made it out of the city's western edge past checkpoint after checkpoint. Soviet soldiers eyed them suspiciously, but the British captain's official documents convinced them to let the convoy pass. It was dusk when they arrived at a battered countryside estate that had been converted into a temporary shelter. There, the children would have at least some space, some cleanliness, and a chance at a meal. Dorothy and Matthias spent the night there, helping the shelter staff settle the children in. By the time dawn broke, Dorothy found herself in the garden, inhaling the fresh scent of dew-covered grass, an aroma that felt oddly foreign after weeks of city rubble and disinfectant. Matthias joined her, handing her a mug of weak tea. "You look better," he said softly. Dorothy nodded, sipping gratefully. "And you look exhausted." He allowed a small smile. "Aren't we all?" They fell into a surprisingly comfortable silence. Then Dorothy turned to him, her expression growing serious. "Matthias, I need to know more about you. If we're to keep working together, I can't constantly wonder who you really are." He seemed prepared for this conversation, as though it weighed on him. "I was a soldier," he began, eyes cast down, "conscripted from a small village near the Czech border. I was never a member of the Nazi party, if that's what you're asking. I fought in Poland, France, and eventually ended up in Berlin when the war ended." Dorothy's gaze was unwavering. "Did you hurt people? I mean, how involved were you?" Matthias's voice trembled with the memory. "I was a radio operator for most of the war, sending and receiving orders. But in the final months, we were all forced to fight on the front lines. I saw horrors I can't begin to describe. I tried to desert twice. The penalty was death." He paused, inhaling unsteady breaths. "I know it doesn't absolve me. but I never believed in what was happening, and by the end I was too ashamed to even look at my own reflection. Dorothy felt tears burn her eyes. Her father, a loyal Frenchman, had once told her that not all Germans were the same. "We fight the ideology, not the entire people," he used to say. She believed him in principle, but living through the occupation made that ideology personal. Matthias reached into his pocket, pulling out a battered photograph. It showed a woman and a young boy, both smiling. "My wife and son," he said quietly. "They died in an Allied bombing raid near Dresden. I couldn't protect them." Dorothy felt her breath catch. Here stood a man who had lost just as much as she had. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. He looked at her with a question in his eyes, as if wondering if she might ever see him as more than the sum of his uniform. She swallowed hard, uncertain how to respond. Back in Berlin, unbeknownst to them, Henri Moreau had begun his investigation in earnest. He'd received a tip about Johann Wyss, a former German officer rumoured to be orchestrating escape routes for Nazi war criminals. The intelligence suggested that Wyss had an old connection to a radio operator named Matthias Keller. Late one night, Henri waited in a cold corridor of the Allied administration building. Inside a cramped office with flickering overhead lights, a British officer briefed him on sightings of Wyss. "He's cunning, Major Moreau," the officer explained. "He's using the black market and false papers. If Keller is working with him, you'll have your proof soon." Henri leaned back, crossing his arms. His voice betrayed quiet determination. "I don't care how resourceful he is. If Matthias Keller or any of them were part of atrocities in France, they'll pay." Days later, Dorothy noticed a chill in the air at the relief station whenever Henri and Matthias were in the same room. Henri barely acknowledged Matthias, but Dorothy caught him glaring with open suspicion. One afternoon, as she was organising medical files, Henri cornered her. "Dorothy, you trust this Keller too easily," he warned, brow furrowed. "I've heard rumours he was in a battalion that operated in Paris. They might have been involved in rounding up your people, your family." That struck Dorothy like a thunderbolt. "What? That can't be true. He told me he was mostly a radio operator, and I'm quite sure he never served in the Gestapo." "People lie," Henri said flatly, "especially when they have everything to lose." Dorothy felt the blood drain from her face. Could Matthias have been part of the group that tore her family away? The doubt gnawed at her, poisoning all the tentative trust they'd built. That evening she confronted Matthias in the hospital supply room, eyes blazing. "Why didn't you tell me your unit was stationed in Paris?" Matthias stiffened, running a hand through his hair. "Dorothy, we were only there briefly. I never took part in arrests or roundups. My commanding officer, Johann Wyss, demanded we follow orders blindly. But I refused when it came to civilian arrests, I swear to you." Her anger flared. "You swear?" "My parents were taken by the Gestapo around that time. My mother was shot in a camp, and you just happened to be stationed in the same city, the same year, doing nothing." He tried to speak, but Dorothy's emotion was too raw. She stormed out, tears welling in her eyes. A part of her wanted desperately to believe him, but the memories of her family's faces, their screams when the Gestapo burst in, were too vivid. In the days that followed, Matthias withdrew. He still volunteered, but avoided Dorothy's gaze. She, equally conflicted, focused on her work, pushing her emotions to the side. The war might have ended, but for them, a new battle had begun, one over truth, guilt, and the possibility of forgiveness. Then, in a twist of fate, Johann Wyss appeared in Berlin's French sector under the cloak of night. He met Matthias in secret, cornering him in a deserted alley near the relief station. "There's a way out," Wyss said in a low voice, scanning the surroundings for eavesdroppers. "We can disappear to Argentina. We have allies there." Matthias stared at the man who had once been his commanding officer. Weiss's eyes held no remorse, only cunning. It dawned on Matthias how easily he could vanish from this uncertain life. No more questioning, no more guilt-laden days. But then he remembered Dorothé's feverish face, the orphans they had saved, and the faint flicker of hope he felt whenever he saw her. "No," Matthias said, voice trembling but firm. "I won't run away. Not this time." Weiss's eyes narrowed. "So you're a traitor. To your own blood." Matthias stood his ground. "I'm just not a murderer," Weiss sneered. "You don't get it, Keller. This war isn't over for men like us. You'll regret turning your back on your own." With that, the former officer melted into the shadows, leaving Matthias to grapple with a choice he knew would change everything. To keep seeking redemption in the open light, or to burrow into darkness alongside those who refused to atone. Winter descended upon Berlin with early snow, an eerie hush blanketing the ruins. Stray cats and orphans alike sought shelter, the cold biting through what remained of the city's morale. In the French sector, makeshift Christmas decorations dangled from broken windows. Even among devastation, some insisted on clinging to tradition. Dorothée spent the holiday season distributing rations and warm blankets. Each time she reached for a new bundle, she recalled Matthias's trembling declaration, "I won't run away." Part of her felt pride in his decision. Another part remained terrified that Henri's suspicions could be true. One night, a bombed-out cathedral held a memorial service for civilians who had died in the war. The interior was lit by candlelight, broken stained glass windows allowing cold drafts to swirl around the pews. Despite the chill, the place teemed with mourners, French, Germans, British, Russians, people from all sides of the conflict. Dorothée attended with Isabelle Fournier, her mentor who had come to Berlin for a short advisory stint. Candles were lit in memory of each lost loved one, flickering in the dark like so many scattered souls. When Dorothy placed her candle for her parents, she felt a hand rest gently on her shoulder. It was Matthias. He held his own candle. "For my wife and son," he whispered. They stood side by side in the cathedral's broken silence, tears silently falling. In that moment, war's dividing lines blurred into shared grief. Later, as the crowd dispersed, Matthias and Dorothée found themselves alone near the choir stalls. A single shaft of moonlight shone through a shattered window, illuminating the dust motes that spun in the air. Dorothée turned to him, arms wrapped around her body for warmth. "Sometimes I think I can't forgive you," she said, her voice barely audible. "Not you specifically, but all of it. Your uniform, your language, the memories you represent." Her words trembled with sincerity. Matthias bowed his head. "I understand. I'd do anything to change the past, but I can't." They stood in pained silence. Then, without warning, Dorothée found herself leaning closer. Perhaps it was the memorial candles, the haunting echoes of choir songs from years past, or simply the rawness of shared loss. She pressed her lips to his. It was an unplanned, desperate gesture, one that spoke of loneliness, longing, and the faint hope that broken people might still mend each other. When they parted, Matthias's eyes were bright with unshed tears. "I don't deserve this," he rasped. Dorothy closed her eyes. "No one deserves war, but we have to keep living." For a moment, it felt like they were the only two people in a world swirling with ghosts. They left the cathedral separately, uncertain and afraid of what might come next. The next morning, Henri stormed into the relief station, face flushed with anger. He'd gathered more intelligence on Johann Weiss and his network. Slamming a file onto a desk, he confronted Matthias in front of everyone, including Dorothée. "You were in the same battalion as Weiss. You shared posts in Paris, and your commanding officer reported you absent during certain raids, but that doesn't prove your innocence," Henri hissed. "He's smuggling out Nazis. And you haven't reported him to the tribunal. Why? Matthias's jaw tightened. I've reported what I know to the British, and I refused his offer to flee. I want nothing to do with him. Believe me or don't. Henri scoffed, flipping the file open to reveal lists of names. You think that's enough? We have evidence that your unit was responsible for rounding up dozens of French civilians. Many ended up in camps. His eyes flicked toward Dorothy, implying her family. They need to see justice, Matthias's voice cracked. I told you, I never participated in those arrests. Henri moved closer, his voice dropping to a near snarl. A convenient claim. So why did you vanish after the war? Changed your name, took on menial labour? Matthias locked eyes with him. Because men like Weiss wanted to use me. I was safer as a nobody. The tension in the room was suffocating. Dorothy stepped forward, placing herself between the two men. Henri, listen. He's willing to surrender himself if that's what it takes. We have bigger problems. Weiss is still out there smuggling out real war criminals. Henri glared at her, betrayal flickering in his eyes. You're taking his sir? I'm taking the side of truth, she replied, though her voice trembled. In the following days, Matthias made a decision that stunned everyone. He turned himself into the Allied authorities for questioning. If he had committed crimes, he would face the consequences. If he was innocent, he would be cleared. It was an act that made headlines among the Allied press corps stationed in Berlin. Former German soldier seeks tribunal hearing to prove innocence. Dorothy watched as British MPs led Matthias away in a military jeep. He offered her a faint smile before disappearing around the corner. Something inside her twisted, a combination of guilt, fear, and unexpected love. Time crawled after that. Henri launched a formal investigation, interviewing survivors and combing through old Nazi records. Dorothy, heartsick, tried to return to her daily tasks of caring for the wounded, but her mind kept drifting to Matthias, alone in some cold cell awaiting a verdict. Isabelle Fournier gently coaxed Dorothy to eat and sleep, reminding her that worrying alone wouldn't solve anything. But Dorothy had grown thinner, her face gaunt with stress. She found herself waking from nightmares, where she stood on a vast field of rubble, calling Matthias's name with no reply. Finally, weeks later, the tribunal convened. Henri presented his findings. Documents showing Matthias's battalion had indeed been stationed in Paris, but there was a separate set of testimonies. French citizens who claimed a German radio operator had helped save them from arrest. One testimonial recounted how soldiers sabotaged communications to delay a raid, allowing resistance members to warn targeted families. Could that soldier have been Matthias? Henri, faced with contradictory evidence, had to concede that the new testimonies painted a nuanced picture. Meanwhile, a British intelligence officer testified that Matthias had previously provided valuable leads on several ex-SS men trying to escape. During the hearing, Dorothy waited outside, pacing the hallway. At last, the door opened. A weary Henri emerged, his expression hard to read. He told Dorothy the tribunal found insufficient grounds to charge Matthias with war crimes. Any questionable actions were overshadowed by evidence that he'd actively resisted certain orders. When Matthias finally stepped out, he looked drained yet strangely at peace. Dorothy rushed to him, ignoring the stares of curious onlookers. She wrapped her arms around him, tears streaming. For a moment, they were simply two people who had survived unimaginable hardship and found each other in the aftermath. Henri stood a short distance away, arms folded. He looked at them, jaw clenched, then sighed. I still hate what happened, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. But I can't hate you for something you didn't do. His scar on his forearm stood out, a reminder of the interrogation he endured. Hatred had been his armour for years, but now he found it fracturing piece by piece. Matthias, voice thick with emotion, said, "I'm sorry for all you lost. I truly am." Henry offered a tight nod, turning away to hide the conflicting emotions in his eyes. In that instant, Dorothy knew that forgiveness didn't come wrapped in a neat bow. It was messy, heartbreakingly human, and occasionally tinged with compromise. The next day, Matthias handed in his notice at the Berlin relief station. He announced plans to move to Alsace, a region on the border of France and Germany, known for its vineyards and rolling hills. Word had spread that vineyard owners were looking for workers to help restore the land that had been ravaged by war. He thought it the perfect place to start anew, somewhere quiet where no one demanded that he pick a side. Dorothy made a decision that astonished even herself. She planned to go with him. Spring of 1947 found the French-German border region of Alsace clothed in gentle sunlight. The war's scars remained visible, fallen barns, tilled fields dotted with shrapnel fragments. But amidst the devastation, green vines began to flourish. Nature had a remarkable way of reclaiming life from ruin. Dorothy and Matthias arrived at a modest vineyard perched on a gentle slope. Old stone buildings stood around a central courtyard, the main house framed by a wooden sign reading Domaine Brunet. The owners, the Brunet family, had lost 2 sons in the war, yet they maintained an unbroken spirit determined to rebuild. Matthias took on the laborious tasks of pruning vines, repairing fences, and helping harvest the early grape clusters. Dorothy used her nursing background to assist in a small makeshift clinic set up in a barn. There she treated local villagers, many of whom still suffered from war-related injuries and malnutrition. At first, some neighbours regarded Matthias with suspicion. A few recognised his accent and refused to speak to him. But as the weeks went by, his unwavering kindness won over many hearts. He fixed a neighbour's broken gate, helped an elderly woman transport her vegetables to the market, and never asked for anything in return. Dorothy, meanwhile, found solace in the calm rhythms of rural life. The smell of freshly tilled earth, the vibrant sunrise over rolling hills, the quiet companionship of the vineyard workers, they all nourished parts of her soul she thought were irreparably damaged. She wrote letters to Isabel and even to Henri, updating them on how she and Matthias were faring. Surprisingly, Henri wrote back. The bitterness in his words had softened, replaced by cautious well-wishes. "You deserve happiness," he penned in one letter. "I'm still not sure I can ever forgive entirely, but I won't stand in your way." One golden evening after a day's labour, Dorothy and Matthias found themselves strolling along the vineyard rows, the air filled with the chirping of crickets. They stopped under a blooming apple tree at the edge of the property. Dorothy brushed a leaf from Matthias's hair, smiling softly. "Remember Berlin? The rubble, the cold, the fear." He leaned into her touch. "I remember you standing with a lantern in that relief station, refusing to give up on anyone." She paused, heart full of unspoken words. There was a question lingering between them, one neither dared voice, but both felt pressing in the hush of twilight. "Where do we go from here?" she finally asked. Matthias gently took her hand. "Forward," he whispered, and in that moment the simplest answer carried the greatest meaning. A few months later, in a modest ceremony attended by local villagers and a handful of old friends, Dorothy and Matthias were married under that same apple tree. Isabel came, shedding tears of joy and handing out crocheted favours she'd made herself. Even Henri arrived, standing near the back, a complicated but genuine smile on his face as he witnessed the vows. It wasn't a grand wedding, there were no sparkling gowns or lavish feasts, but it was theirs, woven from quiet perseverance and fragile hope. As the local priest pronounced them husband and wife, birds scattered from the nearby branches, soaring into the clear Alsatian sky. Dorothy looked into Matthias's eyes that held loss, regret, and a fierce determination to make the future better than the past. She felt a surge of gratitude. They had been enemies once, if only by circumstance. Now they stood together in the aftermath of history's darkest chapter, forging something new. That evening a soft breeze rustled the vines. Lanterns glowed around wooden tables set with simple food, freshly baked bread, local cheese and small cups of wine from the vineyard. Laughter filled the courtyard as the small group of attendees shared stories. Isabel offered a toast, her voice cracking with emotion. "To healing," she said, raising her glass. "To courage in the face of the unthinkable, and to love which finds us even in the ashes." Dorothy and Matthias clinked glasses with each other, their hands brushing, warmth radiating from their shared gaze. For the first time in years, Dorothy felt something like peace. She remembered the words her father once said, "The future belongs to those who plant seeds of kindness today." She hoped, with all her heart, that was true. Late summer, or the vineyard thrived under the sun, and Dorothy and Matthias were knee-deep in crates of grapes, preparing for a harvest that promised a decent vintage. Despite the spectres of war that still haunted the region, lost loved ones, burned farmhouses, fields littered with stray mines, life pressed on, unrelenting in its forward march. Dorothy set aside her nurse's kit, now used mostly for small injuries like scrapes or twisted ankles. She had started a tiny children's clinic in the village, offering basic health checks. The orphans they'd once helped in Berlin sent letters from time to time, some having found adoptive families in Britain, others returning to what was left of their German hometowns. Matthias's days were spent learning the intricacies of vineyard management, soil pH levels, pruning techniques, pest control. He relished the honest labour, each drop of sweat another step away from his old life of violence and forced compliance. They still had nightmares. There were nights Dorothy woke, tears staining her pillow, having dreamed of her mother's final hours. Matthias sometimes jolted up, certainly heard the thunder of bombs or the snap of a commanding officer's boots. But these dark moments no longer dominated their lives. They served as reminders, cautionary tales of what humanity must never repeat. One afternoon Henri visited. He arrived unannounced, bearing a small trunk of supplies for the village clinic, bandages, painkillers, even some penicillin. Dorothy hugged him, grateful for his gesture. They walked through the vineyard rows, discussing the War Crimes Tribunal's ongoing trials. "It's a slow process," Henri admitted. "Tracking down those who fled, dealing with legal technicalities. But we've brought some of the worst offenders to justice." His gaze drifted over the neatly ordered vines. "I see you've made quite the home here." Matthias approached, offering Henri a respectful nod. The tension that once simmered between them had lessened into a cautious camaraderie. Henri gestured at the vines. "A good harvest, I hear." Matthias smiled softly. "We hope so." There was a brief pause, then Henri extended his hand to Matthias. It was a gesture of closure, perhaps even acceptance. Matthias shook it, neither man speaking. Dorothy felt tears prick her eyes. It was a small miracle of human decency. That evening, after Henri departed, Dorothy stood with Matthias on the veranda of the farmhouse they now called home. The sun dipped below the horizon, turning the sky a canvas of pink and gold. Dorothy rested her head on Matthias's shoulder, breathing in the scent of fresh grapes and warm earth. She thought back to her younger self, the frightened girl in Paris who lost everything in the blink of an eye. She remembered the cold corridors where she first met Henri, the night she spent patching up wounded resistance fighters, the transport plane that took her to a broken Berlin. She recalled seeing Matthias for the first time, saving a child in the rubble. How impossible it all seemed that they would end up here, alive and in love. But maybe it wasn't impossible. Maybe it was the fragile, tenacious nature of hope itself. Even in the ashes, seeds of compassion could sprout. War could tear down walls. but it could also dismantle prejudices, forging bonds between unlikely souls. In the distance, crickets began their nightly chorus. A soft breeze stirred, carrying the promise of tomorrow. Dorothy closed her eyes, whispering a quiet prayer that the world might continue to heal piece by piece. Matthias turned to her, his arm gently pulling her closer. "Ready to head in?" he asked. "We've got an early morning." Dorothy smiled. "Yes, let's go." They stepped inside, leaving the twilight behind, but the light in their home and in their hearts remained. End of Love in the Ashes. Thank you for spending this time with us. We hope this tale resonated with you, no matter what hour you find yourself in around the globe. If you enjoyed Love in the Ashes, please subscribe to Insomniac's Lore for more storytelling journeys, because stories like hope belong to every minute of every day. Stay curious, stay compassionate, and may you always find light even in the darkest times.